What's going on, guys? Alright, so we got our new player tournament going on today. We're gonna actually host a game. And we're gonna draw some people in here real quick. So what have we got going on bracket-wise? Chicken's gonna be, Chicken Feed is gonna be the one who's adminning. But y'all can let me know if there's any problems. And I can help get them sorted out. So fear not. Give them a few minutes. We've gotta make sure that there aren't too many Ditto matchups between folks before we get it really running. My voice is echoing. That's horrible. What the fuck? Give me a sec. Okay, I was about to say, how is that possible? What have I done? Okay. Broccoli, it's gonna be bizarre not having you in the new player tournaments. It would have been yours to win, but you know, you got your dub in the intermediate tournament. Alright, so Radio Magic I'm going to be grabbing here, and then who else are they playing? They're playing this person Rusty, so let me find that person. Alright, let's see if these guys are paying attention or not. And yo, if you want Lemur, I can cast your first game. Just depends on if people jump into this lobby anytime soon or not. I'll leave all the info for people. Alright, give me a sec while I help Chicken with the bracket, just to make sure that things aren't too bizarre. Usually when you got like 30 people or so, you don't get too many rematches. Which is the big thing that we're checking here. Alright, we already have one overlapping match. How the hell do we end up with that? This many people? strange. What is their other match in round 3? Sorry, punt. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get you into the tournament. I'm being a little quiet right now, but I'm just trying to make sure that we've got this, this Ditto that's in round 2 and 3 changed, so that these two guys don't have to play each other a bunch of times. Okay, so Smoky Loco, I'm moving out, and up on this one, we're moving him in. And then everything should be fine. I think we only got one duplicate matchup. Oh, man. Back end is taking ages. Come on. Come on, Strappy. You can do it. Whoops. And what's the map that we're on? Let me change that real quick while we're, waiting on the back end to actually catch up here. We got Chateau. I love Chateau. Such a cool map. Very artillery unfriendly. Okay, cool. So what we got? We got Chaos Dwarves versus Dowie. I didn't even notice. Clarkian Lava Turtle. Damn, dude. Really? Oh, we got somebody who needs to drop, actually. Alright. We can get Pont in here, actually, now. Somebody's got to drop, so I'm gonna adjust their, matchups to just add Pont in. So I'm gonna have to do this quick. We're getting into our match. I will be in here in just a moment. I'll leave them to set up, and then we'll jump it off. Come on, back in. It's working on it. Anyways, we've got Astragoth in here as the Lord option for Lemur. Mr. Pig is out here with a pretty small Dowie army. Going fairly elite. I mean, we got a big hero squad. We got a few dwarf warrior great weapons. Nothing too fancy, but a bolt thrower and a big hero squad with actually quite a few abilities. Demon Slayer's got hammer and deadly onslaught, gonna be running around smacking some stuff up. The Dragon Slayer's heroic killing blow. I think Worthy Foe is not bound to the character itself. Dragon Slayer's axe, Dragon Slayer's fang. The Master Rune of Groth One Eye, which gives leadership. Not that Dowie really need it, but they got it, which is pretty interesting. We got double Deathshriek rocket here. So the thing about Deathshriek rockets and their anti-infantry ammo is that it doesn't track in the air. Right, it just fires on a flat trajectory and it just comes in. It bursts into these multiple projectiles. If you time it up well, when you see them launch up, the hang time is so long on those, you can usually move even slow infantry like the dwarves out of the way. It can be very difficult to actually land those shots. One sec, guys. Astragoth runs up, gets into the miners with blasting charges here. More miners just looking to motor forward and try and get their blasting charges off before they get absolutely annihilated here. Gonna be a little difficult for them, and in fact, one of them breaks. The other is really damn close. It will get in range, potentially getting any kind of damage off on the Chaos Dowie blasting, or the Chaos Dwarf warriors here. Would be pretty huge, but Lemur with some good micro just moves back immediately, getting away from it. Dowie get the number 2. They do have the number 3 over there, of course. They've got some miners going for the number 1 objective out there on the left flank. While the Slayer's just trotting forward, looking to hang in. Not really needed right now. They definitely are going to want to get like up in the trees here, and then maybe try and like flank out of here and just avoid attention early from Lemur. who may not see them if they rotate up in there quickly enough. Oh, Demo Rocket coming down on the Iron Breakers, or the Iron Drakes, and the Quarrelers here. Could have been a lot more devastating than it was. Still does some pretty decent damage. Quarrelers over here getting hammered as well. Mr. Pig just doesn't really have anything to take these Death Shrieks out. And this is not a great map for the Dowie artillery pieces. It's pretty wide. And it does actually look like Lemur got some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders around the flank and almost shut this Bolt Thrower crew down completely. Big damage going down on these guys. They do get saved by some Slayers, or Doomseekers actually. Doomseekers coming out doing the anti-large job here. They've got good enough stats for it, of course. I mean, it's not like Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are a very stalwart foe. So they are able to save the Bolt Thrower crew, and the Bolt Thrower is going to have to save the Dowie here because they are just getting bullied right now, dude. Ashtagoth is throwing down flame storms, roasting some of his own guys, but also killing a lot of dwarves, it seems. He's got 56 kills, about 350 value, and that was just the nastiest shotgun volley from the train I've ever seen in my life. That killed like 15 Quarrelers. Now it's just trampling over this unit in the back line. Iron Demons, very, very scary war machines, man. They are tough for any faction. And being a chariot with a lot of mass, I mean, 5,000 mass, Dowie just don't have a way to lock it in combat, and if they don't have shooting online to take it down, even Doomseekers are going to have a really bad time because these trains just have huge collision damage and weapon strength, so they can actually kill models on the Doomseeker units pretty fast. Miners getting isolated by Kadai Fireborn. And this is looking like Lemur's going to be walking away with a pretty quick win here. Mr. Pig is looking pretty overwhelmed. This can happen for sure, especially when you're figuring things out and learning the game. Being well prepared for your opponent's army options is something that takes a little bit of time to get used to. It's not something that just comes naturally. Multiplayer's just, even though a lot of the actual like battle skills translate over from campaign to multiplayer, in my opinion, the biggest thing that needs to be adjusted is just the pace of engagements and how you build your army, because you're used to building it beforehand, right? And then rushing it up into battle as needed, because domination mode, obviously, you don't really have any of those in campaign. So domination mode, you gotta get used to the pace of summons, you gotta get used to, like, defending your backline, because people are, like, sneaking all the way around the map with their reinforcements that can come out of, like, hidden vanguards, like here. And you gotta know when and where you need to summon your units from as well. And how to not get completely flattened by artillery like this, because while artillery may not be the most dominant thing in this mode, it can be very strong, especially the Chaos Dowie, who have a lot of really quick units who can defend their backline, unlike the standard dwarves, who kind of get isolated and just run over oftentimes. You can kind of see that happening here. Like, you got the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders just running rampant through the backline. This Hobgoblin Wolf Raider took down the Bolt Thrower. Really need to have, like, a dedicated defensive unit here. Like that Slayer that came in early, that's, you know, currently in the backline here. Instead of sending them in, they could just sit on this Bolt Thrower, and then you can get the Bolt Thrower forward, and it can be the one that tries to shoot into the backline here, because it actually does have pretty good range. If it gets into range of the Deathshriek rocket, all 8 of the Bolt Thrower models will pretty easily kill this thing. Fireborn just flattening the dwarves in the middle here. Ashtagoth taking a lot of damage. He's been fighting the hero squad, it looks like. Generally, it's not something you ever want to do against the dwarves, especially if the heroes are all this close together. The advantage that Lemur has, though, is just a big value lead in the Dowie, being so far behind in terms of their numbers on the field right now. They just don't have the bodies to really contend with the Chaos Dwarves on any of the objectives right now. You can see they're holding on to the number 1. Number 2 is flipping to the Dwarves, but that's mostly because the heroes are here, and Astragoth is putting a pretty good beat down on a lot of these guys. But they do get a surround off on them here. Got the Demon Slayer. We got our boy, we got one. That's actually one single Doomseeker. He gets an arrow through the eye and goes down hard, man. Oh my god. Vile. I was about to say, I don't remember there being a Garagrim character, but it's actually just one of the dudes that was left in the unit. Demon Slayer charging around, looking for some fights. The Dragon Slayer and his boy, they're gonna be fighting the Kadai again. 1,800 value on these guys and counting. They may get up over 2k depending on whether or not they can handle these two characters here for the Dwarves. Astragoth comes back in, gets a cheeky little slap into the back of the Demon Slayer here. So the Demon Slayer is a really good combatant, but is an anti-large fighter and doesn't have a ton of AP. So Astragoth with the Kadai support might be able to get a leg up here. Dragon Slayer, though, smacking the Big Daddy here in his big old metallic power suit. Wow, and Astragoth looks like he might be pulling out. I mean, that's the smart thing for Lemur to do. Dowie are down about 3,000 value. Can they get back in this? Ow, not if their Slayers are getting dumpstered by those Deathshriek rockets, man. These things have been putting in a lot of work. Every time the Dowie look like they may get momentum, these rockets, man, they just come flying in and just break up any attack. Oh my god, half the HP off of that miner. I mean, I know miners are not like the scariest thing in the game, but damage is damage, right? And this is really what the Dowie are kind of counting on to try and get themselves back into the cap race here. Lemur with the triple cap. Blasting charges do stop on a dime there and avoid the shots. Same with these miners over here. Good blasting charges finally going off. I just don't see it happening quickly enough. The Demon Slayer is also dying here, and the Dowie, while they do have really high leadership, they're not unbreakable, right? Like, they run just like everybody else at the end of the day, so once their Lord goes down, they get slapped with that -16. It'll be a little bit easier for the Chaos Dwarves to break their positions, especially with a terror-causing piece like the Iron Demon out on the field. And it will have them just running for their lives. Oh my god, the Deathshrieks continuing to tee off on the Dwarves here. Pig is very valiantly trying to scrap his way back into this game, but I don't really see that playing out too well. There's just really not any position where he's able to concentrate forces and find any kind of advantage. And that's the thing with the Dwarves, is once they lose their main formation, they just are not a faction that's usually able to rally their forces in a way that they can start to reconsolidate on points. When they run out of that momentum and their main formation gets broken up, they're just so slow, dude. You basically, as the Dwarves, what the really good Dowie players are able to do, right? They're able to get up on 2 objectives. They can scrap over others by using artillery and their rangers and their miners to kind of like poke away at those objectives, but they never actually let their forces get divided. Because they know that's the death sentence for the Dowie. If your opponent gets to a point where they hold more objectives than you at any one point, and then they can kind of just push around the field with their mobility, isolate your stuff and get it running, and then just chased off the map, there's not going to be a way for you to adequately scrap with them. Iron Demon taking a big volley from the Grudge Raker here, which is pretty nice. It got a little bit of value there, but man, oh man, is this Iron Demon going crazy right now. Slayer's getting run over. Slayers are horrible against Chariot-type units. And the Iron Demon especially, because of its high mass, they just can't make good contact with them. That's the big thing about the Slayers. Probably the biggest weakness that they have, in fact.
I knew it. Unending.
Really good attempt, but just not equaling up to the ferocity that the Chaos Dwarves have. Give me 1 second, guys. Huge value on those death streaks, man. 2,300 here, 16 on the other. The heroes got good value, right? I mean, 1,400, 1,300. I would definitely keep those guys. I would also pare to their abilities down as much as possible, because they really just don't need them to perform well. They're a little too slow to maneuver around the field also and help their allies out. And instead of bringing these Quarrelers, some Thunderers would be a really good option for the range. The reason for that is the amount of armor that the Dwarves throw out. It'll take ages to break through it all. What have we got going on in the Discord? Alright. So we have people who don't know how to share replays, so let me go grab our video. That'll inform people how. I know it's been a pretty messy start, but we're trying to persevere through this so that we can get people, situated. Since this is a new player tournament, I'm trying to answer everybody's questions and still keep you guys entertained. Bear with me for just a few more minutes. It'll be a little bit smoother after the first round and we get some more replays and things are a little bit more settled in. Oh, Rubber Duck of War, what would we do without you? Alright, where's this person who doesn't know how to share the replays? Here it is, okay. Alright, we got some Kislev action, Tomb King's Dowie, a close match. Okay, hell yeah. Cool. Alright, let me check and make sure that me and Chicken have gotten all of these, rematches sorted out. Alright. Give us a second, guys. Okay. Jesus. Why does Total Tavern have to, like, stick so many people into rematches against folks that they're playing in literally the previous round? Okay. Alright, so Hattie has the duplicate. Where the hell are they? They just played Sugar. Wait, no they didn't. They don't have any duplicates. What? What are they talking about? I'm baffled. I don't see what they're talking about at all. They played... They played Hattie. I think it all got, I think Chicken actually did get everything else adjusted. Okay, cool. We're good. Thank God. I think the matchups should all be set. Okay. My god. I can't even imagine being in, like, one of these, like, bigger communities where you got, like, thousands of games going off and trying to run these tournaments. That would be absolute madness. Where are the cannons? I don't know, man. Where are the cannons? Dowie cannons are really good. They do a lot of damage. They're very accurate. They pummel, the Death Shrieks and Magma Cannons pretty badly. The problem, though, is that map, Chateau, has a lot of terrain, so the Dowie Cannons would be at a disadvantage no matter what. And Lemur could have just moved the Death Shrieks across the hill on his side of the map over to get behind the bigger center terrain. And then the Dowie Cannon wouldn't be able to touch him anyways. That was partially just unfortunate map for the dwarves. And then Lemur's just, you know, very well practiced at this point and has a really good time, you know, maneuvering around at will against a much slower faction. Let's get our replays going. Now we finally got all of the admin chaos out of the way. Cool. Oh, yes. We got the Mean and Green Machine rocking up in here against the Empire. This will be tough for the Greenskins. They don't quite have the tools to really punish a lot of the Empire's characters. And the Empire, of course, Lonely Walrus being pretty well-informed, I would say. Bringing in the Bright Wizard. Probably with Burning Head, maybe Flamestorm as well. Gonna be trying to roast out a lot of this lightly armored chaff infantry of Jaden. But Jaden is a very talented Orcs player. Very good at maneuvering the forces around. Very well practiced with a variety of different build styles. Going with the really wide opener here against the Empire is usually the way you want to go about it. Empire is pretty good at clearing out chaff. Of course, they've got some really good Lords of Magic. They've got some terror-causing lords and monsters. They've got pretty decent heavy cavalry, but if you can throw your bodies forward and really start to like break up the positioning of the early Empire formation and get at whatever missiles they may have brought, that's where the Greenskins can start to take over a game. Mostly because Greenskins can bring out really good heavy cavalry of their own. The Savage Orc Boar Boys, or the just the Boar Boy Biggins, are a really solid counter to Empire Knights. Walrus is being really slow advancing right now. Hasn't really moved up the formation yet. You gotta be moving up in tandem with the rest of your forces early, that way you're not taking too long to get up to your points that you want to hold. Otherwise your opponent's going to get a ton of early easy ground on you, which can be a little rough. Spider Hatchling summon, chasing back the Pistoliers, helping secure the number 2 objective here. 1 in the 2 secured for the Mean Green Fighting Machine. Goblin Spears and Snagla and the Night Goblin Warboss look to be heading up to the number 3 for now. Do end up diverting. Goblin Wolf Riders moving up the field. More Empire Knights. Oh, just one of the Empire Knights being peeled off from the main formation. Oh, Pistolier's going to eat a nasty charge here. Although the Wolf Riders do kind of bounce off of these dudes. Pistoliers, I mean, they don't have great stats, but, I mean, it's, you know, not too far off from the Goblin Wolf Riders, who theoretically are an actual melee cav. They're not a great unit. They only cost, I think they cost 300 gold exactly. And for that price, they can definitely be pretty disruptive. They could kill a Hochland long rifle if they were actually able to get in on them. Wolf Riders get a really good charge right up into the front of the Pistoliers, but they are going to break here in just a second. Their leadership is just so bad. Only 44 base leadership. Getting shot in the side and taking all this damage, definitely a little too much for those guys. But helping screen the Pistoliers back a little bit, allowing their Greenskins to get up on this number 3 objective, and Empire Knights charging directly into Spears. Not really what they want to be doing. Bracing, obviously, is available for the regular little gobos nowadays. Used to not be the case. They didn't have any kind of bonus or anything, but a few patches ago, when the new Goblin Sword unit got added, they got the anti-large attacks, and they got their charge defense and charge reflection, so a little bit harder to break down for heavy cavalry, who were, once upon a time, one of your best options for clearing out goblins without having really any problems. Really nice fermented fungi. Bringing Boris Todbringer onto the ground. Oh my god. And another one being layered in over the top, or what was that? Maybe that was just the effect wearing off. But Snagla and the War Boss do get in on Boris Todbringer, but a really nice burning head coming down. Does kind of rotate out of the spears, unfortunately. Not nearly as much damage as you would like to see there. Good burning heads are kind of an art form. It's one of the reasons Anticity is one of the highest level players in the community right now. It's because he's so good at getting good casts off of it. Throwing it out this way so that it's going through the meat of your opponent's army is also a pretty good idea, just because burning head's very wobbly. It's very random in its movement patterns. It can roast out multiple units, and it lasts for a long time, so maybe you get lucky if you cast it in the other direction, even if you don't actually really nail the spears. Big win for the Greenskins. Boris gets absolutely hammered here by Snagla and the War Boss, who, respectively, yeah, about 600 and 500 value. The Broken Tusk mob got in there, did some good work. Empire Knights and those spears desperately tried to save their lord here, and Boris gets shattered, actually, which is just devastating, dude. Losing your 2,000 plus gold lord in the opening stages of the game, definitely not a position you want to be in. Burning Head going down, getting a little damage in here. Again, though, not getting great rotations on it up to this point. Throwing it right down the line there. That's your best bet at this stage. I mean, you are in a big hole now, losing Boris like that. You've got to play very carefully into the Greenskins. For that very reason, they've got so many snares and rampages that they can throw out on really cheap Lord options. Snagla's a little expensive, but the Night Goblin War Boss is very cheap, and just throwing it down on the Bright Wizard now, who's also going to be hammered, I would imagine. Pretty caught up by the Boar Cav as well. The Broken Tusk mob honestly should stay in here and just try to provide mass to keep the Bright Wizard on the ground. I don't think Lonely Walrus has spotted this catch for the Greenskins. Not really reacting to it right now. The Rampage did wear off, but this guy's still sitting in here on the ground, like actually fighting in here. When you get Rampage, your unit gets attack orders onto the nearest target. When the Rampages wear off, you do have to give them orders to run away. They won't do it on their own, because they think they're supposed to be fighting still. Hochland Long Rifles getting absolutely flattened here. Broken Tusk Mob with 1,000 value. They are going to get a decent amount here. They should be able to kill a handful of these Hochlands before they go down to the spears, and they do get the Wah going down, getting that huge melee attack buff, and a good bit of extra weapon strength here. So they're just going to be bashing on everybody right now. They're looking super angry, have some really cool colors, you know. I got the nice orange and white splotchy patterns going. Orc Air Boys teeing off from range. And the Empire looks to be in shambles right now. The State Trooper lines have been pushed back. pretty much enforce. There's not really any one area where the Empire is dominating right now. They do have Empire Knights out here on the #1 objective. There are the Swamp Things and Orc Warboy Biggins looking to rally over here and try to keep them in check. Definitely need to be given an attack order. They do get it going in here. Going to be collapsing onto the Empire Knights. Lonely Walrus is paying attention over here, trying to pull these guys out. Some Free Company Militia going to provide some fire support as long as they move around the flank. Not going to be lasting long enough, though. And the Greenskins are going to be taking this one home. Oh, Orc Boar Chariots out here. You don't see them too often. They're a cool unit, though. They can work in some matchups where the AP is really nice. And I actually got almost 700 value, which is pretty impressive. Nothing too fancy for Jaden. Just a nice wide line, throwing the bodies in there, scrapping out some good value. The bows were very healthy at the end there. Good snipes with the War Boss and Snagla. I mean, killing both of these characters for the Empire, kind of one of the win conditions when you're going to be going for these snare builds. And it just worked to perfection. I mean, Walrus overextended the characters, wasn't very careful about the positioning relative to the War Boss and Snagla, and the second they got rampaged onto the ground, it was pretty much game blouses for them. There's just not a whole lot that they can do. Sweet. Alright, we got one, we got some stragglers in round 1. People are just kind of going their speed. Lost my lord, lost my head. Don't worry about it, Crab. You'll get there, man. It's just beginner stuff. Jaden's been playing the Greenskins for a while, and is very, like, geared up for Empire builds like that at this point. Every time we do a new player tournament, I try to emphasize this point, and it is really important to keep in mind. It's not that you're bad at the game. I promise you're not bad at the game. It is that you don't necessarily understand some of the ins and outs and game building mechanics that domination mode like requires. You know, like you've probably watched other people play in tournaments and you have a pretty good idea of what you're bringing, but you may not know how to execute that, and that makes all the difference in the world, and that's where practice and time comes in. That's why we host the new player tournaments. So this is your environment to get all of the nerves and all the early sweats out. That way you can like lock in and figure out what you're doing. By the time you figure that out, you'll be able to beat anybody. Promise. It can be a little discouraging starting out, but if you stick with it, it's pretty straightforward, and it only takes like a month, I would say, to just get it all under your belt. And a month might sound like a lot, but if you play a whole bunch in that time, you'll get it even quicker. I say a month because that's really just, if you play in the new player tournaments and that's it, then, you know, you're getting, like, you know, 16 or so matches in that time. You really don't have to play that many matches to really figure things out. To be an expert at the game, it does take time. But just to get the basics down and to be able to scrap against the vast majority of people, probably like 20-30 matches is all you're really looking at to have like a really solid idea of how the game mechanics operate. Lord moving up for the Dwarves, Bolt Thrower, lots of Dowie Warriors, and a big Ranger and Miner Vanguard, which I honestly do like for the Dwarves. I think it works pretty well in a lot of matchups, because you actually get some objectives early and don't immediately fall behind as the Dwarves. And you can force early aggressive dives out from your opponent if they get a little too antsy, which I think is kind of what's going on here with Mini. You know, the Rangers just now getting revealed, and they get a big volley off in the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. Throwing axes do outrange miners, although these miners don't have the blasting charges, I've just realized. So, getting a little greedy maybe. Archaon does get up in the back line here, and he's dropping a beautiful Searing Doom. Should be hitting all of the units here. Searing Doom just has such a wide strike area when it's overcast. Gets some nice damage on the Rangers. A little bit of poke on the Miners. Soul of Damnation also chipping away big shots into that Ranger unit there. And a Terror Route going down from Archaon on both those guys. Archaon's such a beast, dude. This isn't his best matchup, sure. Dower pretty good at shooting down combat characters like this, but there's no Thunderers or anything. Bolt Thrower is going to be doing a lot of the work against Archaon. We do have one Thunderer trotting out here now. Little bit of Ranger fire, looking to maybe consolidate and open up on Archie here. More shots coming down from that Soul of Damnation, though, just causing so many problems for the Rangers right now. And the Marauders get right up in the front line here, and they will beat a Miner. Despite Miners having good armor and AP values, their stats are just terrible compared to a Marauder. 18 melee defense, 20 melee attack. These guys have 32 melee attack and 28 melee defense. Miners have a tendency to kind of get outmuscled by the vast majority of chaff units. Gyrocopters with Brimstone guns getting some good shots off on the Hellstriders, but Knights of Immolation move right out of these spawns. And going to be getting a really good engagement here. Gyrocopters are very squishy in melee. They have to get out of here, man. Lazuka got to keep these guys moving right now so that they don't get killed here. Need to rally back to the support of the Thunderers. Lazuka's doing a pretty good job of stuffing the Hellstriders right now. He's got some summons out here to get in the path of them so the Thunderers are able to stay online here. Beautiful overlapping flamethrower shots from that Gyrocopter. Flamethrowers do actually cleave through multiple models of light cavalry like this. So the way that they're piling in the damage against these Hellstriders is kind of beautiful right now. Just absolutely mulching through their HP and their leadership right now. But the Knights of Immolation turn their attention to this other Gyro. Gonna be able to get a really good engage here. Peeling out with them and trying to get them safe while this Gyrocopters rallies to the middle to help out against the Marauder Corps would be really nice right now. Lazuka is very much on the back foot, unfortunately. Wow. Oh, and Archaon killed the Lord back here. Oh, wow, dude. Archaon just doesn't care. There's just nothing that can punish him right now. The Bolt Thrower is doing its best, but him being so blobbed up on infantry, it's actually making it very hard to counterfire against him. He is a pretty small model. Usually he's not really going to find too many opportunities to snipe the Dowie characters, but going with a really cheap Lord and him constantly terror routing all the Dwarf Warriors means that Archaon's just been able to have his choice of engagements and be able to move around the battlefield when and where he pleases, man. Wow, and rallying Hellstriders and the Knights of Immolation shut down the Thunderer. This is really beautiful pressure from Mini. Now we do have the Dowie going, making a big break for the number 3 objective with a ton of their Dowie Warriors. They may be able to consolidate over there pretty nicely. Another really nice Searing Doom coming down from Archaon. You can see how quickly it does damage. Despite the spell resistance for the Dwarves, bunched up units like this, and the low HP that Rangers have, only 5,400 on 80 models, does leave them pretty vulnerable to getting killed by spells of that type. And Searing Doom, we've still have yet to see all of them. I mean, it costs 10 WOM. Overcast, you can get 10 of them out in a game. Getting like 150 value or so out of each of them, you know, you're talking about like 1,500 value just from spells. And against the Dowie, that's pretty exceptional. That's not something that you get from a lot of characters. And then Archie's, you know, a beast in melee combat, and we get a big break on the Rangers again. We get a Searing Torrent, and I think the Knights of Immolation could be able to kill everything here, but they do spot some rallying Gyros. Lazuka desperately trying to get these guys out onto the flank, where they can help shoot down the Demon Spew and clean up some of the Marauders out here. Not having a lot of success, though. Knights of Immolation do make contact with them. Gonna kill them really quickly here. 1,700 on these Doom Knights is pretty nice. They are very expensive. That's about how much they cost, if I'm not mistaken. They're like 1650 or 1700 or somewhere in that ballpark. So getting their value back already. They got lots of uses of Searing Torrent left, and they'll get a really nice engage against these Rangers in a moment here. Thunder is still trotting up, looking to try and shoot Archeon, but they really should take what's in front of them right now and hit these Knights of Immolation, because Rangers don't have good AP. Thunderers, obviously, being a gun unit, they have excellent AP damage, but just trundling about, and the Knights of Immolation, many being a little bit more aware of the battlefield right now. Just diving in here and disrupting the gun units. Dowie numbers, though, starting to overwhelm the points, and here's the thing, right? Here's what's going on. The Soul of Damnation has good value. Archeon has good value. The Knights of Immolation have good value. But guess what's not doing so well? It's the infantry. The infantry is really struggling here. Because even though Marauders do beat up on miners, they lose to Dowie Warriors, and there were just a ton of Dowie Warriors in that opener, dude. And there's still a bunch more to go here for Lazuka. I will say, there are some aspiring champions out on the field now, and they will beat the Slayers. They'll help beat miners. And they don't take a lot of damage because of their high armor and their silver shield. It makes it very hard to break them down with ranged tools, but that's not really available for the dwarves anymore. And even though Chaos is behind on the points, they do still have the value lead. And if Tommy unsummons the Soul of Damnation and gets out just a nice, like, Marauder wall right now, you can go for this back point. You can go, maybe not for the middle. Probably push the number 1 and the number 3. And what you want to do is you just get up on these points, get your caps, and try to stem the bleeding for a little bit. And then you've got your value lead. You'll have plenty of time to play for whatever objective the Dowie you're trying to bunker on. Because they don't really have the tools to bunker up anymore. They've lost most of their shooting. They've got this very beat-up Bolt Thrower back here. They've got the Iron Drakes, and that's about it. And the Knights of Immolation are still active. They've got 18 models. They're a pretty high leadership unit. If they get out here on the edge of the map and just replenish their shields for a moment before re-engaging, they could come back in, survive a volley, and get a key attack off on maybe these Iron Drakes, or to finish the Bolt Thrower, which is finishing up Archeon. Archeon's getting really low, and look at the Dowie Lord. You know, they sent his replacement up to the front line. You know, they've got him by the barrel load in the back somewhere. He's running out here looking to try and get some damage going. And keep the Dowie in a winning position. Lazuka has been doing a great job stuffing the objectives, man. Just going pell-mell for it. And these Hellstriders have probably been the biggest point sink for many. They really haven't been doing all that well. They just don't have the damage output against the Dwarves. You know, they're an anti-large unit after all. They are good for disruption, but trying to rely on them the same way as you might in other matchups for the Warriors of Chaos is really not what you want to go with here. I'm a pretty firm believer that against the Dwarves, you actually really don't want that much mobility. Because your mobility oftentimes is just going to get dragged down by Slayers or by weight of fire and numbers from the Dwarves. And if you bring just more infantry and just consign yourself to an attrition fight against the Dwarves, even if you don't get like a huge win in the early game against the Dowie front line, your infantry are way faster. They will be able to get to the points quicker and replace losses better than the Dowie ever could. The value's really evened out here. Many had almost a 2,000 gold value lead for a bit there, but that's narrowed down to about 1,300. Or not even. About 1,200, in fact. And the Dowie are taking back the number 3, man. The Aspiring Champions kind of got pulled off this point. They got 1,100 value. They got their cost back. These Aspiring Champions getting shot up a little bit by some Rangers. Again, their shields are going to protect them pretty nicely, but they're really worn out. They're tired. They're losing armor because of that. They're much slower, leadership is faltering, melee attack is basically next to nothing at this point. The Knights of Immolation do lock down the Bolt Thrower now. The Bolt Thrower got 1,500 value, almost all of that is tied up in Archeon. Archeon, he only got 1,800. He didn't even end up paying for himself. As good as he was doing in the early game, he's leaving a lot on the table here at the end. Sold is trying to open up on the miners. Not really the best target for it right now. It is also obstructed by its own units. Miners, really what I would be trying to do with the Soul of Damnation right now, try to reposition it away from this Dowie Lord. Honestly, the Dowie Lord should just hard commit to trying to attack the artillery piece. There's nothing to hold him back there. You either have to send Archaon in, or you just have to avoid the Dowie character. Swamp him in something. The Soul of Damnation came over here and got a couple shots off on these Iron Drakes. That would be pretty nice for the late game. Iron Drakes actually do a lot of multi-purpose damage. They're good against infantry as well as anti-large. Obviously, they're more tooled up for shooting something like the Rotting Riders. But if they have to shoot infantry, they do have decent explosive damage. You know, lots of AP on it. Which means that against high-value infantry pieces, they can typically help clear them out. Maybe not the easiest thing in the world for them to do, but certainly not too insurmountable. Rotting Riders flattening the Rangers out here on the flank. Looking to scream up through the back line, and Iron Drakes need to turn now to get shots off here. Very nicely done. Rotating, looking to get the volley in. Slayer's a little out of position to help the Iron Drakes right now. Nothing to really save these guys, and they still haven't fired. There we go. Beautiful volley. Look how much damage they do, man. They didn't kill any models, though. They are going to go down here. Wow, and the Soul of Damnation actually did get a really good shot in there. So, Tommy and I are just on the same wavelength, apparently. Gets a really good shot early, and then the Rotting Riders run in. Really flatten these guys. Kind of unengaging against them, but the next shot comes in, gets a little damage, lowers their leadership, they get terror routed, they'll be inactive for a few more minutes, and the Rotting Riders going right for the Rangers. Drop one model, but they should be fine. They can sit in here and grind against those guys. You're wearing, you're not using the charge bonus quite as well as you could be by disengaging so early. You're leaving yourself up to more missile fire. That is going to be game. Oh my god, did the Dowie win that on points? Oh no, I wasn't actually paying attention. I was tracking the progress of the Rotting Riders a little too much in the back line there. They were on a merry little gallivant around the entire army. Pretty good value on the Warriors of Chaos units for the most part. It really was, I think it really is just having too much mobility, too many cavalry, truth be told. You got like 2 in the back pocket here, you got all these Hellstriders throwing axes and stuff. Really all you need is like 2 Marauder Horsemen to shoot Slayers and Doomseekers. And then you can just commit to bringing, honestly, some Chaos Warrior Great Weapons would be pretty good against the Dwarves. There's not a lot of matchups where the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons can work. This is one of them where they actually end up being pretty dominant in terms of the damage that they can throw down. And they just have a ton of armor that the Dowie Rangers do tend to struggle with. Alright, let's get some more replays. Got a ton of replays coming in. Thank you, folks. Any problems? Cool. Nah, it looks like everything's sorted now. The early yips are out of the way. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Dowie getting up on points early, like, Lazuka was value traded really poorly early on, but the fact that he got up on the objectives quick and had numbers there, and it took so long to get them off, kind of won them the game because, you know, they suck at recontesting, but if they take ground early and they can just get more bodies into the strong points, there's not a lot you can do to move the dwarves. They are very, very stalwart in that regard. So that was a really well executed Dowie Tide. Yeah, exactly. Taking the beating like a champion. Oh, you gotta love the Dowie. They're proud people, right? It is a little silly, though, that their best tactic right now is, like, basically World War II Russia, or the USSR. Just, like, throwing wave after wave of folks into a meat grinder to try and win games. It's not really how they work in lore, but, you know, whatever. It's fun to watch, at the very least. Kislev into Khorne. This is a really hard matchup for Kislev. It's pretty brutal, in fact. Khorne just has so many good, aggressive tools that shut down the majority of the Kislev roster, truth be told. Suga does have the right idea of how to go about the... how to go about this matchup, though. Oh my god. You want to go with, like, mobility. I don't know if bringing the Warbear Riders is a good idea. Warbear Riders are just kind of bad right now. I really wish it weren't so, but they kind of are. They just don't hit hard enough, in my opinion. They pile into combat a little funky. Their weapon strength is great, but nothing too overwhelming. The Patriarch heals are going to be pretty important here. We do have Tor's Battle Hymn, Salyak's Lullaby, and Ursen's Roar going. Okay, this build might be able to just bulldoze over all the warriors here. I would go for these Marauders, actually, though, first. Because you'll easily be able to flatten those guys with your Griffin Legion. And then you can kind of move up on the #1 objective over here. And what you want to do is just avoid this portion of the army. Don't engage this at all. You'll get trapped up on the Bloodwake Berserkers and the Warriors. Cultists and Valkia will be able to pick off isolated models of your ranged pieces. And it'll start to get a little out of hand if you're not careful. Throwing Axe is taking down some of the Griffin Legion here. Oh, but they stop running, and the Griffin Legion closed the gap enough to get their charge speed going, and they're actually almost as quick as Skirmish Cav when their charge animations are procced. So you can see them keeping up with these guys, actually. And in fact, closing the gap and taking down individual models as they come. Really good stuff for Suga. Just staying after those guys actually catches them finally. Really pummeling them. Chaos Warriors eat a huge charge. Griffin Legion doing pretty well, but the Bloodwake Berserkers are right here, and they're going to drag down a lot of the Griffin Legion that are stuck up in here. These guys, probably the scariest unit that Khorne has access to. They are counterable, but they take a lot to kill, no matter what you're trying to do against them. And if they engage in melee and they're not getting shot at by ranged tools, it's almost impossible for these guys to not get their value back. They cost 1750, and they just wail on everything, pretty much everything in melee combat. I'm trying to think of anything that can beat a Wrathmonger in a one-on-one. I honestly can't think of anything. I'd honestly be interested to test that out. Just like pure isolated 1v1s against everything in the game and see what can beat a Bloodwake Berserker. Fleshhounds fighting the Griffin Legion in a 1v1, which is not really where the Fleshhounds want to be right now, especially taking missile fire from the flank. The Hounds are a good unit. They could get their value back by fighting the Griffin Legion, but the problem is that their leadership starts to crumble. And then they just die. They've only got 60 leadership. That's probably the biggest thing that I see people like do mistakes-wise whenever they're using Fleshhounds. They use them too aggressively. Fleshhounds are not a unit that you dive with, believe it or not. They're actually like mobile mass support. They're there to countercharge things and catch them up and make it very hard to disengage. When they're diving alone like this, they're just gonna die. They can't do it unsupported. Griffin Legion running up into the fight here. You do get a Solyax, so like really good stacking heals, but there is a lot of fire damage mitigating the healing. It lowers the amount that you get received by half, which is a pretty important change for from the transition from Warhammer 2 to 3. And it definitely helps a lot of the factions that have access to fire damage in matchups against factions that have a lot of healing. Kislev's definitely one of the better healing factions. Solyax is just so cheap and cost-effective, and it's just a big AoE heal, man. I mean, and it stacks on literally whatever is in the radius. There's no limit on the number of units that it can hit. Earthblood has a limit of 4 units that it can heal. Solyax has no such restriction at all, and it's actually as strong, or a little bit better than a overcasted Earthblood. Maybe not with all of the lore passives added in that Lore of Life gives, but just on the actual effect itself. It's limited to 3 uses, but you can always unsummon the Patriarch and get them back in. Really nice Sloupnir from Valkia. She's just a beast. She's such a good character. She does a bunch of damage. She's very good at supporting flank fights, and she's actually better, not necessarily at diving onto stuff like the Griffin Legion, per se. She's really good for flying in and supporting her Marauders. Because she's got solid melee defense. She can fight against a lot of infantry without taking a lot of damage. And she can kind of clear through Streltsy, drop Sloupnirs, blob stuff up, and give her warriors time to get in. She does get found by the Snow Leopard, though. Valkia takes a volley to the face from the Streltsy on the edge of the formation here. These guys got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. They just shot down one of the most badass characters in the whole setting. Khorne's leadership is going to start to really falter here. Khorne is terrible without their lords. They just don't have the means to survive without them. The Bloodwake Berserkers are actually getting pummeled pretty badly. They've lost a lot more health than I was initially imagining. There's 20 models left, and they do blow up as they die, and they actually do a lot of damage with the explosion radius on them. It's 8 armor-piercing damage for 2 seconds in a 4-meter radius, so they can actually hit quite a few models. 4 meters is a lot wider than you would expect. Like, when they blow up here, they're probably, like, hitting 2 or 3 of the Griffin Legion. It really stacks up, and it helps them pay for themselves. They've already gotten 2,300 value. They're basically unbreakable with 95 base leadership, so they're going to be holding here for a little bit longer, and a beautiful Relentless Rage going down. That's exactly the kind of scenario that you want to use Relentless Rage in, where your opponent's, like, committed to trying to kill a unit. They've got a decent number of models. And they've got the just the head-up engagement. They're really outmuscling Kislev right here currently. Number 1 objective being dominated right now. Warbear Riders getting pushed back, taking a ton of damage. Only gotten 300 value. This is why I don't like Warbear Riders. They just don't do anything. Griffin Legion are the only mobility that you want as Kislev, basically. Griffin Legion are absolutely insane. They do as good, if not better, cost efficiency-wise, against large targets as the Warbear Riders do. One day they'll buff Warbear Riders again. And then they might be usable. Beautiful fire going down on the Bloodwake Berserkers, and these guys actually, their leadership does break. You can see them dropping models pretty quickly now. They will rally. Like I said, 95 leadership, a little bit hard to finish them for good. Taking another volley, a couple more models dropping. Streltsy posting up. Really good angle of fire onto the flank of the Khorngors here, who are just going to get absolutely hammered. Very good damage going down. I like Khorngors in some matchups. I don't think that people should rely on them as much as they do. I think it's good to mix like 1 or 2 in against some factions. And I do think Kislev is a good matchup for them. But honestly, the unit that I would much prefer to see Khorne bring out right now, infantry-wise, would be an Exalted Bloodletter. Exalted Bloodletters are still par excellence at killing any armored infantry in the game. And they can even trade well into Kislev's cavalry, because Exalted Bloodletters have a really high charge bonus with good weapon strength and AP. If cavalry are charging down an Exalted Bloodletter, it may seem counterintuitive, but if you actually give them a charge order onto the cavalry piece, you can take the engagement and actually do a lot of damage. You won't win it, but in a pinch, you can at the very least trade semi-effectively. Bloodwake Berserkers, the last 7 of these guys, rallying to the top objective here, 2600 value. Trying to take down a few of the things in the woods. Very good unit against armored infantry. Looking a little bit isolated, though. It's going to be very hard for them to survive much longer, because the Chaos Warriors kind of getting up into a position to really hammer them down. This Chaos Warrior got 1000 value also, which is very impressive. They just do so much damage, and look at that, dude. Look at that. Piston bringing out the Exalted Bloodletters right as I'm talking about them. They're amazing in this matchup. They shred everything. And they're really quick, too. I mean, they close the gap on infantry pretty fast. 38 foot speed, they can catch all of the Kislev armored infantry. Zargard, Streltsy, they can even catch Kossars. Kossars only have, like, 35 foot speed, give or take. So the Exalted Bloodletter's speed gives them a huge edge, because they can just close the gap before the Kislevites are able to really deal with them oftentimes. Because theoretically, you want to bring them out once you've got enough, like, either dive tools to engage the missiles early, if you're going to go for, like, one big push, or the battle is so chaotic like it is now, that they're able to just, like, run up on an objective. They can, like, clean up any units that are on it, and then they can, like, go and maneuver around and deal with some of the other threats that might be on the battlefield. Bloodwake Berserkers chilling, just being buds, you know. They're just cool guys. I got these sick ass helmets, man. They look so cool. Like this one looks like, you know, like a big buffalo ant. It's got some mandibles on the front of it. Really fun stuff. Zargard great weapons getting absolutely manhandled on the high ground right now. These cultists, one of them is dead, but the other is still alive, and it's been doing some pretty good damage. There are no slouches in melee combat. You know, they don't have Icon of Endless War, so their stats are pretty heavily debuffed, but just having the gate and being able to maneuver around and take fights against more expensive characters and still do good damage to them means that they oftentimes not only value trade the 900 that they cost, but then they drop Bloodletters behind the back line, which then get like 300 or 400 more, and they're just uber cost effective for that very reason. They soak up a lot of damage from missile fire with their shields and armor as well. Gonna be routing here, but Valkia is back out on the field, looking to kill the Patriarch here, which will lose Kislev some leadership here. There is an encouragement effect going down. There's also the Balalaika on this guy. As he runs out of combat, the Kislev forces will be a little bit less effective in combat as their stats get debuffed. Trying to hold the high ground is Khorne. Not really all that important because they're stealing the number 3 objective away. Kislev moved a lot of their forces off of that point, trying to hang on to it, and it's just been so close this game. Piston theoretically has a 4,000 gold value lead. I would say it's probably only about 1,000. You gotta remember there were a bunch of Solyak's lullabies going down early in the game here, which did keep a lot of the Griffin Legion and the Warbear Riders and the Boyar and the Patriarch healed up early. This is not what Valkia needs to be doing right now. She should just stand her ground and beat the Snow Leopard. So the thing about Valkia, the thing that I see people make the most mistakes with her doing, One, they take fights against characters that are way too strong for her. Valkia is a hit-and-run character. She is not intended to just fly down and pummel big, scary monsters and characters. She flies in, pops Demon Shield, gets a few swings in, and then you need peel elements or just clean lines of escape to get out. Another thing I see people do is try to run away from the wrong stuff. You should not be running away from a Snow Leopard. Snow Leopards are anti-large characters, or anti-large fighters, I guess. Their melee attack is respectable at 43, but Valkia has 55 melee defense. She is very good at killing Snow Leopards. It's honestly one of her best targets in this matchup, in fact. She can stand her ground and beat this thing into the dirt. Just wrestle it to death, man. She doesn't even need her spear to kill them. I fully believe Valkia could, like, 1v1, you know, the whole who would win 100 dudes versus one gorilla? Valkia would solo the gorilla with her bare hands. She wouldn't even need armor. That's how tough she is. Same thing with the Snow Leopards. They're not nearly as intimidating as a gorilla, in my opinion. They look cool, they're magic and whatnot, but if Valkia just flies in and attacks these things, she shreds them pretty fast. That's from personal experience, too. I can very much attest to her skills at dealing with them. And she takes a lot of damage as she's retreating, because she's very slow on the ground. Valkia has 95 movement speed, yes, but that's when she's flying, not when she's landed. When Valkia is running around on the ground, she's got closer to regular foot character speed of like 40 or so, which is pretty slow. She's not running away from anything. That's why you need Fleshhounds and Furies and other mass units like Peel for her. They come in and they charge in. They take the engagement at that point, and then Valkia gets back up in the air and she can either cycle charge back into that same fight or go and facilitate a dive elsewhere. She is not a pure combat character. She's a facilitator. She's very good at supporting. Exalted Bloodletters fighting the Armored Kossars, they're pretty fine. They haven't taken a lot of damage. With the Fleshhound support, they should be able to easily hang on to this objective, and clear through both of these armored Kislev infantry units, which will be really ugly for Piston. Piston did muscle back the number 3, but these Minotaurs came over. They've been fighting the Griffin Legion and the Things in the Woods, and getting some pretty respectable value for the 2v1. They don't trade up, but they do trade even, which is pretty nice for Khorne in its own right. Valkia is hovering above. She should probably just get away from here. She doesn't really need to be hanging out over there. Colt is trotting out. Piston does have the triple cap advantage right now. It's just pouring some reinforcements up on the number 1 objective and bringing the character up to go to the number 2. It's kind of sneaky because it's diverting Kislev like reinforcements away from trying to cap this last point. And yeah, Suga, I think, losing track a little bit of the cap situation. I've certainly do plenty times in my own matches. The more time and the more you practice, you should always check the ticket bar every like 2 minutes or so. Just like flick your eyes up there, see what's going on, and do a little bit of mental arithmetic to know how much time you have to work with. Horsemen getting in on the Streltsy. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are amazing in melee combat. Arguably a better melee cavalry unit than they are skirmisher. They're pretty squishy at range. They're very short range as well. Their axes do hit like a truck though, but they're a little inaccurate. They're just super multi-dimensional though. You can see them just throwing their axes in melee combat and massacring a few Streltsy that remain there. And Exalted Bloodletters just anchored this point with some Marauder and Fleshhound support, and that's going to be dubbed for Piston here. But I will say, Suga did a really good job of scrapping in this game. The only thing I would change, is get rid of this Warbear Rider, and what do you bring instead? Let's go to the drawing board for a sec. Yeah, we had a Boyar. What ability? What? Hold on. Let me check what items and stuff he had. Okay. Oh, just stand your ground. And Blood of the Motherland. Okay, so you are going for a buff build. Okay, there's actually two things that would change. Frost Maiden should not have this spell kit. It's not good against Khorne. Bring yourself a Blizzard, dude. Against factions that want to bring expensive armored stuff, you should always bring the Ice Witch with the Blizzard. It does a ton of damage overcast. You don't get a lot of uses of it, but the thing about it is that it's so powerful and so damaging, it's almost a guaranteed kill on armored infantry. And even though Khorne has spell resistance, it's not enough to be able to last through it. And these maidens are cheap, too. She will easily double her value, even if you don't get great blizzards. And if you get, like, 2 good blizzards off with this character, you can get, like, 2,400 value easy. It is scary how strong this spell is. I don't see people respect it enough, honestly. You could also do Hawks of Miska and try to break Khorne's leadership. I wouldn't really recommend it because there's a lot of armor, of course. It's really only good against demons anyways. And Khorne Mortals are actually a little bit more effective against Kislev in my experience. So, if you go with Blizzard, you can counter the Chaos Warriors. You can also hammer, like, blobbed up Marauders. It doesn't do good damage to the Bloodwake Berserkers, but that's about it. And honestly, all of your spells are kind of bad against those guys. Kislev doesn't really have anything that can punish the Bloodwake Berserkers to begin with. So you really just want to avoid the Bloodwakes until you killed the rest of the army. Then you can worry about them. So Boyar, and we'll get that and this, and get him... I think he was on the Warbear. I don't 100% remember. We'll build him like this for now. This guy was on the horse, though, for sure. Urson, Solyax, Tors, and the Balalaika. Pretty expensive, honestly. At the very least, I would cut Urson's. It's just too situational. It does not last long. I mean, 9 seconds is pathetic. It needs to have a 20-second duration for it to be worth it. The duration on Urson's is so short that you can't even use it to, like, combine with Glorious Charge, because Glorious Charge doubles the charge bonus duration. So by the time Urson's Roar is wearing out, Glorious Charge still has another, like, 9 seconds to go. Which is kind of silly, right? Like, it just doesn't synergize with the roster. It makes no sense. You just bring 3 of these guys. Honestly, just bring Horse Archers, dude. Horse Archers can poke down Khorne's Skirmish Cavalry. And also poke the Bloodwake Berserkers. They won't do a ton of damage to the Bloodwakes, but they'll help wear them out in the early game. Before you bring something in the late game that can, like, really finish them off. I like the Streltsy, I like the Zargard Great Weapons. Little Grom can be really good in this matchup. It is an investment, though. So maybe you don't want to go with that for what you're trying to do here. You don't need that many Streltsy. A couple Kislevite Warriors, not a bad idea. Maybe 1 Ice Guard with the swords. Because these ladies are pretty good against the demons. And Exalted Bloodletters are probably one of the few demonic units you'll see other than Furies and Fleshhounds. And they can also, of course, contribute pretty well against those guys. And they got good combat stats. They can hold their own. So, something like this would actually, I think, work against Khorne. You can kill the Armored Infantry with Blizzard. You've got a little bit more removal for Armored Infantry with the Zargard Great Weapons in the late game. You got some Halberds who can, like, go and hold objectives and force your opponent to send Furies out, which you can then counter with the Things in the Woods or Griffin Legion. Streltsy are just really good poke against Minotaurs. They can also shoot the Bloodwake Berserkers. You got the Ice Guard, who can kill the Exalted Bloodletters pretty quickly. Especially with their missiles, that's really where you want to get the value. They've also got slows, which Khorne absolutely hates. Khorne hates getting slowed down in any capacity, and Frostbite is a 30% debuff. Snow Leopards, I don't know about the Snow Leopards personally in this matchup. Valkia beats them, Skulltaker beats them, like, all of the good Khorne Lords beat Snow Leopards anyways. I guess they can work if you're really good with your micro on them, but I think they're a little bit risky for how squishy they are into one of the most aggressive melee factions in the game. It's like really the only thing that I'm not super sold on. Well, we're missing somebody. Alpha Viki. Cool. Just doing some oh. I think they did find their opponent. Well, never mind, whatever. I messaged that person. It'll be okay though. Yeah, the War Sleds could work as well. Legatus used to be a Lizardman player, Broccoli. You're not entirely wrong. Legatus has swapped over to Norska as their main, mostly. Yeah, capture kitties are cool, man. I wish they were a little bit stronger. 3,000 HP is just kind of soft. That's my only worry with them. Gone are the days where Kislev could just infinitely spam them out onto the field and just take all their opponent's objectives away from them. Alright, cool. So, we don't have anybody missing. War Sleds can work, like Pizu was talking about in chat. They're pretty tough. They hit pretty hard. They used to be the meta against Khorne, in fact. They did get nerfed a while back. They're a little bit less strong. They lost a bunch of mass, which is the big issue, and they're pretty slow. They can get trapped up nowadays and killed, so you gotta be careful of that. But Khorne doesn't have any real snares to stop these things, and they get healed by Solyax really nicely. And so if you bring them and can keep them alive for the majority of a game, they'll easily get you their 1450, probably get you up into like 24, 2500 without too many issues. But, you know, I just suggested the Horse Archers because I'm a big fan of them, and it feels like what Suga was going for was a little bit more of like an execution, like, dependent cavalryist type of style. Got some more Kislev we can get into. God of the Noobs, Havren versus God of the Noobs, and we got a Loremaster of Hoeth, we got a Lightcaster, Moondragon, A lot of infantry, but against Kislev, that's not the worst thing in the world. You don't really need a bunch of infantry. You got Lotherns, who are the most important thing. Do we want to watch that one? What other games do we have going on here? Norsk accounts. Ooh. You know what? Let's see if Jaden can take down Slaanesh here. Pavane is not banned for this tournament. I would recommend that it do get banned. It's just a silly spell, unfortunately. It would be really nice if it were balanced. It's just horribly broken, and Slaanesh is already horribly broken enough as it is. But we'll get in here. We'll see if the Greenskin Savage Orcs are able to take Slaanesh down to size. They're very good anti-large fighters. They will struggle against the armor here, though. There's 3 Chaos Warriors. There's 2 Forsaken. And the Javelins do have magic damage, which is another big issue for these poor big orc, or the poor orc biggins, because they're very reliant on that 25% Physres for their defenses. That's just going to get completely circumvented by these horsemen. Horsemen should just skirmish and stay safe early. No reason to overextend them. Trying to scrap against Goblin Wolf Riders. Goblin Wolf Riders are a little bit of a trap to skirmish into. They don't do a lot of damage except to lightly armored units, and your horsemen are 625 gold to the 400 here. These guys do have slightly better range than the Chaos Skirmishers, so what you would really want to do, in my opinion, is just get away from here. And use your Forsaken to kind of screen the Wolf Riders away. Because Forsaken, really good at killing bottles on Skirmish Cav. They can absolutely ice them. Beautiful Pavane goes down. Witstealer's sword gets procced. And the Savage Orc Great Shaman is probably going to die here. That's just Slaanesh in a nutshell, man. They get one good fight and they just kill your lord immediately. Brutal loss for for Jaden. Radio Magic doing a really good job of popping Pavane there and getting a pretty decisive engagement, but doesn't just push through with Nakari to try and chase this guy off the field. I mean, Nakari's got great mass. And 100 freaking speed, dude. Nakari can just blaze through units. It's kind of goofy to watch. Dude just Naruto runs through entire armies at times. Chilling here, just kind of hanging around, looking for fights. Goblins get absolutely folded by the Forsaken. 100 kills, just a few seconds. Same on this side here. This is where those wide builds can kind of come to bite you in the ass, against Chaos specifically as the Greenskins. Because your units are pretty low leadership, there's a lot of fear available for Chaos factions. Like, they've got a lot of terror-causing units as well, and that's where the Greenskins struggle the most, is the lack of resilience on the leadership front for their units. Another beautiful Pavane goes down, and now that was a really good cast of Foot of Gork, though, I will say. Big damage on the Chaos Warriors and the Forsaken. But Nakari is going to get another good engagement against the Lord, and this time he's definitely going down. Ouch. The big stabby claws taking him down to size. 1700 on Nakari, who's going to be just rucking around, looking for opportunities to engage and, you know, tear out some stuff, maybe kill some units. Actually doesn't have the heal proc, which, you know, is fine, I guess. It's really only for destroyed units anyways. It's not super useful against mortal factions. Very hard to actually get it to the Harvester of Souls to proc in this particular matchup. Could have gotten a heal, though, off of the Lord, I guess. Chaos Warriors being annoying. This is a lot of blobbed up infantry. You don't typically want to be leaving like 2 800 gold units stacked together like this. Just using them, disengaging the Forsaken right now is what you want to do. And use them to like maybe go after these biggins right now to help Nakari out. Because Nakari does good damage to cavalry. I mean, he's just really good at cleaving through models. You can see taking a few guys down here. We get the wall going down. Nakari is taking a little bit of damage from the Orc Biggins here, but Hellstriders do get in on the flank, and we do get terror routes, and then these guys are going to break on the leadership, and they're going to get chased off. Brutal, brutal stuff. Savage Orc Biggins grinding out value, which is great and all. I don't see them carrying, though, and they haven't really even been cost-effective to begin with, though. They're still struggling to find, like, full value. The Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, a lot more stalwart, going to be very hard to break down no matter what the situation is. Just because they've got ITP, they've got Strider, they can fight anywhere and everywhere under any conditions, and they will perform the exact same way all the time. One of the most frustratingly consistent units in the game. You would think that the fuckboy faction would be, you know, a little bit less good at doing everything. You know? But, internal balance, no. We sneer at that around here. Hellstriders getting up into the Orc Boys. Chaos Warriors pretty beat up, but they do rally into the back. Chaos Warriors Slaanesh going down to the trees. Orc Boar Boys get a pretty good charge off, and they do have some support from the Savage Orc Biggins. More guys here scrapping against the Devoted Marauders, who they should beat pretty handily. This is a good fight for the Savage Orc Biggins. They want to be fighting Hellstriders or the Devoted Marauders more than anything. Fighting against Nakari, not really their cup of tea. They do have Frenzy, which gives them ITP, but their leadership is being debuffed by their Lord being dead. Once it goes below half, they're going to lose. Yeah, they do lose the ITP. They get hit by the Leadership Malice from Fear, and then they can Terror out as well. So, you know, Frenzy does come with some nice benefits early, but it does wear off, and then it leaves your units just as vulnerable as any other unit in the game for running away at an inopportune moment. Fiends moving up, they're going to massacre these little goblins. I kind of just want to see this. I think Slaanesh has it in the bag. They've just got such an early Lord Snipe. Greenskins are scrapping pretty well. They just don't really have any way to make up the gap here. Slaanesh is just so good at getting a value lead and never letting go of it. And once they really get army abilities up, it's just an absolute nightmare. Fiends are such a fun unit to look at. One of the most well-animated units in the entire game, I would say. They do these crazy, like, kick flips and wacky spins when they're charging into combat. See if we can get some here. Get some slow-mo going. This poor guy losing his arm as he's flying through the air. Having a pretty bad day. There you go. You get one of them doing their little barrel rolls into combat, you know. Just rampaging through the Greenskins lines now. These goblins just got massacred, man. Hit and run, you don't even need to worry about. You've got hit and run units, but then you've also got all the leadership and staying power you could possibly ever want with Slaanesh. They just feel like a faction from a completely different game, if I'm gonna be honest. Whoever designed them was doing them so many favors when they gave them all of these crazy abilities, like, just stacked together. There isn't a single faction with the same number of, like, passives that come with the mark. I mean, it's kind of wild. You get ITP, you get Strider, you get physical resistance, you get more speed. Pretty much everything that could possibly make you a nightmare to play into in domination mode is what Slaanesh has access to. You'd think they'd be better in land battle, but they're actually a lot worse there. Yeah, you tried. I respect it, man, but that's just kind of how Slaanesh goes. You have to play pretty perfectly to avoid the snipes. They can get up in there and just absolutely run over you. I didn't know Pavane was not banned. Don't spoil the game. RIP. Yeah, man, the cost efficiency for the greenskins just not really there. Nakari was a nightmare. 2,400 value on him. You know, he's really expensive, which is his one drawback. How fitting is it that he got 69 kills? We got another one here. What is this? It's disgusting. Slaanesh just contributing to the moral deterioration of us all. Throwing the funny number out here every single time. Unbelievable. What do we want to see next? Honestly, Tomb Kings versus Khorne it's a pretty weird matchup. This is a very build-dependent matchup. There's not a ton of build roulette in the game with domination mode. It still shows up in some matchups. This is definitely one of them. Khorne has really good units against the Tomb Kings. But also vice versa. And the thing is that a lot of those tools that are really good for each respective faction are pretty expensive ones. And you can't fit them all into one army. So there's a little bit of like a give and take as to what build you think the Khorne player is going to bring that determines what you have as the Tomb Kings.
But now we fight.
Thank you, Valkia. And vice versa for Khorne, like trying to call out what the Tomb Kings are going to be bringing. Tomb Kings do have the Horse Archers. They're almost always a good choice against Khorne. They're very good at poking back Marauder Horsemen. They've just got way superior range. Pretty decent damage output. Not the most for a bow cavalry unit, but they're reasonably quick with 76 speed. And they're super cheap, man.
We have a victory point.
475 gold. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are 675. And they do take a head-up fight into the skeletons here. The Horsemen should just collapse on this flank, and that would be a big win for the Tomb Kings, actually. Valkia moving over to help out. Gonna take her a little while to really get anything going. We do get a little bit of a blunder into combat. But yeah, you can see the leadership on the Marauder Horsemen is just kind of poor, and they do get scared and attacked in the rear, flanks exposed under missile fire. All of that pushing them off with really not that much damage having been taken. I mean, yeah, they took about half their HP, but for a lot of units, that's more than enough to be functional still. They got a lot of models left, too. Another Marauder Horseman coming out, looking to throw in here. Valkia fighting the Sphinx and Cetra at the same time. Drops Sleipnir to try and help peel some of the cavalry. I think this is going to be a pretty short game in favor of the Tomb Kings. Valkia is very good in this matchup, but she does not want to fight these big characters. It is not what she is meant to do. She's really meant to go scrap against the Chosen of the Gods and pressure them. The Bloodbake Berserkers can definitely do it, though. Marauders need to just get over here and buffer a little bit. They need to just get up in here and allow Valkia to just take this head-up fight. If they were over there, the Sphinx would be hitting a lot of the Marauders instead of Valkia. Valkia being alone means she gets hit every single time. The Sphinx is like swinging in here just about. It's got really good melee attack. It's one of the few like anti-large monsters that can hit Valkia pretty hard. Past her 55 melee defense. She got pretty lucky there, honestly, with the RNG rolls on the melee attacks. She survives through it pretty nicely. Piston, just losing all these Marauder Horsemen is so brutal. And the Fleshhounds are a good unit in this matchup for killing the cavalry. But the problem is these big monsters getting in here and attacking them from the flank. Their leadership, again, very squishy leadership unit, all alone, crumbling out when they have like half their HP available. Gonna value trade very poorly. Khorngor's coming in, gonna try and get it done. Fury's coming out. And yeah, Chosen of the Gods, honestly, teeing off against Marauders doesn't really matter for Khorne. This is kind of exactly what you want the Chosen of the Gods to shoot at. Because they actually don't have as much ammo as you would think. Like, 21 volleys is pretty respectable, but they can run out pretty fast. Especially if they're shooting chaff infantry, they don't trade very effectively. You just don't want them shooting the Bloodwake Berserkers. It's like the one unit you don't want them hitting. And as good as these guys are, this is a matchup where I think the Tomb Kings actually have so many good tools against them that you don't want to bring them. Better in the back pocket. For like a really late game summon, potentially. Or your first summon, and you can like bring them in as your reinforcement wave and get really aggressive with other tools. Khorne's lost a lot of units. I mean, the value trading doesn't look atrocious, but it's way worse than you would initially think. Because a lot of stuff has been routed off the field. I mean, you've lost a Fleshhound that crumbled out, and that's not reflected up here. You have 3 Horsemen that have all routed off. I don't know what else you've lost. I mean, Valkia's taken a ton of damage, and she's not even able to finish this Tomb Scorpion. It's actually gotten its value back. Very impressive performance from the Scorpion here. Fighting against the Blood Maiden here. Signature look of superiority from Valkia as usual. Furies get countercharged by the Horsemen. They got some decent damage on the Chosen of the Gods, and even shoot into the Horsies here pretty nicely. But the Bony Boy Cav just gonna be rocking up the field now. Look for an opportunity to rear charge with these guys, and you'll be pretty set. That's what they're best at. Skeleton Horsemen just haven't really been getting a lot of value. Oh, they're shooting at the Cultist. That would be part of the problem. Really what they should be doing is shooting Khorngors. Khorngors with 60 armor are a perfect target, actually. 60 armor is alright. It's not great without a shield, though. They don't have any other missile mitigation, either. So, about half of the base missile damage would be getting through the armor on the Khorngors, and they cost an arm and a leg. I mean, 725 for a infantry unit is actually pretty pricey. You know, Khorne gets up there with its infantry in terms of cost. Bloodwing Berserkers have lost quite a bit of HP, and they just haven't been fighting at all. You have to be aggressive with these guys. The whole point of bringing them is that they're a centerpiece that you can rotate your army around. Like, they get up into the middle of action, and they are tough to kill. They're a little slow, but you don't have to worry about them being engaged in melee combat against like hordes and hordes of enemies because they're immune to flanking. Which means that their melee defense is always active, and they got 61 melee defense. These guys, on an individual model basis, are better fighters, theoretically, than Valkia, which is kind of wild. That's how elite they are, supposedly. It's very funny. You can see, they just look cool as hell, man. Looking to get after the Horsemen, but the Horsemen gonna kite away. Cetra just running around, terror-routing stuff. The Cultists are a little vulnerable in this matchup. I actually prefer Blood Reapers for the characters in this matchup. The Blood Reapers come in on foot with Bloody Shackle. They got a huge heal. They're actually really good at clearing out infantry. They can even scrap against Cetra and the Sphinx if they have to. And they have a huge heal. They got a 48% heal item, which is kind of wild. It really helps keep them alive. Bloodweight Berserkers being ignored, you know, they are, like, off to the side while everybody else is getting picked for dodgeball, and, you know, they know they're going to be the last pick. That's kind of how you have to approach killing them. You just ignore them all game. And the Tomb Kings have done a really good job of ignoring them, but the points are going horribly for them. They just haven't been able to cap anything. This is kind of the classic Tomb Kings conundrum of, yeah, I'm value trading well. I'm winning the game when you look at the value, but my cap weight is so awful with my infantry that I can't hold any objectives. Bloodletter Summon comes out. Khorngor's getting run over. The Sphinx and Cetra have honestly not been super cost effective. A little surprising. They're usually exceptionally good at value trading, but this game they really haven't been. You need to get this Horseman up on this point. Being triple capped is just not something that you can allow happen. Marauder's scrapping here. I think Piston's going to win this game, partially because WMW is just not playing the points at all. I'm trying to kill Valkia here, which I do understand. If you kill her, Khorne's leadership is going to really fall apart. You got a Khorngor on the number 3. The Bloodweak Berserkers moving over to the middle to try and hold it down with the cultists. They actually might be able to. There's just Ushabti and some crappy spears here, and a horseman. They have to get here quickly, though. It's going to take a little while for the Tomb Kings to cap this with these guys getting up on the point. But it should be pretty doable. And I would be throwing up... I would just throw 2 Fleshhounds out onto the field right now, honestly. They're, like, decent cap weight. They can go in and be decent mass and countercharge and cycle charge some stuff. Khorne hanging on to the number 2 still. The Khorngors and the number 1 are going to be kind of hard to break down. The missiles are on the other side of the field. Settra and the Sphinx are way out of position for the important fights right now. Like, yeah, value trading and taking stuff off the field, escorting it off with them is... like, not a terrible idea, but for the caps right now, I really wouldn't be wasting my time doing that. These guys cost an arm and a leg, so they really need to be like putting in work to hold the caps down. Piston's got a lot of supplies, and this is when you need to be throwing it all out onto one point. Taking a little too long to do it, but look at the Tomb Kings, dude. They just aren't capping these. Being a little slow getting the horsemen up here. I mean, you don't want to have to rotate everything away, but I think you do now. You only got 20-something seconds to work with. Oh, Piston, don't let it happen, man. Piston could win this game. It just has to hold this number 3 objective for a few more seconds. And probably will. This point only flipped just now. Khorne gets a very lucky win there. Oh my god. Kind of wild. I mean, the Tomb Kings did a really good job of skirmishing. But they didn't really do a great job of, like, maneuvering around with their mobile units to try and cap points away from Khorne and put pressure on Khorne to, like, spread their infantry out. That was a very funky game. The fundamentals were pretty solid from both players in terms of what they were trying to do. There were definitely just some small execution mistakes that become really noticeable only because they're both playing, you know, pretty mobile factions. Especially the Tomb Kings with their opener and what they're bringing in reserve. There's not a lot of infantry here. It's not that they played poorly. I'm not trying to say that at all. It's just that, you know, when you're playing these very mobile builds, it becomes a lot more obvious when and where your micro is really slipping and you're, like, kind of forgetting about stuff. So just, like, cleaning that up and evening it out, the Tomb Kings will be a lot better off, and then Khorne kind of got away with one here. The Tomb Kings very much could have won that game. And Piston needs to be a little bit better about the summons and the priority on them. That's really the only advice that I can throw out there. Be really careful also with your throwing axe cav. Because they are an amazing unit in this matchup, but their leadership is really low, so if they get caught, they'll get run off the field real quick by the Tomb Kings. Don't worry about it, Piston. Take the win for what it is, you know? You're both newer. You're figuring out the game still. It's a pretty impressive win in a pretty tough matchup. And know what you need to do for the next game. In the next time you run into the Tomb Kings. One more thing that I would recommend. I wouldn't bring Exalted Bloodletters against the Tomb Kings. You're honestly better off with more Forsaken, in my opinion. Forsaken are awesome because they have ITP at base. Yeah, it seems a little silly that it overlaps with the Frenzy ITP, but it's really important. Because Frenzy wears off. ITP doesn't. So these guys don't really terror out ever. Which is really good against the Tomb Kings, who have a lot of terror-causing units. Settra and the Sphinx of Uzkef being the two most notable, but they've also got Tomb Scorpions, they got a lot of fear. Forsaken just don't care about that, and these guys are heavily armored and pretty quick. They can do a pretty good job of screening out skeleton horse archers for that very reason alone. So get rid of the Exalted Bloodletter, get one more Forsaken. Cut this Blood Beast and get another Minotaur. Blood Beasts are really good in other matchups, in my experience. But against the Tomb Kings, you just need the heavy anti-large that the Minotaurs offer. Even though they're a little slower, these guys are a little bit better armored. There's only so much AP shooting to go around for the Tomb Kings. They're really good units. Like I said, are very expensive. They cannot fit all of their good stuff into their builds. You know, they can only bring so many Sepulchral Stalkers, only so many Ushabti Greatbows, so many Necropolis Knights, etc., etc. And the Minotaurs are good into all of the Tomb King's like mobile units. Like Minotaurs really carry this matchup. If you're able to get them engaged. If they get shot up at range, then they're terrible, but, you know, so are Blood Beasts in that regard. The Minotaurs just have better damage potential overall for this particular matchup. You got Khorngors too. I like Khorngors for the most part in this matchup. You gotta use your Fleshhounds very well in conjunction with them. And I would try and get, like, one more Fury into the build. Furies are very good at facilitating dives and helping out by getting flank charges off on the really squishy horse archers and skeleton horsemen. That's kind of how you want to dominate the flank engagements. You want to use Fleshhounds to take an initial fight. Furies and the horsemen get the rear charges, and you'll absolutely annihilate the lightly armored horsemen if you're able to do that well. And Tomb Kings without their mobility are kind of defenseless against Khorne. Because your baseline Marauders absolutely body skeletons. It's not even funny, dude. Marauders eat these guys for breakfast. Not that bone meal is a particularly nutritious dish, but, you know, you take it where you can get it. It counts as skulls and blood, right? I mean, if you want to think about it on a metaphysical level, if it bleeds, we can kill it. Also translates in reverse. If we can kill it, it bleeds, right? And that's what Khorne cares about the most. Let me fix this incorrect score. Answering an admin question real quick. I'm talking with Alpha Viki right now. Tournament was fun. Definitely got stomped hard. For the first 4 multiplayer game, yeah, it's very par for the course. Sweet. And I got a bunch more replays. So let me get them all in my folder here. Boom. It's gonna take me ages to get through all these. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna look at bracket. I might need a couple minutes to go walk away and go get some water. It's late for coffee, but I'll make it. I don't even care. What's bracket looking like? Okay, we're in the final round, so I'm gonna hold off here for a minute. I'm gonna let people know to be patient for the semis and finals. And I'm gonna take a few minutes to go get me something to drink, so I have a little bit more energy for the final rounds. I don't want to burn myself out here, and then y'all don't get the high drama that is the semis and finals. Hell yes. Alright. We got a lot of people who are talking up their games for this final round. And we got a Kislev mirror match, too. Hell yes. Cool. Alright, guys. Give me a second. I'll BRB. We have a round 3 straggler. We'll deal with that in a minute. Go check out some of the other streams that are going on right now, guys. And then you can always, you know, tune in when I'm back, you know. I'll be here. Oh, alright. I'm back. No idea what to expect. Don't do any research. Don't even worry about it, Piston. Also, by the way, Piston, I've got a set of like Khorne unit guides. They're a little outdated at this point. I wouldn't take everything like gospel. You should definitely get other people's opinions as well, but it's a pretty good place to start to get some good info on the units on an individual basis. It covers literally every single unit in the roster. It's worth looking at, in my opinion. I'll talk up my own stuff. And I've also got some replays I can send you where I'm playing Khorne, and you can kind of see how to execute against some of the tough factions, you know. So I actually had some pretty good games on ladder last night. This one especially against Jesse, who's somebody who some of y'all may have seen around. He plays quite a bit. He's a really good player. We scrapped this one out really close last night. If you want, I can send them to you, and you can get a little bit of a better idea of like how Khorne like takes early engagements and initial fights, and some like you can see how different the builds are for all of these, and I can kind of explain to you if you want why, when, and where some units are just better for certain matchups than others. Good grief. Okay, Jaden, I see what you're saying about Scrap City. This looks crazy. This is honestly not even a bad Skaven build, though. You might be wondering where the weapon teams are, but Vermintide is a perfectly viable strategy. You have no idea how hard it is to kill. How many freaking rats is this? There's like 5,000 Skaven out on the field. This is crazy. We're gonna watch this one. I need to go get my coffee in just a sec, but when we come back, we're watching this Skaven scrap. Where the hell did it go? How did I lose it? Here it is. Okay, we're gonna watch this game when I get back. One sec, guys. Okay. We return. All the creaks and groans of the old house around me going all the while. Grom is going to have an absolute rompin' stompin' good time, probably. As long as he stays away from the mutant rat ogres, that is. These rat ogres are going to be pretty nasty. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, guys. I forgot about top 4. I need to go check that out and see where we're sitting with the final round. There were quite a few games a minute ago, but they may be almost all finished up now. We still got 2 people going. Smoky Loco. Okay, well, we got 2 people going, so we'll get through this replay, and then we'll finish it up. This is a 40 stack of Skaven. We are literally about to see every freaking Skaven unit imaginable come out onto the field. How many freaking bodies are out here? It doesn't have a unit. It doesn't have the raw numbers, but we'll get it at the end, man. So we've got a Goon Squad with the Packmaster, Ikit Claw, 2 Mutant Rat Ogres. This is actually kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, because the Packmaster has the Running with the Pack item, which heals up any Molder monsters, and that's what the Mutant Rat Ogres are. So this will be a really nice little durable combat squad, actually. They could even get up into the Goblin lines and start to cause some problems, because they hit really hard and cause terror. They could start terror routing some stuff and breaking up the front line for the Greenskins here. Grom is rolling around. Jaden is just gearing up for the most insane frontline clash that I think I'm ever going to run into. It is an awful lot of Skaven slaves in the front line, but you're bringing so many. You're throwing them up into units they can actually do a little bit of damage to. I mean, they'll lose to goblins, sure. But they should be able to scrap back a little bit of their 100 gold cost. Or their 125 gold cost, I guess. They're really not that expensive. And by the time the goblins and the orc boys are, like, properly trying to get up into the front line and scrap against the clan rats, they should be exhausted, just trying to fight through all these dudes. Skaven slaves, a little bit of value, you know, like I said, nothing too crazy. Grom does get some damage off, looking to ride through the battle here, and just use that 2,000 mass of his on his chariot to really cleave through the Skaven lines. But he's being hounded down by the Packmaster all the while. Packmasters do have good combat stats. They've got quite a bit of AP, and the Mutant Rat Ogres are also pretty high mass units. They can definitely push in through here and get after our boy Grom. Beautiful Brass Orb, great Warp Lightning, not the most damage in the world, just because Savage Orc Airboys are not a very tightly packed unit. The Skaven should just swarm with all of their units and just get around onto the back line, or they can just throw units up through the front to, like, stuff any more momentum from the Greenskins. Because they really do kind of want their Skaven Slave Slings to stay online for as long as possible. These aren't a great Slinger unit. They don't do a lot of damage. Their Pebbles are pretty low impact. But they're cheap as hell, and they got a lot of ammo. If they get all of their ammunition off, if they're doubling up and getting, like, 400 value, they're actually doing some insane work. They're a deceptively powerful unit for the Skaven. Colossal Squigs are a great monster, but boy oh boy is it having a horrible time here. It is getting smacked up right now. We got the WWE monsters in here for the Skaven. It's kind of what the Mutant Rat Ogres are. They come in with those flying elbows and the weird sword arms they've got, and they just pummel everything, man. Looking to maneuver onto the rear of a lot of Greenskins units over here. And they do get a leadership break and a couple terror routes going down, causing some big issues. Grom took a lot of damage at some point as well. There is a lot of value tied up in trying to kill him, and he is regenerating. He does have Language of the Boys, which imbues ITP on anything around him, which is nice. He is up in the Skaven slave lines. What are the Skaven summoning out? They really should get some Rat Ogres on the field. Oh, they do have a few Rat Ogres out here. Rat Ogres are pretty good monsters. Looking to move in and finish off this Colossal Squig, which is really struggling to provide value. It's just getting massacred right now. We got a little bit of the shooting stars meme going on with the Mutant Rat Ogre getting punted into the back line by the Colossal Squig's impact. Another Brass Orb going down. I've got to say, the Brass Orbs have been expertly placed, man. And in the chaos of a battle like this, it's kind of hard to find pockets of elite infantry to lay it down on. That takes a lot of attention to detail. I don't know if that's really going to be enough to break down the Black Orcs, because they're just such a stalwart unit, but any little bit of extra damage on them is going to slowly start to accrue some value. They haven't really been engaged in combat either. See, the Skaven lines are getting broken through a little bit. There's a lot of Orc boys up in the second wave. That's where I'm saying the Rat Ogres would be really nice, because they could come in and start to sweep a little bit in the backfield. But it is kind of trading out to where, you know, the Skaven are up in the back line of the Greenskins just as much as the other way around. And there are higher value units back here for the Greenskins overall, I would say. Ikit needs to be real careful. He does not want to stay in while the Broken Tusk Mob are attacking him. And the Graydon is procced. Gives them some nice buffs to their stats. Language of the Boys also helping out. Warp Lightning coming down, going to be really punishing for the cavalry especially. Big damage going down on the Orc Boarboy Biggins. You actually kind of love to see somebody not just bringing the whatchamacallit, Flensing Ruin, and just spamming that with Ikit, but actually using some of his other spells. The rest of the lore of Ruin is actually pretty powerful, and Musk of Fear is actually a good debuff, man. I would probably mix in either Scorch or Death Frenzy, just to add another spell so you can constantly have the minus leadership and melee attack procced, which would be really painful for the Greenskins, considering a lot of their units don't have great stats. But as it stands, it's still, you know, working out pretty nice for him. Another really good Brass Orb on the Orc Arrow Boys, who are taking some nasty work again. It looks like they're having a little bit of trouble firing. They have been swamped in bodies for ages now. And Jaden is at a value disadvantage, but I don't know how true that is. Skaven can be a hard faction to get a read on, just because, you know, they got so many low leadership units. You don't really know how ineffectual something really is, and Clan Rats can be a little bit of a funky, like, read in terms of the value might be accruing against them at times. Skaven do have a lot of healing going down, a lot of these units, though, which is kind of scary. We got another Pathmaster on foot here. Do the heals stack? No, they don't. You just get the flat amount. But, you know, it is nice to have another source of healing for your monsters, just depending on how things are going. Rat Ogre's getting some heals here. You know, trying to hang in. 0.10 per second is pretty juicy. It's basically, you know, it is regeneration, essentially, but without the weakness of, you know, being weaker to fire as a result. You just get the flat heal instead. Skaven infantry kind of wibble-wobbling a little bit. More Rat Ogres coming out. So Sergeant Johnson really just wanted all the numbers for the infantry game early. And now in the late game is summoning out the Rat Ogres. Now that the battlefield's a little bit more broken open, I actually think it will help the Skaven out a decent amount. And keeping them all concentrated in a death blob actually isn't a terrible idea, because they get better with numbers, man. I mean, Rat Ogres are so cheap, and if you can swarm positions with hordes and hordes of them, as well as having some terror in this blob, I'm forgetting that the Mutant Rat Ogres have it available to them. You can really bust open positions just by running around and just gooning entire enemy units. Boarboy Biggins pushing through the lines, looking to kill some of the Skaven Slave Slings. The Slings have had a lot of trouble this game, really opening up with their missiles. They haven't gotten many accurate volleys off. They've been a nice distraction, though, at the very least. Look at these Orc boys here. They've killed 250 Skaven, and they still haven't gotten their value back, man. Undead and Skaven alike are factions where oftentimes you'll see your units get insane kill totals and not be anywhere close to paying for themselves. Packmaster a little trapped up in the Gobos here, some clan rats nearby, but he does break on the leadership. Very unfortunate loss for the Skaven here, but it could be worse. Not like the worst thing in the world to have running away right now. Mutant Rat Ogres, very healthy, lots of value on them. And they're going to continue to rampage around the battlefield and cause leadership issues, help break down the Boarboy Biggins. Grom with almost 400 kills, and he hasn't even paid for himself. Pretty beat up. Only about 3,400 HP in the bank, so to speak, and that's only if he heal caps, of course. You know, he's getting a little worn out. Black Orcs, 200 kills. Skaven just rock solid hold on the middle objective still. The momentum is swinging for the Greenskins. It's going to take him a little bit longer to get this point, and there is a Storm Vermin hanging out in here who will be able to grind out some decent value. They're a very durable unit, actually. So, middle point flips, but the number 3 is under threat from a couple of clan rats moving up over there. And then, of course, just an unending tide of Skaven just running out onto the battlefield, man. This is the true tabletop Skaven experience, dude. Oh my god, there's like 1,000 Skaven just in this one brick moving, and there's probably been about 3,000 rats that have already died this battle. This is a true, like, World War I meat grinder here. Goblins and the Clan Rat Spears scrapping here. These guys actually paid for themselves. It's pretty impressive, you know. They're not the most expensive unit in the world, but very rarely are they actually getting about their value back oftentimes. Just because they are so low quality. Beautiful, beautiful Warp Lightning about to come down. Oh my god, devastating for those Orc boys. I mean, it doesn't look like a tremendous amount of damage, but it really is for one big burst. And it does actually kill models pretty effectively, which is the bigger part of that equation. HP damage is nice, but actually killing models is way more important because it really inhibits the efficiency of these units as they're charging into value trade. Because these guys aren't good in prolonged fights. It's really their charge bonus and their weapon strength and the initial shock of impact where they grind out value. With fewer models, it's going to be a lot less impactful. Skaven doing a pretty good job of keeping those Mutant Rat Ogres online, alive, and on the move, dude. It does look like the Packmaster... Yeah, Packmaster is basically dead now. Getting another Packmaster out to maybe get some more heals from the Mutant Rat Ogres would be real nice, and you need to get them over here with the rest of your army. The number 2 is retaken, the number 3 is taken. It's been so back and forth. The Greenskins just can't equal the numbers, man. How are you? How can you contend with such reckless hate? The Sneaky Stabbing and Vindictive Glare, normally pretty good spells for the Greenskins, but actually feel like maybe you would have really wanted Brain Burst in this particular game just because of the numbers that the Skaven have got on the field, man. Look at this blob, this disgusting, smelly, verminous bunch of freaks. Just geared up, sauced to the gills on whatever weird Warpstone drugs the Grey Seers are giving them. They're flooding over to the number 3 to handle the Colossal Squig again. Colossal Squigs, I said it earlier, they actually are a very, very good unit. And very good at value trading and actually scrapping with other single entities because of their melee attack. But the numbers here for the Skaven are a little too much to handle. The Packmaster actually is alive still, hasn't routed, and is back with the Mutant Rat Ogres, healing them back up, dude. There's just been no way to shut them down. They do need to be in melee to get the healing. But they'll find another fight that they can sit in, and it'll be just a little bit more HP for the Mutant Rat Ogres. There is that other Foot Packmaster in the back pocket, which might be worth bringing out at some point. The Skaven have plenty of bodies on the field, Just a little bit more heal utility would be good enough for, you know, keeping them in this game. Rat Ogres have been disruptive. They haven't really paid for themselves. They still got room to get it done, though. And yeah, the Packmaster in here, getting some nice heals for all the boys here. Where are they going to be going now? Grom is still alive. 410 kills. Look at him just mulching the rats here, but he runs into the wrong fight and gets intercepted, and I think Jaden kind of sees the writing on the wall. My god, dude. Black Orcs are still out here. You gotta give it up to these guys. I mean, imagine seeing your entire army rout several times over and you're still out here giving it your all. That's why they're the meanest and the greenest, after all. They really earned their keep this game. Even if they didn't get their value back, they probably still did pretty respectable. 570 value isn't bad. Especially when there's that many Skaven just swarming over you. That was crazy. That was absolutely insane. Oh my god. 200. Okay, the Skaven Slave Slings actually ended up paying for themselves. The Clan Rats got respectable value. The Storm Vermin, there was just one out on the field. Yeah, look at the Skaven Slaves. They did alright. It was really the heroes, though, man. They carried this game on their back. Easy peasy. 1,000 on the Packmaster, which is respectable. Really helping facilitate the 2,000 and 1,800 from the Mutant Rat Ogres. And Ikit, you know, he got 217 kills in his own right, and he dropped some really painful Warp Lightnings on the head of some cavalry and some of the archer line. Oh my god, man. What's the over-under on the number of casualties in that battle? That's gotta have been, like, you know, several thousand dead units at any one point. Yeah, Plague Magic for the Skaven needs to get changed. It was really good in Warhammer 2 for land battles where summons were way more important and actually really useful. It's just not good in domination mode. Crimson Killers can work in some matchups. Theoretically, they'd be fun against the Skaven, but Skaven weapon teams are so much of a threat, you would rarely see them. They would have been really good there, though. They would have been able to chew through everything. Yeah, 34 of 40 units on the field for this Skaven. Oh my god, man. It's been a while since there's been a true Skaven tide like that. Let me check the bracket, and let me make sure all the points are good, and then we'll get into the top 4, I think. Should be about time. Rusty and Lava Turtle still haven't finished. Does that really matter, though? I don't think it does, honestly. I mean, I'm going to presume that they're playing it, and they're welcome to finish their game, but I might just do top 4 anyways. And input their score later. Because I don't think they're affecting the, top 4 much. Alright, so we're gonna have Skaven, Slaanesh, Smoky Loco. Who's Smoky? Is Smoky Loco playing dwarves or, ogres today? I don't see any of the replays. I have no idea what Smoky Loco is up to today. I would guess that they're playing ogres. That's what they've been playing the last few tournaments. I'm just talking to the Discord for a sec. There we go. Okay. Alright, we got Korn versus Skaven here. Let me get all of these replays and make sure I've got every possible one. I don't miss anybody's stuff. There's no way I'm getting through it all today. I will, of course, be doing a stream on Monday where we go through some of these, but I might need to break it up over the course of 2 days just because of how many there are. And I'm looking through the bracket, and everything looks like it's set up. They just finished the final game, so we should be advancing to top 4. Chicken's around, but I just want to make sure that there's no issues before we advance it. I think I've gotten like 60 replays today, so I might just be missing them, Smokey. Let me make sure I'm not missing them. Where the hell are they? Okay, I've got some of them here. I'm just gonna go and find Smokey's replays, so I know for sure I'm not just forgetting to download them. Alright, we look set there. Tournaments. Top 4. Top 4's correct. It's only missing Pont. Pont was a little unlucky. Pont didn't quite get in early, but luckily there was somebody who had a like IRL engagement they needed to be more involved with that was, you know, more important. So we were able to swap Pont in for that person in the first round, which is nice. Who did Pont lose to in the final round? Pont was undefeated for a bit there. Oh, Feral Hogs got him. Unlucky, man. Wait, where is Pont? Hold on, guys. Give me a sec. Because Pont didn't technically sign up. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to add up all their points, aren't I? Okay, so Lionel, Have, Alpha, and Hogs. Okay, they don't have enough points. Sorry, Pont. If you had won your last game, you'd have had 4 wins, and then you could have gotten to the top 4. But losing that last game is the only thing keeping you out, unfortunately. Is top 4. Top 4 is not advanced, so we can go ahead and advance it now. We've gone through. I think we've done all the checking we can possibly do. We didn't have any bye rounds, thankfully. Everybody actually played through all their matches, which is freaking awesome. Thank y'all. I made it very smooth. Chicken's been busy with some other stuff. I've been casting. I'm trying to do my best to keep it all admin and sorted through. Y'all did a really good job of getting things sorted out, talking amongst yourselves. I really appreciate all the effort that takes, because tournaments are pretty chaotic, especially when you start getting, you know, like 40, 50 plus people. I don't know if we had quite that many. I think we had like 34 or something today, which is pretty huge, especially for a new player tournament. And who are the others? Smokey Loco. We're going to cast Smokey Loco's semis game, since we haven't really seen him play today. Oh, and Lazuka. Alright. Let me make a lobby for these guys. Hopefully we don't have any lag problems. But even if we do, we can always leave and leave them to play it out, and then get the replay, and then we can cast it after. Sleek. Okay, let's find Sergeant Johnson now. Let's find our boy. Hell yeah, Suga. Glad to hear it, man. Once you really start to get the hang of your factions, and you are just like really locking it in and figuring things out, it's so satisfying to know what you're doing and what you still need to improve on, because there's always room for improvement in this game. It is so dense and layered. Figuring out all the matchups and learning more than one faction is honestly kind of crazy. Like, the fact that so many people can play so many factions is kind of wild, you know? In a lot of other RTS games, people tend to, like, stick with what they know. And they've only got to learn, like, you know, 6, 7 factions at most. And, you know, you got 24 to learn in this game. And that's, you know, a million freaking permutations for matchups. I mean, how many permutations of matchups are there? Oh my god. Guys, it's happening again. The Floodwaters Berserkers. That's a pretty good way to describe them. Yeah, the Bloodwake Berserkers are really annoying, Suga. Just ignore them. Like, literally don't engage them. Just kill everything else that Khorne has as best you can. They are obnoxious. They are incredibly powerful. No, the Floodwaters Berserkers is how we're referring to them from now on. That's what they feel like. They really are tied. They collide with you, and they'll just absolutely tsunami through your army. They are absolutely cracked right now. People are still calling for them to be nerfed. I mean, I see where they're coming from, and I do think they probably need a little bit of an adjustment, but they're not, like, so overwhelmingly oppressive that I think they should be nerfed into, like, the dirt. Oh, we actually are on Dunes of Cain also. Wow. Isn't that nice? For once in my life, I have the right map selected at the start. But, they could probably lose some of their, splash attacks, at the very least. Because they knock infantry around so much, it's kind of hard for infantry to fight the Bloodwake Berserkers, which is a little sad. When that gets changed, they'll probably be a little less crazy, and then I think they'll be in a pretty good spot. I'm excited to see your Vampire Counts game, then. Now, I'm going to try and get through as many replays as I can once we're done here. But then Monday, and then I'll find time on Tuesday, probably, to do the rest of the replays, because, like I said, I got a ton of replays from people. I think I got one from at least everybody who played in the tournament today. If I'm not mistaken, at least. What have we got going on here? Is there anybody I didn't get any from? Sugar... Pig Chose Chaos sent me some. Feral Hogs I got. Jaden, Lazuka, Tommy, Smokey, Sugar. Somebody with a Welsh name in Steam? That's kind of cool. At least I think that is. Alright. I'm set for whenever these guys are ready. Okay, so Smokey Logo's gonna have to, Smokey Logo's gonna have a pretty hard time here, I think. Skaven are a really tough matchup for the Dowie. Skaven have some really good options for killing, like, Dowie backlines, without overextending too far. Most of that is, like, Jezzails, and Plagueclaw Catapults are actually pretty good against the Dwarves. They've got good AP, and they have a Discourage effect, which is honestly pretty useful against the Dwarves, because it can really mess with Miner leadership. Miners have good leadership for a Chaff unit, but it's like in the 60s, which is a little sketchy for something that can just get overwhelmed because they're pretty poor in combat. Y'all are not less skilled. Y'all just haven't been playing as long. That's all I'm going to say. I think that the skill gap between, like, the top level people and even newer players is pretty narrow. I just think that it's more knowledge-based than anything. Because with as many factions and as many units, and all the maps actually add a lot of other complications to things. It takes time to, like, build up, like, the working knowledge to be able to, like, figure out how exactly you're going about beating certain factions on certain maps, with, like, certain units and different play styles, and, like, who you're going up against changes things a lot as well. So just getting the practice is the big thing, and trying to explain to y'all some of the like weirder, less talked about interactions between like units and factions, and the off-meta stuff that actually works surprisingly well in certain scenarios. That's what I try to communicate more than anything. Alright, we're waiting for Loco for a minute. Oh my god. Don't forget the stretch, folks. It's important. Especially if you have been sitting for several hours. Don't let your body go to waste. Be nice to it. Give it some love. Let it know that it exists and acknowledge it for what it is. Alright. We're waiting here. I'm gonna actually flip y'all over for a sec. I can kind of show it off here. Like, you can see Skaven up top here. This is one of the best Skaven matchups, in fact. Like, Skaven are, you know, kind of bottom-dwelling right now. They've just got a lot of really rough matchups. Especially down here at the bottom, where there are just, like, factions that are super aggressive and get after them. And the issue with the Tomb Kings just have so many scary units. Like, fear on even the skeletons. It means that your clan rats are oftentimes just running for their lives and can't hold up. And something else to keep in mind, a lot of the bad matchups for Skaven are factions that have Burning Head, because Burning Head's really good for clearing out Skaven infantry. So guess what we got here, man. You wouldn't believe it, but Sergeant Johnson's doing it again. It's happening. We've got another Vermintide build. I'm going to be running the Packmaster and Mutant Rat Ogre core. Iket's going to be rolling around. Smoky Loco brought a big wave of Slayers in the opening. I am actually a little worried for the Dowie because of that. While the Slayers will do great damage, they don't have any armor, and, you know, a Skaven Slave and a Clan Rat, they'll get massacred by the Slayers, but they will hit Slayers. They actually can hit them and do pretty respectable damage to them. So I'm just worried about the long term for the Dwarves here. They've got the Demon Slayer Lord, they got some Rangers. It's going to be really hard to protect this backline. Maybe the Blasting Charges will be able to do enough to kind of get the Skaven off balance, but I am worried that the Mutant Rat Ogres and the Packmasters and Iket are going to be able to really like bulldoze up into the Vanguard that Smoky Loco has, and the Slayers are not going to be able to really reach the fight in time or be able to lock down these expensive monsters, and then they just get bogged down in garbage all game. But we'll have to see, man. You got 40 units on one side, 28 on the other. It's honestly a pretty big Dowie army in reserve. They're going to be throwing out a lot of bodies themselves. Yeah! Miners being big and tough. They look so cool, man. Like, the Dowie have a very, like, clean and fresh look about them. Which is honestly kind of nice to see for Warhammer, where a lot of the models and units honestly look pretty, like, grim and haggard looking. Even, like, the Empire has like a layer of grime to them in a way. Dowian High Elves are very vibrant and just look really fresh and honestly kind of well moisturized and groomed, you know. These beautiful beards, man. Facial hair that you can be jealous of for sure. Looks like a little bit of a last-minute adjustment from Smokey Loco, actually moving the forces around over to the #1 objective. And yeah, the Dow are going to be moving to the #2. We just got the wall of Skaven moving across the field now. Summoning out all of the Skaven Slave Slings immediately. Yep. All 4 of them coming out. They're not going to be great against any of the armor, obviously. They might actually be able to do some decent damage to the Rangers, and the Slayers are really where the money is going to be had by the Skaven Slave Slings. They're just going to sit in the back and just lay waste to the Slayers on the way in. Dowie are going to get the #2. They will have 2 objectives pretty early. Just hold on to these blasting charges. Don't make the mistake of tossing them into the Mutant Rat Ogre early. Skaven Slaves can eat them. That'll be pretty nice for the Skaven, honestly. But if you can break these guys down early and they aren't tiring all of your higher quality units out, then maybe the fights against the Clan Rats will be a little bit better. Beautiful damage coming down, 1 blasting charge volley getting used up, Ekron's Miters rotating over, and the Packmaster looks like it was trying to push through the back. Actually ends up getting trapped on the edge of the Miner unit and is going to be pulling back now that the Slayers are getting into combat. Slayer's getting really far forward and might eat a charge from the Skaven Slaves here. Oh, the Skyhammer Squadron coming up. Dude, their bombing runs could absolutely annihilate the Skaven here. I don't think they'd be very good going in right now, but waiting for a truly insane blob to develop and then throwing them forward wouldn't be bad. Wow, look at the Demon Slayer. He's melting under the attention of the Mutant Rat Ogre's Ikit and the Packmaster right now. Brutal damage going down on him. Oh my god, and a wonderful Warp Lightning comes down. Slayers are getting massacred currently. They're taking way too much damage for my liking for the current battlefield scenario that they're finding themselves in. One Mutant Rat Ogre is very much on its last legs here. Hasn't gotten a lot of healing from the Packmaster. Definitely want to pull these monsters out for a little bit, and then just focus on getting rid of the remaining Slayers in here, and then committing in against the rest of the Dwarf faction. Lots of Clan Rats running in, just eating blasting charges for days, but it's not the best trade for Miners. Miners are much better with the blasting charges in matchups where they're not throwing against chaff. They're able to like throw their charges in against like squishy, higher quality units. Oh, Brimstone Gun Gyrocopters coming in. They're going to be devastating for the Skaven here. Beautiful bomb drops from the Skyhammer Squadron. Skaven Slave Slingers getting absolutely dunked on right now. And the Brimstone Guns opening up. A little bit of a miss on their bombing run, unfortunately, but it's not going to be too big of a deal. They'll be able to fire their flamethrowers in here, and the Discourage is going to be really devastating for the Skaven. More Skaven Slaves, more Clan Rats up on the points. Demon Slayer just still being hounded out of existence right now. Taking big damage. The Foot Packmaster hanging out, doing his thing. Some Slayers moving over, trying to help their Lord here. Ikit will take some pretty nasty damage from Slayers if he sticks in here. Definitely wants to be pretty careful and maybe think about getting out of here. Mutant Rat Ogre rallying. Where's the other Mutant Rat Ogre? It's still alive, right? Oh, wow. One of the Mutant Rat Ogres might be dead, I think. Oh, my God. I really wasn't expecting that. The Gyrocopter's doing a very good job of breaking a lot of the Skaven units here. The Skyhammer Squadron has used all its bombs. It's gotten some pretty decent value. It's got a lot of ammo left. Brimstone Guns just still trying to cause problems for the Clan Rats and the waves and waves of Skaven coming in. Smoky Loco with a little bit of a lead. Some Clan Rats do get up on the Ranger Corps. That's all. Pretty bunched up back here. Getting all three of them shut down right now is pretty painful. Definitely not what you want to see. Oh, there's the other Mutant Rat Ogre. So both of them are still alive. Haven't gotten a lot of value up to this point, but we got a big terror route going down. The Slayers, they just aren't able to make it happen, dude. They've gotten pretty good value, though. I will say that. They just haven't killed a whole lot. They've got some Rat Ogres running here right now, thanks to their attacks. But the Slayer Oath is just not really being equaled out here, man. I mean, that's a lot of Slayers to lose to a bunch of crappy Clan Rats. And now the Mutant Rat Ogre Corps and the Rat Ogres themselves are going to be maneuvering around into the backline, where the Dowie just don't have anything to defend these Rangers right now. Another Warp Lightning coming in here. Going to be smacking into the Miner front line. That's kind of holding back the tide of Skaven on the #1 objective. Big damage going down on these Rangers. More, you know, gallivanting about. Getting into the other Ranger unit back here. Terror routing them, breaking them. The Demon Slayer did die, and we do have Dragon Slayers coming up now. I mean, they're respectable fighters. The problem is that they're just going to have a really hard time catching all of these Skaven units, man. They're kind of gaining some ground now because of the suppression effect, slowing up the Rat Ogres here. Close the gap. Come on, get that axe going, man. These guys have huge bonus versus large potential. And they got good melee attack to begin with. What's he doing? What's the dog doing? What's he doing here, man? Oh, there we go. He gets an attack in. Pretty decent damage on the Mutant Rat Ogre. The Skyhammer Squadron focusing down the Mutant Rat Ogres now. Getting some pretty good shots off. Wow, look at the damage racking up on this poor beastie. So the Rat Ogre's faltering. Skaven taking over the #2. Dowie just look real thin on the ground. They don't have a lot of units out. They're throwing a lot of miners into combat. Their leadership is also kind of an issue. Just because they lost their lord. Yeah, they've got some, like, decently stalwart stuff on the field. But, you know, I mentioned it earlier. I'll say it again. Miners can be a little, mediocre on the leadership front. Especially when they're just fighting so many bodies. There's a lot of terror-causing units around them. They do tend to break pretty quickly, which can end up being a real big problem because you just end up throwing more and more miners out on the field, and they continue to trade down for you. You're already pushed off the point. You really need to get some momentum up on these objectives, man. Ikit running for his life, trying to stay away from the character squad. Doing a pretty good job of it so far. Rat Ogres and the Mutant Rat Ogres slapping stuff up. Packmaster here as well. Ikit. Oh no, Ikit! Oh, playing dangerous games with that Dragon Slayer there. He's got 3,000 HP. He's got 2,400 value, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. The Doomflayer doesn't have as good of mass as the Doom Wheel. But it is a smaller target, which is pretty nice against the dwarves, and there's the added support of all these Rat Ogres, really helping facilitate his passage through Dowie units, and just continuing to roll them over, man. 183 kills, Rat Ogres hanging out here, looking to get back into the fight here on the #1 objective, and the Skaven doing a great job of swarming these points with Clan Rats. More Rat Ogres coming in. I've never seen the Skyhammer Squadron trying to put so much work in with such little, like, actual results to show for it, dude. And the Brimstone Guns are kind of idling over here. I think Smokey is just, like, really on the back foot right now. And is focusing all the micro over here. Just not really able to, like, flip the other objectives right now. Dowie moving units up onto the other side of the field. Lots of Dowie Warrior Great Weapons coming in. Some Slayers moving up. The Rangers, they did alright. Not the best performance from them, but they were respectable. It's just this, these wave tactics, dude. I mean, the Dowie are going to actually get some momentum on the #1 here eventually. just because they will be able to drag down all these clan rats, and eventually the rat ogres are going to have to leave. Yeah, because of the dragon slayers who are getting some pretty good damage in here. They're going to have a really hard time hanging on to this. The Skaven just being able to throw more and more cap weight up onto that point. Again, just keeping them back. And this is the problem. Like I said, Dowie are very slow. If they can't consolidate on points and really hang on to them, and they get in these late game scenarios where they got multiple positions that they're trying to protect, they're just too slow to reinforce them for one, and then the gyrocopters oftentimes are just being asked to do a little too much for them to really value trade well. Ekron's miners finally get broken. They got 267 kills, 600 value, 630. Paying for themselves, give or take. Clan Rat Spears, Dowie Warriors, Icket, Packmaster, Rat Ogres, Mutant Rat Ogres, all getting into a proper scrap over here. And the Dowie not having any immune to psychology right now, really holding them back. The Mutant Rat Ogres terror immediately routs the Dowie Warriors. Skaven, or not the Skaven, the Slayers here fighting against the Skaven hordes. Getting worn out pretty badly. They're gonna get some okay value, but a lot of that's gonna be like wasted, and there's just so many big monsters here that they're just clearing through the Slayers way quicker than the Slayers can hit back. So they're very much being overwhelmed. Demon Slayer comes back out looking to help these guys. Does he have the cannot die ability? Does not. That sucks for this Slayer unit over here. That would have really benefited from having it. Would have helped them stay alive a little bit longer, but they are pretty much donezo. 35 models left, really low on HP. A few more attacks from some of these Rat Ogres will start to get rid of some of the few remaining models there that the Dowie have. Stormvermin Halberds moving over. Dowie do get the #1 objective back, and the Skaven are looking pretty haggard. Smoky Loco barely hanging on to the value lead here. And another just tide of Skaven units moving in. Packmaster being broken back there. The Packmaster on foot really close to breaking as well. Mutant Rat Ogres have gotten a lot of healing though, man. They've got a decent HP pool to begin with, and the amount of healing they've gotten, I would say they probably have healed up about 2,000 HP over the course of this game, would be my guess. So that narrow lead that Smokey has might be a little overinflated because of the damage that's been healed up by the Packmasters on all of the Rat Ogres and the Mutant Rat Ogres. Even though they didn't get a lot of value, they did soak up a lot of damage. And the Terror Routes have been pretty indispensable. Skaven actually getting a little momentum onto the #1 objective now. They're just throwing some bodies up on here again. Look at the Skyhammer Squadron getting in here with the helicopters in melee combat. You know, these pilots are dedicated, man. They're going danger close to help their fellow Dowie out. Some unsummons could happen back here. Not so important, I guess, for the Skaven, but they definitely need some bodies out on the field. Look at this. Brimstone Guns have been chasing the Packmaster off. He does rally. He's trying to push away from him. Having a little bit of a hard time disengaging, though. Another Slayer unit comes up, and wow, look at these Brimstone Guns get folded up in melee combat. A fresh Mutant Rat Ogre out on the field. The other one very beat up, but still getting a little value in there. These Rat Ogres trying to push away, get away from the Slayers, and go to the middle objective, where they're going to try and lock it down. The Dowie just cannot contend with the amount of cap weight that the Skaven are throwing out here. It has been a horrendous tide of disgusting rat folk. From wire to wire of all of Sergeant Johnson's games, man. I'm very interested to see if somebody is able to figure out a way to beat this. I mean, really, you could just bring, like, a Flamestorm and drop it in the middle of the Skaven's formation. You'd probably get a good, like, 200-300 kills with just one Flamestorm. Because Flamestorm lasts a long time. It does a lot of damage to lightly armored units. It'd be pretty devastating for them. You know, the Dowie don't really have anything like that, is the problem. And yeah, the Slayers were respectable. They just didn't really carry their weight. And the Rangers, Again, they got okay value, but once they got broken off the field, there really wasn't enough fire support for the Dowie. And Ikit on this Doomflayer with Warp Lightning has been pretty devastating. I mean, 2,700 this game. I think he got close to 2,400 last time around. And then you had to add in all the value from the Mutant Rat Ogres. You know, at the very least, it's a durable build. Yeah, the Skaven Slave Sling's also getting their value back. Like I said, a 200 gold unit getting 300, 400, up to 500 value on this other Skaven Slave here is pretty incredible. I mean, that's a lot of chip damage, dude. It cannot be understated just how effective those pebbles are. It really doesn't look impressive, but I'm telling you, that really adds up. And it adds up in a bad way for you if you're running into that. It's like Noblar Flingers for the Ogre Kingdoms. You can be the most elite badass ever, but if a stone hits you square in the forehead, and you're just going to go down, and you're not waking up, probably. Finals casting and hot tub stream win? I could do a hot tub stream. I don't think I'd get as many views as some people on Twitch, but, you know, maybe I would. Who's to say? Will you be making an... Yeah, I'll drop an alert in the RTK Discord. I'm a little bit scatterbrained when it comes to promoting myself, honestly. I do this just because I enjoy it more than anything. But I'll remember to drop a alert there so that people can come and tune in live. But if you watch it on the VOD, that's fine too. I appreciate anybody and everybody who watches my streams. What's up, Mr. Fly? That's unfortunate, but we'll catch you around again. I'll be doing more intermediate tournaments as well. Those all scatter throughout the week, and they'll be a little bit easier to tune in for people, I'm sure. You know, there's a lot of high-level tournaments that people are hosting all the time, but I just noticed that there weren't really great opportunities for newer people and intermediate people to just get practice just with one another. Before they move into, like, getting, you know, bounced by Oishi and, like, Charix and people like that who still beat me all the time. I know how hard it is to get into the multiplayer side of things, so I just am trying to host more newer player-friendly events. So check out the intermediate tournaments that I host semi-regularly. I did 2 this last week. I'll probably do another 2 this week. And then maybe a third, just depending on, you know, what kind of time I have. I have a pretty flexible schedule, which is really nice. You know, it gives me lots of opportunities to stream when I have free time. Alright, let's go see how the other side of bracket looks. I don't know if they're done yet. That was a pretty long game, though, I will say. It may have seemed a little hopeless for the Dowie just because of how many Skaven were swarming over them, but Smokey did a really good job of scrapping against that build. Oh my god, we're going to get another Dowie game? Oh, yes, baby. Alright. And they're actually ready here, so let me drop them the code and get them in here. And we're on... Oh, Hashut Oil Fields, dude. That's perfect for the two factions that we're going to see fighting against one another, right? They're scrapping over petrochemical resources. Stealing the Dowie, coming for the supplies and the industry of their evil cousins. Want to try and take them down. Go visit your family, Broccoli. Have a good time. And yeah, just check them out if you have time. Just no, like, need, necessarily. Just whatever you want to do, man. Ironbreakers are pretty good against the Skaven. They really are. They're basically an unbreakable unit. They've got even more powerful blasting charges. And the thing about Ironbreakers is they're really good against monstrous infantry units because they have so much melee defense. Honestly, lots of monstrous infantry just can't do damage to Ironbreakers. And the Skaven didn't bring any weapon teams. So the Ironbreakers would have been... I think they would have been really good in that matchup, actually. They're honestly pretty underrated, in my opinion, anyways. They're good against Khorne also. That Khorne running into Ironbreakers actually have some issues because they can't really fight Ironbreakers with Bloodletters and Minotaurs. So you kind of have to maneuver around the Ironbreakers in the early game and try and kill the rest of the Dwarf army, and the Ironbreakers can kind of hold points early on and keep the Dowie in matches while they slowly just grind down the rest of the Khorne army. So I do think they've got some matchups where they're pretty decent. Even units that have like 90-something armor, Ironbreakers can do well into, because Ironbreakers, like I said, they just don't take damage. You know, you have to kill Ironbreakers at range, honestly. Trying to grind them down in melee combat is a fool's errand. It does not work. The Skaven do have tools to kill Ironbreakers from a distance, but I mean, by that same token, you know, the Dowie do have some pretty good stuff that they can use. It is just a really tough matchup for the Dwarves, period. Like, Skaven weapon teams are pretty good against the Dowie. The Vermintide obviously works, as we've been seeing. And Sergeant Johnson says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Gonna be running it back with Ikit once again. Packmaster on the Broodhorror with 2 Mutant Rat Ogres and a Packmaster on foot. Lots of swarmy Skaven slaves and clan rats. We do have Thorek on the other side here, and a much wider line than we saw from Smoky Loco. Lazuka looking to maybe utilize a little bit of a different build style to take down the Skaven here, bringing double Bolt Thrower. I am gonna tell you right now, I think that's the way to go. Double Bolt Thrower is kind of gross. They have 8 models. The crew is really hard to shut down. They do an insane amount of damage to large targets. They've got really good AP. I think their bonus versus large is like 50 or something, which is pretty chunky for a Bolt Thrower crew. And with 8 models, you're talking about an extra like 400 damage with each Bolt Thrower apiece. Like each of the individual Bolt Thrower units, I should say. And that can really add up really fast. They actually are surprisingly hard to shut down, especially with wide Dowie builds. Just loading in here, just look around a little bit. I don't have the debug camera or anything. Probably would like to turn it on to go look around, but I really don't. I don't really care about being able to zoom a million miles up into the air. You know, a lot of the really high-level players have the debug camera on, where they can, like, zoom up infinitely. Literally go to the skybox, basically, with how far you can zoom out. I like the cinematics of the game, kind of. I mean, it's really cool to just zoom in and see what's happening on the ground. You know? I think it's a little bit more challenging to play without the debug camera on. Because when you play from space, you can see everything that's happening across the field. You know? And there's a little bit less of a emphasis on really like locking in and keeping track of the units that you've got. You know, usually when people make mistakes, it's because they're like not seeing a unit, right? Out of sight, out of mind. You already got more than enough that you have to worry about. So when you like, you know, just move your camera and then lose track of something off the screen, then you come back to it and it's gone, you're very confused and maybe down a lot of value. I would really like to see the multiplayer community move away from having people use the debug camera personally. I don't think it's like cheating or anything. I don't know. It's not my personal cup of tea. We got all the Longbeards here. A couple of them should be pretty good for holding the line. Lots of Dwarf Warriors. It's one of the matchups where Dwarf Warriors can really help out grinding through enemy front lines. And they'll be a lot more reliable than the Slayers, just because the Skaven Slave Slings are not going to be able to really farm a bunch of value on Dwarf Warriors, thanks to the shields and the armor. You know, against Miners, I mean, Skaven Slave Slings can hit Miners, but even these guys have 80 armor. It's going to take a long time to really rack up value against them, because they also only cost 325 gold. Thorek is the most expensive thing in this army, and he has Rune of Doom, giving the Dowie Wa. Well, it's only in a radius around him, so I guess it's not that strong. It's a little sad. Rune of Wrathman Ruin will be a lot more useful, though. It does big damage to lightly armored units. Locus of Power. Oh, wow. So if Ikit tries to get in on him, if he's too close, then every time he uses Warp Lightning, Locus of Power will actually be doing miscast damage to Ikit. And Ikit is the only part of this build that doesn't have access to healing. So that'll really add up. And Rune of Hearth and Home gives ITP and it reduces Vigor per second. So perfect Vigor for the Dowie army. Blasting Charge going to the number 1. Bolt Throwers opening up, looking to get some damage. Good dodges here from Sergeant Johnson. Just dipping and ducking. Doing their thing. Chilling on the point. They got it capped up. They could probably get in and scrap the Miners for a little bit. They just don't want to get hit by these Bolt Throwers, man. I mean, I'm telling you, these bolts, when they actually start making contact, are going to really start to rack up some serious damage. But right now, just because the battle is not fully joined yet, there's a lot more time to like really spend microing these guys. Skaven Slaves just charging right up into the Dowie front line, dude. No fear, no regrets. Going in deep right now. Bolt Thrower finally makes contact with the Packmaster, taking a decent amount of HP off of this guy. He's definitely the target that you want to take down first, because obviously the Mutant Rat Ogres are getting heals from him. So the sooner that you can get rid of him, the less time the Mutant Rat Ogres will have to really accrue value. Thorek does get isolated here. I mean, Ikit is going to be blowing himself up as he's using items and abilities and spells. But I am a little afeared for the Dowie Lord here, because this is just a lot of AP that's hitting him right in the face. And the Bolt Throwers will get good value, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get value quick enough is the problem. Now, a little bit of damage going down on Ikit as he casts the Warp Lightning, but it does plenty of damage. More than enough to really be worth it, I would say. Rune of Wrath and Ruin being used, but Thorek is on his way down, man. Absolutely no way he's going to be able to survive this. Routing, running, no heals for him. Bombs from the Skyhammer Squadron coming down, doing some pretty good damage. Beautiful opportunity here. Ruining the Skaven Slave formation here. But losing your Lord sucks, dude, and he is super dead. He's actually shattered right now, I think. Yeah. Thoric being shattered is rough. He is actually gonna get killed here, and he just kind of tumbles off the top of his big rune. Very sad death there for Thoric. Bolt throwers still firing in here. They've gotten pretty okay value so far. Yeah, and the Packmaster standing still a little too long. Hopefully he doesn't get hit by too many more of these bolts. Couple shots coming in and missing. Dowie just completely overwhelmed on the number 3, and not doing too hot on the number 2 objective either, man. Dude, is the Vermintide, like, meta coming back into the 4 here? Are we watching it in real time? Look at the Skyhammer. It's got 353 kills already. It's still got 2 bomb drops, and it's only gotten 300 value. Come over here. Come on, Lazuka. Get him here. I believe in you. Beautiful brass orb going down. Terror routes on the Dowie Warriors. Both of them running right now. Brutal losses. And look at the Skaven Slaves just focus firing. I mean, yeah, they're shooting into armored, shielded infantry, but it's all damage, you know. 200 gold. You can't mess up by shooting at anything, right? And the Dwarf Warriors are going to get into combat here, but they're being asked to do an awful lot against these Skaven that are out here on the field, man. Another really good bomb drop from the Skyhammer Squadron. It's just trying to hold back too much of a flood here, man. What do you do against such reckless hate? Skaven getting in. It's been a long time since we've seen the Skaven win any tournament, and especially a new player tournament. This is the first player to potentially be winning a tournament with the Skaven in quite a while. Thunderers come out, still poking at this Packmaster, but man oh man, does he just heal like nobody's business, dude. Regeneration, the running with the packs. He's got something else proccing in here that's healing him up as well. Oh, does running with the pack actually double stack? I have no idea. I cannot really tell, but I think it might, because this Packmaster keeps popping up to 0.3 health per second. Which is a lot. I mean, 0.2 per second perpetually is kind of insane, and, you know, the Skaven are just continuing to rampage around with all of their trashy units, just swarming points. This is the real strength of this build, is just the way that the Skaven can ignore casualties and continue to pile in on objectives. And yeah, you're killing these Packmasters. This one getting absolutely railed right now by the Skyhammer Squadron. Just obliterating this poor little guy. He's like stun locked right now. He can't even like move hardly. Continuing to get staggered by the shots in here. Is broken. Gonna be trying to get out of here. Probably gonna die outright. Mutant Rat Ogre's taking some good damage. Packmaster's still hanging in, continuing to heal everything up. These guys have gotten pretty respectable value this game. Ikit could be the other target, you know. If you're going to shoot the Packmaster, yeah, that's going to mitigate a lot of the healing for the Mutant Rat Ogres. But Ikit with the Warp Lightning is also pretty dangerous. And killing the Skaven Lord does mean that the leadership for the Skaven is going to get massively debuffed. That would be a big issue for them. It's not out of the woodworks for the Skaven right now. They do have a little bit of pressure coming in from the Dowie. They are throwing some bodies up out onto the field. They got a lot of rallying units. There's a Dwarf Warrior running off into the distance that was chasing some clan rats or some Skaven slaves or something. Yeah, some clan rats off the field. Yeah, having these guys just stuck in the back line right now, kind of painful, but maybe they can just rotate to the #1 objective now and try and cap that up. The Skyhammer Squadron has gotten 2,000 value already. Helping ship down the Mutant Rat Ogres now. I would just have it fly a little closer so it could shoot a little more accurately. And then, oh my god, what do the dwarves do to save their, save this game right now? They are just totally stuffed off the points. And the Skaven are just going to continue to be able to throw bodies out onto the field. There's more and more rat ogres showing up now. And I wouldn't be too surprised to start seeing waves of Skaven slaves coming up to, like, just run past the points and just stuff the Dowie as they're trying to get up on undefended objectives. That's a pretty good use of Skaven slaves, honestly. Probably the most useful thing they can do, in fact. They're all absolutely terrible at holding an objective, but they're amazing at taking ground and stuffing people back. And you can just see more and more of them coming out onto the field. There's actually a Skaven slave diving all the way into the back line here. What the hell is happening back here? We got Clan Rat spears at the edge of the map fighting Dowie miners. That's a huge win for the Skaven, being able to occupy those all the way back there. Slayers coming out, massacring some Clan Rat spears that were trying to get on top of one of the bolt throwers. Both bolt throwers very much online with good value. They just can't kill these damn mutant rat ogres. They've just been so annoying for every single person that we've seen play Sergeant Johnson today. Has just not been able to deal with the Vermintide, dude. Oh my god. 40 units is nasty business, man. And that healing, that heal blob is honestly pretty gnarly. It's hard to punish, obviously, because we've seen multiple people try and find inventive ways to get around it. If you don't deal with it, then they just farm a ton of value on you, and if you do try, then you're probably going to be losing on points. The Skaven are just going to swarm you with numbers and bodies, and single heroes can't do it, hero squads can't do it. Who is gonna stop the reign of this madman? Somebody's got to figure something out. But that's gonna be it, dude. I mean, the Skaven are gonna walk away with a win for themselves. Big time plays from the Vermintide. Now, the humble Skaven Slave Slinger continues to win farm for their overlords, for the Grey Seers. I'm going to be continuing with casting. I'm just taking a minute to congratulate everybody, and then we'll get into some more replays. And I'll go for another couple hours, probably. And then I'll go crash out. I'll just lie in bed and read books and sleep, probably. And, yeah, Monday, I'll be doing any other replays that I don't do today. Sweet. Oh, man. Oh. Sergeant Johnson never disappoints. Amazing character in the Halo games. Awesome player here in Warhammer. The worst part of the game, I'm watching my little guys fight and not realizing half my army got wrecked. That's where I've been there, man. Here's the thing, though. This is why you should save your replays, because you can here's what you do. You save your replays, you play through the game trying to win, then you go through the replays, and then you can just actually zoom in and appreciate the aesthetics and the animations of the game. You can, like, see some of your mistakes, you can learn a little bit, and you can also get a nice little taste of just the funsies that the game has to offer. Oh, I downloaded a bunch of replays that I still need to drop in here, didn't I? Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot here. One sec, guys. And I believe some other people have been dropping some stuff since the rounds ended. So let me grab those real quick as well. Oh, wrong Discord. Here we go. Another thing we need to do, we need to watch the other semis match. That's what we're going to do first, because I just clocked it. Radio Magic was playing Slaanesh, and Dowie beat Slaanesh. That's not easy to do. I'm super curious as to whether it was a box build or something else entirely. Okay, we got some extra replays in here. We probably got plenty of duplicates, but we'll be very discerning about which ones may or may not be. Usually when there's a little 1 next to them, they're duplicates. Give me a sec, guys. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we do. Okay, so... Yep. Those 4 duplicates. This is a duplicate. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's get out of here and go back in. Alright, we're back. No way. Thunder Barge? Okay, we'll watch that at some point. Where's this, here it is. Okay, okay. Let's get into it. Our other semifinals match going to be kicking off right now. We'll see how Lazuka was able to take down Slaanesh here. Oh my god, look at all the Thunderers, dude. Got an Iron Drake. Always a pretty good choice. 1 Bolt Thrower. Dowie Lord, you know, the Dowie Lord build might have been really good to have against that massive wave of mutant rat ogres and Skaven slaves and clan rats. Just because, like, this guy is so cheap, and if your opponent kills him, whatever. Like, losing Thorek early is what really hurt Lazuka more than anything. Who is talking? I'm trying to find the, apparently everybody is just chatting. All the Dowie, units. Miner's getting up on the point. Lazuka doing a very good job of getting objectives early and being aggressive about it. I do love it. Just a Horde of Forsaken, which is an odd choice, honestly, against the, Dowie. I mean, aggressive infantry can work really well. These guys are better coming out in reserve, though. The reason for that is they've got 51 foot speed. Forsaken are an absolute powerhouse, like, motor boat type of unit for Slaanesh. Pretty underrated. They do a lot of damage. They got devastating flanker as well. They hit pretty hard. And they got the extra, like, 5 speed, which makes a big difference for them. Lots of Furies coming in. Going to be getting aggressive early, it looks like, is Radio Magic. Which I don't hate. I mean, you can definitely do that against the Dwarves. You got to be really careful, though, when they got a big gun line like this. And Thunderers are excellent at shooting Furies and stuff out of the sky. They actually do pretty good damage to them on the way in. They do get pretty good engages here, Slaanesh. But Dowie Warriors are going to be able to, like, collapse in here. So what you do against the Dowie, this is a little different from what you do against some factions. Some factions you do want to, like, land in the front and have the infantry turned away. But against the dwarves, you don't really have cavalry to come out of the spawns and punish your Furies. You want to fly past the front line and past the Thunderers. And then you want to land on the rear of the Thunderers. You'll get your devastating flanker off for one as Slaanesh, and you'll also be safe from getting collapsed on by the Dwarf Warriors. Because the Furies have pretty poor leadership. The minus 16, they just don't like at all, and they cannot survive it. Not really the best place for the Pit of Shades. I actually think that right here would be the better spot, because there's Thunderers and Dwarf Warriors mixed up together, and kind of a pretty tight blob. You'd have gotten a lot more damage in there against better targets, in my opinion. Forsaken getting up into the front line, there's just so many guns, man. The Thunderers are going to have a really good time if they don't get shut down this game, and they're pretty good at peeling for one another. They're reasonably tanky. They got good melee defense, and their armor is pretty solid. Furies of Slaanesh do a pretty good job of opening them up, though, and they are getting a really good engage over here against this Thunderer unit. Some more Thunderers turning to peel for their fellow warriors. Dowie Warriors screaming back in response, trying to help save these guys. 40 models of Thunderers can get plenty of value for you. Hellstriders getting pushed back, Brimstone guns coming in. They've got the flamethrowers, they discourage leadership as a result. Very nice. And the burnt effect does not take into consideration ITP. ITP only applies to, like, fear and terror. It doesn't actually make a difference for if your opponent's using stuff that has other added effects, like burnt, take cover, discouraged. Those still apply to units that have ITP. And thank goodness for that, because Slaanesh would be even more broken otherwise. I'll be banging the drum on Nerf Slaanesh for a long time until I actually see it. Sigvald's in here, beating up on the Dowie Lord, doing some pretty good damage to him. Dwarf Warriors hanging out with their Lord here, trying to help him out. It's not going too well for him. He's just not a combat character. This guy basically just wants to run around and not die. That's the best thing you can do with a standard Dowie Lord. You know, you like force your opponent to like chase them. You got like your missiles that you can like then use to punish. And where are the Thunderers firing now? A lot of the Forsaken have kind of been worked down here. Wow, they really haven't done too well. This is the problem with Forsaken. They're really good at getting into the back line. And they're really good on the charge, but they don't grind well against units that have good melee defense. And Dwarf Warriors actually have enough melee defense that they can hold back the melee attack of Forsaken pretty nicely. And with all of the firepower that the Dwarves have, I do believe that we're going to be seeing them take a win home. Just because they got a decent value lead, they're actually doing a pretty good job of out-muscling objectives as well. They're losing a little bit of momentum on the number 2 here, but thanks to this Dwarf Warrior, they should be able to anchor it fairly easily. Thunder is looking to turn their attention to the Furies on their way in. And what else is going to be coming out for Lazuka? The Gyrocopters did go down to some of the Furies. You can't really bring Gyros against the Chaos factions because of that. I honestly do firmly believe that the Dowie perform a little bit better if they just stay on the ground and don't try to play the air game at all against the Chaos factions, because truth be told, the efficiency of Gyrocopters in a lot of the Chaos matchups is just really poor. They just don't really carry their water. Fury's getting shot up on the flank. Thunder is still holding pretty nicely. That melee defense is really keeping them in this fight. They are routing, but the Furies are taking a lot of damage. They're very close to crumbling. Once they start crumbling, Furies just disintegrate immediately. Demonic Instability is very punishing to begin with. And these guys have such low leadership. By the time they've gotten really low, there's no way that they rally at all. And you can see they're going down pretty hard here. Barely paying for themselves. Furies carry a lot of water for you against the Dwarves. Furies are really nasty in the Dowie matchups of any variety. This is one of the few matchups of the Slaanesh variant is probably the best possible version. Khorne Furies are the second best. Tzeentch Furies after that, and the Nurgle Fury is probably the worst. The Fury tier list is kind of odd. There's matchups where each of them is at their peak. Generally speaking, Khorne Furies are the best, followed by the Nurgle Furies, though. And Slaanesh Furies typically end up being the weakest variant, but here it's kind of completely reversed. Outside of Khorne Furies still being pretty good. Hellstriders get into combat, but they eat a huge blasting charge volley on the way in. And yeah, the miners aren't great in combat, but they'll be able to probably finish up this Hellstrider unit just because they took so much damage on the way in. They actually have some rallying Dwarf Warriors getting into the back of this Hellstrider unit. Wow, breaking their leadership, and there they go, running for their lives right now. And it's really just Sigvald against the world. Look at the Slaanesh army. They're pretty equal on value, quote-unquote, but something that isn't being taken into account is all this demonic instability, dude. It's so painful. The Furies haven't been doing poorly, but they have definitely been crumbling out pretty fast. And that's probably hiding about 1,000 value deficit that isn't being reflected here. Dwarf Lord comes back out, blasting charges moving up. Another thing is that the Dowie units just have better leadership. There's a lot of devoted Marauders coming up. The Forsaken, they've got solid leadership, but they've still gotten pummeled pretty badly. And, you know, even the baseline Miners have pretty good leadership, so... they can run into problems because they don't have ITP, of course, and if you lose your Lord, it can get a little sketchy. But with the Lord back out on the field, you can just throw Miners out and probably just hold this triple cap for a little while, blow up any of the squishy Slaanesh units that are trotting out onto the field, and then maybe think about developing a couple of, some Thunderers coming up now. Like one more Thunderer getting up behind the #1 objective here, and maybe anchoring with a Slayer would be really nice for the Dwarves. It would definitely give them the #1 objective for the rest of the game, and they'd be able to move up and support the #2. The #3... looking a little sketchy for the Dwarves. I don't know how long they'll be able to hold it down over here. They don't have a lot of gun support. They don't really have a lot of units here other than the Slayers that can really do any damage either. The Miners get closed in on by the Hellstriders who take the early fight. Demonettes following that up. I think Demonettes are kind of terrible. You should bring Exalted Demonettes instead, because regular Demonettes are fine if they can use Devastating Flanker. Exalted Demonettes are way stronger, though. They do an insane amount of damage. And Exalted Demonettes also debuff the units that they're fighting. And they're a can opener type of unit. And that's where the Dowie really struggle, when there's high DPS armor-piercing units on the field. Slaanesh theoretically should have that, but they did kind of hamstring themselves by bringing so many Forsaken in the opener and not using them to try and flank and just instead engaging the Dwarf Warriors and Miners was really not what they needed to be doing. You want to try and avoid fighting the Dowie melee units as much as possible, because there's just no advantage to be found there. The early game against the Dwarves should be spent trying to cap objectives and trying to, like, force their melee units out of position, so you can then move around them and get into the backline with your own infantry. If you can do that, it's almost impossible for the Dowie to win, because if you kill their missiles and all they have is their mediocre infantry on the field, you can pretty feasibly beat them. You can see the Demonettes over here scrapping against the Slayers, doing some pretty good damage. The Slayers are probably going to go down here in a moment. I don't know if they'll be able to finish this Demonette unit, honestly. Some blasting charge support, though. They'll definitely be winning that fight. Brimstone guns, hitting the Forsaken a little bit, lowering the leadership. Sigvald finds the Lord again. Sigvald's going to beat the brakes off of him once more. He's just got perfect vigor. He's got Silver Slash, which is also imbuing an armor sundering effect on the Lord, lowering him down to about 90 armor. Oh, but he does... Where does he get more armor from? What the heck? Oh, it must have been Silver Slash wearing off and it imbuing an effect to give him armor back. That's kind of interesting. I've never actually noticed that before. But he's back up to his typical armor values. He'll be kind of hard for Sigvald to kill quickly. Sigvald will assuredly win the fight, though. I mean, Sigvald's just too good of a duelist. It's going to be hard for the Dwarf Lord to even hit him. These Forsaken, dude, are just bouncing off these miners. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I guess it just is that they fall off so badly, man. The Forsaken are fine. They really are better at killing, Rangers and Thunderers and Quarrelers, though. If Radio Magic had maybe been a little more patient before committing to the, fights, could have perhaps worked in a little bit more of his force into the back line. To support the Fury dive, and then also to just chip away at the Thunderers. Thunderers got pretty solid value. They all up-traded, which is really important for the Dwarves. And the Dwarf Warriors anchored really well. They all got pretty respectable value in their own right. Wow, just a good all-around performance from the Dwarves here. Bolt Thrower was the weak point, but, you know, you bring it just in case there's a big demon, because it can chip away pretty nicely at their HP. I'd get rid of these Demonettes. I wouldn't be bringing... If you're going to bring Chaos Warriors, you should bring them in the opener and flip-flop them with the Forsaken. And you can cut this Devoted Marauder. Okay, here we go. Cut the Devoted Marauder. Cut a Demonette. Get an Exalted Demonette. Cut the other Demonette. And maybe think about bringing something else. You might want... what am I doing? Here we go. You might want at least one Fiend against the Dwarves. Fiends are really fast, so they're actually good at avoiding gunfire. And they are really high impact when they get side and rear charges. They mulch through units when they make contact. And they've got Soporific Musk, which does lower melee defense and melee attack. Another thing you can consider is Azazel. Azazel's really strong, guys. He causes terror on his own. Good AP values, really strong melee attack and melee defense, fast as hell. Not a lot of armor, so you need to be careful of gun units and risky engagements. But you just use Lash of Slaanesh and Acquiescence. You proc Blissful Rapture, which increases the melee attack and leadership of your whole army. And then when Demon Blade is up, you get rear charges with Azazel. You pop the Demon Blade, which then discourages leadership. And he will terror bomb entire Dowie positions. Like, he'll have 3 or 4 units running if you micro him around appropriately. He is really devastating. And he is very good at controlling the skies. Even by himself. He's good at taking down gyros. Because every time he gets into combat against them, he'll be killing a model. So you really can't slip up as the dwarves when you're moving your gyros around. It's actually... This is a little bit off on a tangent, but it's actually why I really like Valkia against the dwarves. If you think your opponent's going to go for gyrocopters, you can bring Valkia and she does really well because she's good against them. You can also bring Skulltaker, of course. He's, like, amazing against the Dowie. He gives big buffs to leadership and melee attack. He's got some cool items that make him pretty survivable. Bloody Onslaught can be kind of useful against the dwarves sometimes. Lots of cool stuff you can do. Dowie are tricky to learn how to take down. Once you figure out the Dowie's, like, tricks, though, they become pretty easy to handle. They're just so slow and limited. Is the big issue with them. Alright, let's get rid of the replays that we've already seen. That way I don't constantly end up clicking on them again to watch them through. Oh, this is from another tournament. Whoops. So you got Pont and WM here. Is this also from another tournament? Sure as hell. No, is it? I think this is actually from today. Oh my god, what's the date? This is from the 16th, not the 17th. That's from another tournament. I still need to get through all those replays. I've got so many replays saved right now. Trying to keep track of them all is a little bit of an exercise in futility at times. WM versus Hattie here. So we've got some, we got a lot of Dowie players in this tournament today. Not that I'm complaining, you know. It's been a little while since I've seen, so much Dowie action. Lots of Ushabti. I mean, against the Dwarves, this is one of the matchups where the Ushabti can really shine. Cetra's coming in here. Crown of Nehekara, I've just never really liked as an item. It's way overcosted for what it does. The weapon strength buff is fine. It's only 12% though. Which means for Ushabti you get like 9 more AP. Or it's actually spread between base weapon and armor piercing. So at 12% you get... I don't know, man. You don't get a lot more AP. You get like 7 more armor piercing damage, and then 2 more base weapon damage. There's just not a lot of Tomb King's units that can really make use of this. It's a nice, like, buff for cavalry, I guess, but Cetra's pretty independent. You don't keep him with stuff like that too often. You really just want to bring him bare bones. With just Jaffs and Nerus against the Dowie. Usirians, if you're going against factions that have lots of mobility. It's a pretty good damage spell. But it'll be okay. I mean, it's not like gonna make that big of a difference for the game. It's just a little bit easier to like shove some of the more expensive Tomb King's units in if you're just like cutting the very superfluous items and abilities. One day it'll get buffed and then it'll actually be worth bringing. Hopefully, at least. Miner's getting wailed on by the Ushabti core here. Just 3 Ushabti is way too much for the Miners to contend with. Ushabti have pretty good melee defense, so they're not taking a lot of damage in return. They just look so cool, dude. They've got such cool attack patterns. Chopping through all these guys. Put some serious DPS down on them. The Grim Delvers come out of the Vanguard and get a great volley off on the Ushabti early. Ushabti looking to disengage from the routing Miners and get up into the secondary now. Beautiful shot going down. God, this is why the Grim Delvers are such a good unit. They took half the HP off of a Ushabti, and that's no joke, because these guys actually have 8,000 health. So they chunked through 4,000 in one volley. They do get shut down here, though. They're probably not going to be much longer for this world. They're a decently defensive unit, but this is a dedicated anti-infantry piece here with a good bonus against them. And their HP is a little limited, despite being pretty well statted for being a ranged unit. Hattie probably needed to just keep the Grim Delvers a little more tucked into the rest of the formation. They would have been better off. Trying to push too many objectives as the Dowie is one of the most common pitfalls that I see from people. You just want 2 points, and you want to force your opponent to fight you on those 2 points. That's why typically maps that don't favor Dowie artillery end up being really bad for them. There's a lot of blobbing on the infantry. You don't want to do that against the Tomb Kings, because Chosen of the Gods and Cetra are both amazing at clearing out bunched up infantry. Cetra, because he just rides through on his Sphinx, and his attack patterns and collision damage will just kill like 30-40 dudes in one go if they're bunched up like that. Chosen of the Gods have these air burst projectiles. They're focusing down the Iron Drakes right now, which is definitely the right call. WM getting a nice little lead. I'm not committing up into the middle here anytime soon. The number 3 being secured by some Dowie Great Warriors. Iron Drakes really need to be playing a little bit tighter into the formation. They just keep getting isolated here, man. They're just taking steady damage from Skeleton Horsemen. Ushabti have found them now. And Ushabti are a little beat up, but there's really nothing else to threaten them now. Now that they've taken all the missiles offline, they'll just be able to charge around and disrupt the Dowie Warrior fights here. More Ushabti coming in. WM doing a really good job with the Ushabti Corps. Taking advantage of out-of-position Dowie units. Maneuvering them around, stuffing up a bunch of reinforcements. Settra comes in, is running over an Iron Drake with a little bit more help from these guys over here. Massive damage going down on the Iron Drakes, who are really the only tool that the Dowie have to clear out just hordes and hordes of skeleton spears. Not nearly as many as you might expect coming in here from the Tomb Kings. You don't really need that many warriors, though. Skeleton spears just have such terrible cap weight. You're honestly better off just like bringing some Tomb Guard and Nehekhara warriors. There are matchups where the skeleton warriors can do some pretty good work, but against the Dowie, they're really just here to be buffering for Ushabti, who are going to do the majority of the actual damage against the front line for the dwarves. Tomb Scorpion getting in here against the Lord and actually doing some good damage. Hattie's really been... I've been seeing some people using these a little bit more often now. I do think they're still a little bit sad. They just don't do all that much damage. Or sorry, WM has been using the Tomb Scorpion. Hattie is trying to fight against it. Iron Warden's Hammer giving perfect vigor and using the Star Metal Plate to debuff the melee attack of the Tomb Scorpion. I think what the Scorpion really needs to be a better unit is give it a better bonus versus infantry. Give it like 25 bonus versus infantry, and I think it'd be much stronger. Some Necropolis Knights coming in to help finish off the Iron Drakes. Blasting Charge Volleys coming in from the low ground. Big damage on the Nehekhara warriors. Ushabti not caring so much, though. And the Ushabti should be able to get up into the backfield. Settra's looking real healthy as well. Big issue for the dwarves, because he will 100% carry the late game. He'll make up for any bad cap weight that the Tomb Kings have by terror routing miners, breaking down warrior positions as well, and just like causing havoc for any reinforcements that are trying to come in. So honestly, the perfect target for Settra is just running over all these miners right now. Ushabti get a Jaff's Incantation, which is really nice. Big increase to their armor-piercing damage. Look how quickly they're killing this Iron Drake as a result. Leadership hanging in there, 1,300 value and counting. Probably going to end up with almost 2,000 if they kill this Iron Drake over there. These Ushabti up top, still on their way to value trading their full value back. Ushabti Summon stopping up a lot of Dwarf Warriors over here. Thane hanging in on the point, doing his thing. You know, the characters for the Dwarves have been anchoring this middle really nicely. Wow, is WM going to lose this game because he can't cap the objectives? Alright, a Halberd on this point, Necropolis Knights here, Skeleton Horses, kind of dominating this flank. Okay, they're going to get this point. What the Tomb King should probably do is rally to, like, come in, sweep up these weakened units for the dwarves, and then push all the mobility onto the #1 objective. Just forget about the middle. Committing onto it is just not a good idea. It's not really going anywhere. The Dowie have too many units up on the point. And your infantry just have such pitiful cap weight. It's just not ever going to happen. That's what I'm talking about with Settra, dude. He took like half the HP off of this miner just by trampling over them. And he gets an order. He's going to be going after this Dwarf Warrior Corps here. Incoming Terror Route maybe as he charges through the rear lines here. Big damage going down. So a lot of these guys getting tossed around like ragdolls. Going after a couple of the dudes that are scattered outside of the main formation there. Ushabti moving down the hill now, very close to paying for themselves, trying to shut down the Rangers. Rangers do get engaged by some of the Skeleton Horsemen here. Pretty good engagement for the Tomb Kings, just having these guys occupied while the Ushabti close the gap, get in on the Rangers. Really smacking them up real nice. And another really good Jaffs, dude. I've been very impressed with the targeting priority for it. Utilizing it on the Ushabti throughout the game so far. Increasing their DPS. It's a very good idea, just so they can actually clear out a lot of these weapon team type units that the Dowie are kind of relying on right now. Necropolis Knights charging around. Dowie getting broken down in the middle somewhat. I still think it's not worth the time and effort. You're like really far behind on the tickets. Dowie are going to get up to a triple cap state of affairs pretty soon. You should just work on capping the weak objective first and then pushing the number 2. Because if you double cap the dwarves, right, they know they've got to hold on to this middle point for, I mean, almost 8 minutes. If you were to have capped it now, they'd be having to hold on this objective for like 7 minutes, which is going to be damn near impossible. It's going to be ages, and the Dowie are just going to eventually get snuffed out, but with their reinforcements getting intercepted constantly. If you're just constantly grinding on this point, Dowie can just slowly keep throwing units up here. They'll reinforce the side point as well, which you're not even bothering to try and take. So Skeleton Horsemen coming up now. Cetra should help clean up through here. Ushabti getting annihilated by the Grimdelvers, who have come back in with a vengeance. They were not satisfied with their performance the first time around, but they got rested and refitted, so to speak, and they just blast these Ushabti back into the afterlife there. You can see them crumbling, falling down motionless onto the ground. They've got these, they've got little, like, lightning eyes when they're active. Or you can see they get these little, like, bursts of energy coming off of them, I guess, is really what it is. And, those effects stop once the models actually die, which is kind of funny to see. It's a cool little detail. It's not, like, the most involved thing in the world, but it is kind of cool. We do get a big outmuscle on the number 2. And you are capping the number 1. Alright, so it is working out for the Tomb Kings. I was a little worried that it was just taking so long. But they do get the movement up on the number 1. Cetra takes a nasty volley from the Grimdelvers, though. Skeleton Horsemen looking to close the gap. They should be able to get another volley off. Brutal damage, man. Such a gnarly unit. They might even get another shot off. They fire pretty quick. Not quite enough time before they get engaged with the Horsemen. They might be able to hold these guys off, though. Just because they've got decent melee attack because of the Frenzy they have access to. They're also ITP as long as Frenzy is available to them. Cetra getting in here, though, is going to be a big issue. He kills models so effectively with the collision attacks, dude. And he's going to be running right through the back of them, and now killing a few more of these guys, continuing to wear them out. Sphinx could probably rally to the high ground or help the Necropolis Knights off on the side here after he's killed the Grimdelvers, of course, which is the high priority target. Nekar Warriors moving across to get on the number 1 since the Dowie are trying to retake. Some miners coming up to the number 3. They don't have blasting charges, though, so the Skeleton Horsemen will be able to hold them off for quite a while and keep this objective secured. Hattie is just falling farther and farther behind. But the Dwarves have given a really good go of it, I think with a little bit better positioning on the Iron Drakes and the Trollhammer Torpedoes. The Dowie probably would have won. They were just a little too spread out early, and the Tomb Kings just really bullied those Iron Drakes. They just haven't been able to fire all game. If you bring the flamethrowers, you need them to be value trading well, because they're quite expensive. I think they're 800 something gold. And they're really only good against chaff units. They've got enough AP they can do some damage to Necropolis Knights in Ushabti. It's not good enough in my experience. I'm a big fan of the Dowie just doing like Thunderers and some Trollhammer Torpedoes for really big stuff with like a cannon in reserve that can come out early if need be. The Lord is being run around right now, chipped down by Halberds. You got good value, 1,300, almost 1,400 value is pretty juicy. Thanes were pretty lackluster, and look at this guy. I mean, he's rallied on leadership, but he's running now. Tomb Guard with some pretty good value, just chasing him off the field. No way he comes back. Big loss for the Dwarves, because these guys do have pretty good cap weight. They're very durable, of course. And that can make a big difference against the Tomb Kings, whose infantry is just like singularly unequipped for holding on to points for the most part. Pushing off of the objective is what you want to do here. Stuff up these warriors, but not really needed. Cetra and the mobility getting a little too dominant at the end of the game there. And doing more than enough to shut it all down. Ushabti got great value that game. Two of them got 2,100. They cost 9. The other one pretty much paid for itself. Chosen of the Gods were respectable. Cetra paying for himself pretty much. Just really good all-around value for the Tomb Kings. And the Dowie just did not get it from anything except the Grim Delvers. And their Lord. Their Lord also paid for himself. That's really about it, man. You just gotta play a tighter formation against the Tomb Kings. Spreading out against them is just not ever really gonna work out for you. Wow, and another Dowie Tomb Kings matchup. We did watch this one. Sugar versus Hattie. Let's watch Pont versus the Vampire Counts here. We've got a Fire Mage. Piercing Bolts of Burning and Fireball, actually. Wow, okay. Crone Hellebron, Blackguard of Nagaron, Harganeth Executioners, and some Dread Spears. What is bro cooking here? I'm fascinated. Yeah, War Kitties have crazy good attack animations. Very good at clearing stuff out. Doesn't have Burning Head or Flamestorm, which are the spells that I would personally recommend against the Vampire Counts, but Pont just loves going off meta and is a good enough player to execute these builds very, very capably. Wow, the Cursed Blade might be really good against the Vampire Counts because they do have a lot of chaff units, and them losing in combat will cause the Cursed Blade to proc and then affect everything around the unit that Crone Hellebron is fighting. She might be able to really clean these guys up, and she is an amazing anti-foot character. And you know, White Kings, they can be pretty annoying, dude. Vlad von Karstein is also a Foot Lord. I don't know if she has the staying power to kill them all. But what I would do is just try and use her early on to try and get the Cursed Blade going with the Mortis Engine to wear down as much of the chaff as possible. And then in the mid-game, just use her to try and kill some of the White Kings. Vlad should be avoided as much as possible. That's the downside of Vlad. Vlad's hard to kill, but he's really slow just being a foot character. And nothing more than that. If you just avoid him and don't let him get a lot of value out of his healing and magic, and force him to constantly be repositioning, he ends up being pretty mediocre, honestly. Cryptar's moving up, Graveguard in the back line. Just lots of Skeleton Spears. That's pretty par for the course for the Vampire Counts. They're taking ages to get up to the objectives, which isn't too shocking. That's kind of the standing situation for them as a faction. Slow and ponderous at all times. K-Knight Assassin versus a White King. I really do think the White King wins anyways. K-Knight Assassins can do good damage. If the White King isn't focusing him, though, I think the K-Knight Assassin will win. The reason White Kings win, usually, is because they just got so much HP for foot characters. They've got a bonus versus infantry of 14 with good defensive stats that are very well-rounded. Magic damage as well to get past any physical resistance that characters have. Piercing Bolt attempt back here doesn't really make great contact. It's a lot of winds of magic to use as well. I think the overcasted version is 16. Yeah. It's a lot to spend on a spell that you're really not getting that much damage out of. But Pawn does have some pretty good engagements. I mean, the elite infantry is engaged on the high ground here against a bunch of chaff units. They're holding the point. They should be able to hold the point for a long time coming still. You know what? I'm really looking at it, and the Vampire Counts don't really have a great way to punish the elites that the Dark Elves have brought. There's no Mortis Engine. We do have a Cryptor attacking a Dread Spear over here. Once they've killed this Dread Spear, they can maneuver over, and with some buffering can maybe fight the Blackguard of Nagaron. But the Blackguard here just holding the line really nicely. You know, elite halberds, typically pretty good into the Vampire Counts, because they chew through chaff very capably. Don't take a lot of return damage from zombies and spears and skeleton warriors. I mean, they can also kill corpse carts if the corpse carts trickle into combat a little too closely. Really good positioning here, though, from Lydia. This is where you want to keep corpse carts, is like right behind the front line, where they're not really in any danger of being attacked. And they can hit like the maximum number of units. Graveyard Halberd just get pin-cushioned by the Dark Shards. I didn't even realize they were opening fire on them, but they wrecked them. And the Blackheart Corsairs did some pretty decent damage there too. While Crone and the K-Knight Assassin really brutalizing the White King over here. Awesome stuff character sniping that guy. Zombie Summon getting hit by Piercing Bolts, misses the Devils of Schwarzhofen. Again, not getting a lot of value out of the magic, but it may not matter. Pawn is grinding out a lot of value here, and Crone Hellebron with the Soul Siphon from the sword actually doing really good damage to a lot of these units, man. Web of Shadows also going down. It does good damage to single entities, which means the Corpse Cart taking some extra damage, and then the assistance from Crone here getting in and really wailing on this thing. It was really low. It is squeaking away, but she gets a Flaming Sword of Ruin, of all things, and takes it down with just a couple more hits. Beautiful stuff from Crone. 1,800 value on her. The high ground still held by the Dark Elves. Look at the Blackguard up here. Look how much they killed, dude. 317 kills, and they have only gotten half their value back. Undead Moment, 500 kills on Harganeth Executioners. Lydia's kind of throwing chaff away here at this point. This is this is like that meme, you know, where it's like, you know, I kept sending in stuff and it kept getting destroyed. And then somebody is like, yeah, it sounds like you're just basically feeding the death machine. Buddy starts crying. That whole shenanigans. Dark Elves are just kind of running over this. The elite infantry just have not been attacked in any meaningful way. I've just been able to do way too much damage in the early going here. I mean, the Vampire Counts get the number 1. This Blackguard of Nagaron's going down. The Corsairs are getting handled. Cryptors have kind of struggled this game. They've been used a little bit too split up from the chaff support. So one of them died back here as it was fighting Dark Shards. This one back here taking some serious damage. This might actually be the one that was fighting the Dark Shards and then rallied back, now that I'm thinking about it. There was another unit that absolutely got run over, and wow, dude. Oh my god. What was that Crone Hellebron just killed Vlad at about half a second there. I looked away, I blinked. What happened to my beautiful boy? 3,900 value Crone Hellebron's kind of wild, dude. Not something I had on my bingo card today. That's what I'm talking about, though, man. Like, just because something is off meta doesn't mean it's not going to work. And, you know, Pont didn't get a lot of value out of the Fire Sorceress, sure, but more than made up for it with Crone and the K-Knight Assassin, who honestly got some pretty good value for his cost. He's not that expensive. He's about 1,000 gold, I'm pretty sure, with all of the items he's got here. Just using all of them up, and still has plenty of room on the HP to maybe scrap a little bit more. That is going to be a win, though, for the Dark Elves, man. Coming in here, character sniping, all of the Lords and Heroes for the Vampire accounts. Kind of doing exactly what I was expecting and calling for, you know, like killing some of the chaff early, getting a little value with the Cursed Blade, wearing out a lot of the zombies and skeleton warriors. The elites, holding the line, doing pretty good damage. And then you go for the White Kings and Vlad when they're either isolated or just totally without any kind of chaff support around them. Cool elite build, man. Pont brings those all the time, and just constantly finding ways to succeed with them. So big hats off. Suga versus Hattie here. 2 Winged Lancers, some Great Weapon Warriors, and we do get a Frost Maiden with the Blizzard here. So let's see if Suga is able to execute this build here. I'm very curious to see how it works out. Blizzard is amazing against the dwarves. Just because they have spell resistance doesn't mean that big AoEs can't do damage to them, and Blizzard is one of those vortexes that does enough damage that it just doesn't even matter all that much that they have spell resist. It doesn't one-shot Dowie units like it does other factions, but it gets damn close. It'll take about 4/5 of the HP off of these Thunderers if it lands square on them. It's going to be pretty execution dependent because Suga did go with a pretty juicy mobility core early on. It's just always so risky against the dwarves. The dwarves are one of those factions where mobility just doesn't work against them. Not because mobility is bad into dwarves per se, it can work. But just because they bring so many bodies early on that it's kind of hard to like cap up points early. You gotta spend a lot of time of dodging cannon fire, but what Suga should do not advance on this point. There is no point advancing up over here. This is where the cannons are. They will bowling pin your armored Kossars like nobody's business. Rotate your Kossars away from here and your wizard, and use the trees and the terrain features to screen the cannon fire out. And just work on a way to get up into the Thunderers. That's what Kislev would really benefit from doing. They absolutely raffle stomp the miners here. Just flatten them through and through. Absolutely no hope for these guys. Yeah, Blood of the Motherland and Balalaika doing some pretty good damage. Do not come out into the open here. Do not do this. Do not ever come out where the cannons are aiming. I know you see miners here, but that's honestly a pretty secondary concern for you right now. What you really want to do is just, like, work down the edges of the Dowie formation that are totally exposed. Like, you got these miners here, big win. Kill this miner over here and just keep your Griffin Legion off on the side. And work around the back here where the cannons can't really hit you because they're firing through trees. And then you can surround the Dowie formation and bring your shooters forward to chip down the front line while you use the Griffin Legion to hammer home against Thunderer units. They are kind of forcing through the Dowie here really nicely, though. It's going a lot better than I would have initially expected. They just broke through these Thunderers so quickly. Boyar getting hammered by the cannon right now. Longbeard's coming in to try and block a little bit. Pretty expensive unit to summon in, honestly. You'd probably be better if you just brought 2 Dowie warriors out, because then they can just line up on the cannon crew. You'd probably have to drop the cannons. Griffin Legion have to get through this miner unit right now. Disengage 1 and get it around so you can get after the crews here. Because if the crews are able to man some of the cannons, they can still fire them. Even if like one group is in combat, but a lot of them do get pulled off of the cannons. They're disengaged, they're trying to rally together and hold the line. Iron Drake's coming in. Very good attention from Suga, immediately jumping on these guys at the Patriarch. He's at least going to avoid a lot of that damage. Boyar holding in here. Griffin Legion looking to disengage now. They really need to get up in that back line and just continue the charges home. They've gotten good value. They can really help to isolate the Dowie front line by continuing to chip in damage here. Winged Lancers on the flank have done pretty well. I think we are missing 1 Winged Lancer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have missed them. Frost Maiden hasn't really done anything yet. Hasn't really needed to. Saving that Blizzard for the middle engagement will be a good idea. Great Weapons and the Snow Leopard fighting over here. Snow Leopard against the Dwarves, not super sure on. I mean, they don't really have any large targets, except for, like, Thorgrim or somebody. They just aren't that great against foot characters, man. I mean, the melee defense is alright, but they have low, weapon strength. And attacking a Thane who's got so much melee defense and reasonably good melee attack, he's actually gonna really pummel this poor little leopard, man. Kislev getting some movement onto the number 3. That's going pretty decently, and they just got such a big surround back here. I really thought that the push into the back line was going to get handled by Hattie a little bit easier. One cannon kind of trying to get back online, but there's just so many Griffin Legion. Now they recharge in here, and we get all the buffs going. Urson's Roar, Solyax, and Tor's Battle Hymn all proccing. Healing these guys up pretty nicely. We got more Longbeards trying to get in. God, dude, Griffin Legion are so heavy metal. They're such a cool unit. Super effective. That's where the other Winged Lancer is, by the way. Looks like they went all the way around the back, getting into some fights. This Winged Lancer maneuvering around the flank, getting after the Dwarf Warriors and that Thunderer that was rallying. Dowie just trying to hold up on the objective. Streltsy trotting out. Streltsy great in this matchup because they wreck miners. They do good damage to Dowie warriors in melee combat, and they can just, you know, poke away and really control points just with their pistol fire. Great weapon Kotsar's fighting the Lord. Miners trying to get up on this point. Kislev actually didn't grab the number 3. I really thought they capped this point for some reason. But they've been struggling to get their hands on it. They are falling behind on the tickets pretty bad, but they did kill both cannons. Honestly, sacrificing the Patriarch back here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It does look like the Dowie are actually going to let him free, which is a big mistake. Do not let him get free. He's still got abilities, man. Like, one more Solyax and Tor's Battle Hymn could really help this Griffin Legion core out, man. I mean, they're a little beat up, but they can get some more buffs and just keep on going. They're just such cost-effective units. I mean, Dowie are usually pretty good at withstanding charges because they've got charge defense versus large on all their Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards and stuff. But when there's this many cavalry just constantly pile-driving into you and Glorious Charge proccing over and over again and giving them an extra leg up in the early fights against you, it's just too much chip damage, and it's slowly wearing them down, man. Suga doing a great job of just staying all over the Dowie. Caps up the number 2, takes the number 3. And this Blizzard Wizard, honestly, getting her up over here and dropping a Blizzard right here and trying to time it up to catch the Dowie out would be a pretty good use of your time. Because Blizzard just does so much damage. Getting it as they're also trying to collide with the Armored Kossars would be a pretty good use. No point in attacking the Lord. He's kind of isolated. The Boyar and the Patriarch should be able to beat him up. We do get the pistols opening up in the Longbeards. Do we get some magic? I want to see a good Blizzard, man. There's nothing wrong with not using it. It's not really even needed, per se, but it's just such a cool spell. And deleting enemy infantry is always really funny, man. Suga's kind of falling behind right now. Dowie are starting to get a lot of units up on the points. This is where Blizzard could really be helping out by clearing out some of the infantry that are really blobbed up right now. Because they've been a little bit lax in the positioning. This is where you want to punish that. Cannons coming back out. I just noticed them in the background there. Massive damage coming down on the Griffin Legion. We do kill the Lord. The Boyar and the Patriarch get them. Winged Lancers should just go pell-mell to get up in there.
You have killed an enemy lord.
Drop your Blizzard. Overcast Blizzard right here on these two Longbeards. You'd kill both of them right now. One would just die outright, and the other would be basically inoperable, and it would definitely save this point. Come on, do it. Do it. You're losing the number 2 objective as well, which is really scary. We got Zargard Great Weapons coming up. Some Streltsy do get up on the point. This Streltsy needs to scoot forward just a little bit more and hold on to that. Come on, Suga. I mean, you gotta know that you've got this spell, right? I mean, that's the whole point of bringing it. It's for this kind of a situation right here. Firing with the Streltsy. Maybe just focusing a little too much on the Streltsy right now. Streltsy you bring in, and they just, you know, get on points. And they either fire their missiles and scrap, or they fight in melee combat and scrap, and neither is really that bad for you. It's honestly worth their time either way. I respect the commitment to not using the magic you have, but I insist, please use it. It would make a really big difference for just ensuring that you don't lose the caps here. Either on the number 2. You're gonna hold on to the number 3 just barely, it looks like, thanks to the Things in the Woods and your Hero Corps having some decent cap weight. It'll just make your life so much easier. These characters and the Things in the Woods would be so useful on this other point over here. Instead of having to grind through these Longbeards for the next, like, 5 minutes. It's a long time to commit to a fight. And the Dowie with good cap weight just can swarm objectives so well. Kind of shut down the cannons again. It looks like the Griffin Legion and the Winged Lancers got back here. Suga's doing so well with the cavalry. I keep coming back and hyperfixating on this. I'm just waiting for it to go down. It's still worth casting it on 2 Longbeards. I mean, like, killing them here, you'd get about, what, 600 value from killing both of these guys on your caster. Then rotate her down, and she can get another one down here maybe at some point. Be pretty nice. Zargard Great Weapons running over some Dowie Warriors, looking to kill some miners. Do not ever unsummon Streltsy in this matchup. It's a waste of time. They're just as good at holding points. And you kind of need them to on some level and at some stages of the game, which is what they should be doing right now. I think the Dowie are going to win this because Suga's just been way too cautious with the magic. I mean, you bring these spells to use them. You can't take the WOM with you, you know. You gotta actually throw it down when you find opportunities. And I've seen like 3 or 4 good opportunities for those blizzards to be going off. The Dowie just continuing to like trickle forward onto the objectives. You had so many good engagements early, and you've just kind of allowed them to continue to form up on the points. More Zargard Great Weapons coming out. They're going to do well. Winged Lancers coming up here. Number 1 objective will eventually be secured by Kislev. The Zargard will grind through all of the units here. Things in the Woods have been doing pretty well. They can get a rear charge here. Same with the Winged Lancers and maybe break that open. Streltsy looking to get up on the point. They'll be able to cap there. These Streltsy are on the objective, and you can see them doing good damage to the miners. You know, they don't have great melee attack or melee defense. It's more than enough to kill miners, right? Miners are just really poor combatants. They don't do damage in melee. Their armor piercing is situationally kind of nice, but they need, like, buffs to really make use of it. And the Boyar does break here, which is unfortunate. I don't think he's going to rally either. Leadership penalties for Kislev can be a little annoying, because it means Buyer Blood procs earlier than you might want it to, and while Kislev has respectable leadership on a lot of units, it's really Buyer Blood that keeps them in fights for a long time. Their leadership at base is just a little bit above average for the most part. They do get the triple cap. The Dowie are just really beat up. I think it could have been a lot easier, though, for Suga if he had just used the Blizzards. I don't know where the attention has been with the Frost Maiden. You'd honestly, if you're not going to use the magic, just don't even bother spending the money on her. Because you could bring like another Patriarch or something. Dropping a Blizzard over here finally. I mean, the Iron Drakes aren't a terrible target. It'll do decent damage to them. But the issue is that there's so few models, there's so few models in the unit here, that even though the damage is going down on these guys, the reason it's so effective on, like, bigger infantry targets, or bigger numbers of models, because it's hitting more stuff, right? On smaller units, it's not nearly as effective. You don't bring it to shoot, or to use on Iron Drakes. You use it to hit miners and Longbeard positions, because Kislev has the mobility to compromise everything else, which is what Suga did so well in the early game, and has kind of fallen out of doing here at the end. Bringing up a lot of infantry, kind of because you need to. You got 1,000 gold, save up and get a Griffin Legion on the field, so you can get back up on the cannons, probably. Just keep harrying the dwarves. Zargard, they'll be fine. They'll be able to hold that objective the rest of the game, probably. Winged Lancers coming in to charge. They'll need to bounce off of here and go secure the number 3. It is triple cap territory. Zargard closed the gap against the Iron Drakes. Absolutely ruined them. It's another reason why. If you kill the Longbeards with your Blizzards and you can, like, push your infantry around, then you can just compromise the Iron Drakes that way as well. There's not a lot they can do at that stage. You'll easily kill them. Iron Drakes hold because they're armor, not because they're, like, strong in melee or anything. And if you shut them down in melee combat, even if you don't kill them, if you occupy them for, say, like, 2 or 3 minutes, that's almost just as good of a win, because the value for Iron Drakes only comes in when they're firing. If they're just, you know, stuck in neutral all game, that works just as much as outright killing them. Do get the number 3, and I think Kislev is barely going to walk away with a win here. It could have been a little bit easier with some better use of the magic. That's my only complaint about Suga's build, and what's been going on with this battle, is maybe just a little bit of a misapprehension about how this works and what you want to use it on. The dives early were really nice. Did a really good job of punishing the dwarves for not defending their cannons early on. They've come out here in the mid-game, and they've definitely paid for themselves the second time around. You can see, I mean, imagine if they had been around earlier on and been able to just tee off on all these units then. Finally a good Blizzard. Oh my goodness, there we go. It doesn't look like it's the overcasted version. Overcasted would be doing a little bit more damage because it, you know, doubles the actual output. But probably going to get these guys down to, you know, about half HP, which is pretty decent. About 35% of their HP lost. You got the Streltsy coming up. One of them running in to intercept. Really good use of a Tattered Infantry unit just to stuff the Dowie off the point. The other Streltsy kind of getting into position on the side of the fight so they can shoot into the flank. Come on, guys. Do it. I love Streltsy. This is probably Streltsy's best matchup, in fact, is against the dwarves. They have so many, so much multi, functionality here. They shoot down gyros. They shoot dwarf warriors alright. They annihilate miners in melee combat and at range. And they're a pretty useful, like, line holder. Once you get caps, and they can just trot out and sit on points. I really like them for that role. Really nicely done by Suga to get the win there at the end. A little bit better use of Blizzard is, like, really the only thing you need to refine here. Everything else is great. I mean, this is a very nice build for the Dowie. You know, you got a good spread of units here. I would think about maybe swapping out the Kislevites Warriors for some just regular Bow Kossars. Because Bow Kossars are really good at shooting down Slayers. And Kislevites Warriors don't really have a role here. They don't have good melee attacks, so they can't really fight Dwarf Warriors. Against Miners, Miners with blasting charges just wreck these Kislevites Warriors because they're low armor. Just regular Bow Kossars can chip away at some of the backline units. They can also shoot at Thunderers and Miners. Slayers are really the best thing for them to shoot, but they got a little bit more like multi-functionality. Yes. Warriors of Chaos versus Dark Elves. It's a pretty even matchup, I would say. Both factions very good at kite. I would say Dark Elves have a little bit of an edge there, but Warriors of Chaos have some of the best infantry in the game. It can take the Dark Elves a long time to break down armored infantry options, but none of that coming in here from many. Going with Hellstriders, Soul of Damnation, just a bunch of Marauders and Archaon. Archaon might be able to beat up on Malekith, or not Malekith, Malice pretty badly. Mel, why don't y'all think about getting good instead of being so bad, right? Being a contrarian and, you know, dissing his troops by not even making eye contact with them as they walk by. You know, give them the side eye. Archaon going to be moving up to the middle objective with the Hellstriders. Just jump up here and grab it early. Dark Elves don't really have a lot of mobility out on the field except for the Dark Riders. They can bring stealthed units. Many might be thinking there's some shades or something around. There is one on the field, but really nothing else. Oh, we got a Death Sorceress. Really good choice with the Spirit Leech. I do believe she overcasted that one. It's pretty far distance to have been throwing it down from. Yeah, 300 meters. That seems about right for where Archaon was relative to her. So she's just going to try and stay as far away from Archaon as possible. Oh, he also has Spirit Leech. That would be why. That's really smart from Cheprian. And Spirit Leeching Archaon off the field is actually pretty doable, right? You get a pretty good WOM rebate whenever you use Spirit Leech because of the life leeching. You actually get 2 wins of magic back every time you cast Spirit Leech. So if you're overcasting, it's basically like you're just using the regular version anyways. So you can wear them out pretty effectively. You get a lot of Spirit Leeches over the course of a battle as well. And if you just kill Archaon, if you think about it, that's just straight up 2,000 plus value for your caster. And that's really important because Archaon is the kind of lord who will hard carry games for you if you use him well. He can easily get like 3,000 or 4,000 on a consistent basis. Hellstriders getting on top of the Dark Riders, big loss for the Dark Elves, man. They don't have anything to defend back here either. Where are the Cold One Knights? You've got the money for them. That's what I would be recommending right about now. Malice is also just kind of waddling around, not really doing a whole lot. We do get a summon in of some Cold One Knights, but some Hellstriders in the woods. Shots from the Soul of Damnation, Marauders defending, and the Rotting Riders waiting in the wings now. Yeah, they're definitely having second thoughts about this. Gonna be pulling back, but Malice looks like he wants to take the fight against the Everchosen. He should be able to scrap against him, man. Archaon probably doesn't really want to stay here, and we get a big commitment to a fight back here. So the Cold One Knights take a really nasty charge from the Rotting Riders, who will easily pummel them. Rotting Riders have Terror, they've got Ward Save, they've got way better stats, and they get all of this extra items going off here from Archaon. Fighter Die, the Armor of Morkar, big win here. Rotting Riders looking to push through, maybe even kill Malice here. He's pretty trapped up. If he gets surrounded, Archaon and the Rotting Riders should be able to take him out pretty easily, and the Sorceress of Death doesn't really have the goods to be able to stop this. I don't know if she's got enough WOM for a Fate of Biuna. That's like the only thing that can maybe bail out Malice here. But, God, dude, the Hellstriders just going crazy in the back line. They've run over the Dark Riders. They're all up in the Dark Shard line now. They killed some more light cavalry back here. And they're cycle charging some of the Witch Elves to death. Yeah, the Dark Elves are just too thin on the ground. They don't have enough mobility to stop all this. They've really taken the worst of all of the engagements so far. Beautiful Spirit Leech with the Rotting Riders getting a surround on Zarkan now. Zarkan's got some really good abilities, but you gotta proc them to really get the benefits right. I really don't see him being able to do a whole lot to flip this around. He's probably just gonna die, honestly. Rotting Rider's gonna end up with about 3,000 value in a minute here. The Sorcerer is still hovering around in the sky, just looking on helplessly, man. Malice is a cool character, but he's a little lackluster. I can't lie. You'd probably be better with a Supreme Sorceress and then just going wider and bringing more Cold One Knights to defend your backline from Hellstriders. Because Dark Riders don't cut it against Hellstriders. You really have to use your Cold One Knights to stop these guys. And it's already hard enough. Don't make it any harder on yourself. Many just absolutely taking Cheprian to school right now. It's not very fun to get doll-walked like this, but sometimes you just kind of have to like figure it out when it happens to you and realize when and where you made your mistakes. Shade's really good damage at range against Forsaken, and they do have the Great Swords. If they get the charge off against these Forsaken, which is possible, that'd be really nice. But the Forsaken do get the charge order. But Cheprian is paying attention, does decide to also charge in with the Shades, so they at least get a little bit of extra damage in here. They're just so squishy, dude. They don't have a lot of HP. Their good stats are kind of mitigated by the fact that they're fighting a unit that's got great weapon strength. It is much better on the charge anyways. Now Hellstriders get in on their rear and are just absolutely wailing on them. They do break and are routing. And we can just fast forward through this. Some positioning mistakes for sure from the Dark Elves. You want to be real careful when your opponent has an artillery piece like the Soul of Damnation. They got a really strong combat lord like Archaon, and a lot of aggressive skirmish like cavalry early. Just consolidate on one point and try to go for one consolidated attempt onto the Soul of Damnation. That's your best way to shut it down. Your other option for killing the Soul of Damnation as the Dark Elves is to have Bolt Throwers in reserve. One Bolt Thrower should be able to get in range of the Soul of Damnation pretty quickly. As long as you protect it, it can use the anti-large Bolt Thrower shots and ammunition to kill the artillery piece pretty fast. Those are like your two best options to kill this thing. You can't leave the Soul of Damnation alive, and you can't overextend on the flanks and let the Hellstriders just farm you for value like that. If you play around your infantry, the Hellstriders are going to have a little bit of a harder dive onto your range tools. Once these Dark Riders got killed early, that was pretty much all set. It was pretty much all said and done at that point, especially with the Cold One Knights way off in the back line, not really getting a whole lot done. Malice, I don't think this is his matchup. I think there are matchups where he can work, but against the Warriors of Chaos, not so much. You need, you just need your magic And you need more of the other things that are really good for the Dark Elves. You need some Scourge Runners in the opener here. They could do some pretty good damage to the Hellstriders. They could even go after the Soul of Damnation and shoot at it, because they have anti-large missiles. And they've got pretty good range, and they're really fast, so they can maneuver around the Hellstriders pretty capably. You can use the Scourge Runner Chariots to then bait the Hellstriders into your Cold One Knights, and try and get a nice leg up in the mobility game, which is really what you need to focus on winning. You're not going to win the infantry fight against the Warriors of Chaos as the Dark Elves. It's not ever going to happen. It's wishful thinking. You want to use your mobility to really harry their infantry forces as you maintain a mobility advantage. That's how you take down the Warriors of Chaos as the Dark Elves. If you just go head-to-head with them, you're going to get run over kind of like that. It is very deceiving how much weaker in PvP Malice is. Malice does have some really good items and abilities in multiplayer, and he can absolutely carry a game for you, but that's against other factions where the Centerpiece Lord isn't as capably supported by mobility, right? Like, Hellstriders will just tar pit Malice all game. Rotting Riders will just outright kill him. Matchups where Malice can actually do some good work. Probably, I mean, Bretonnia wouldn't be bad for Malice. Probably not a very good matchup. Just because of Knights of the Realm and stuff like that. High Elves, perhaps. Lizardmen, maybe. Probably still not the best for him. Malice against Vampire Counts might actually be pretty good. He's got anti-blob items and abilities. He can kill White Kings. I think Vampire Counts might be an okay matchup for him. How would he do into Nurgle? Probably not well there. Greenskins, probably not. Grand Cathay, maybe. Grand Cathay, maybe. Skaven. You don't really want Malice against Skaven. His matchups are pretty limited. He can do okay into Khorne. Because Khorne doesn't have a great way to just, like, absolutely butcher him outside of Minotaurs. And he can do good damage to Skulltaker in my experience. If you bring Malice as the Dark Elves, you gotta be really careful with them. Because he is kind of expensive for only being a combat character, you know? 2150 is a lot to spend. That's like, that's about as much as Khorne is like spending on somebody like Skulltaker, right? On his Blood Throne. And then you're really wanting to bring some magic as the Dark Elves as well, right? So you kind of got to pick and choose. It's honestly not a bad idea either to bring your caster in reserve as the Dark Elves. Because you can bank up some winds of magic early, bring them out, and then they can get the Darkstar Cloak charging them up. I wouldn't really bring them on a Pegasus either. They're perfectly fine on the ground. They've got 92 speed on the Dark Steeds. And the Pegasi are pretty good nowadays. They're fast and they can maneuver around quickly. But the extra cost I just don't think is worth it. You gotta scrimp and save for domination mode because there's so many tools that you need for so many different situations, and it's honestly pretty advisable generally to try and build your armies with a much more balanced, balanced composition of units, in my opinion at least. I think having more tools in the toolkit is better than hyper-focusing into like one or two units and just like maxing out on them. And there are definitely times that you want to just like bring like tons of one really good unit in certain matchups, but having a mix and match approach and style works out pretty well most of the time. We got Legatus coming in here with Norska. You know, haven't seen any of them today. I can't wait to listen to the janky audio with their rage passive. It's not the most annoying thing ever. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. I definitely am. I'm super bothered by it. But anyways, Strigoi Ghoul King, very good choice here. Feral Hogs, very experienced Vampire Counts player. Going for Spirit Leech and Invo. Opal Amulets here. Potion of Strength for like one key fight isn't a bad idea. If your opponent goes for like a Wulfric, or if you can isolate this Mammoth maybe, you could probably really bully that with Potion of Strength active. Lasts for 33 seconds. I wish potions had more uses. These are almost always a pointless waste of money because they just don't do enough. Often, like, the weapon strength is amazing on this, but if your opponent just pulls away and then sends in some chaff to, like, stop the Strigoi Ghoul King up while this is active, you've wasted 100 gold, not really gotten anything out of it. If potions had, like, 3 uses on them, I would recommend them all the time, just for one use where you may or may not get a good engagement with it. Save it. Save the money. Don't bother. Ask CA instead to actually, you know, make some common sense changes. They do listen to the community, they just really need a lot of people to really harp on them before they really pay attention oftentimes. So Strigoi Ghoul King maneuvering around the Black Knights, trying to stay away from the Skin Wolves. I don't really like Black Knights. Not for Norska. Yeah, Blood Knights are where you really want... Blood Knights are where the money is at for the Vampire Counts. Blood Knights are absolutely insane. They do so much damage. But I think we brought the other Cav variant here just to stop the chariots up, because Legatus loves the Marauder Ice Wolf chariots, and they're actually a pretty nasty unit. They do a lot of damage, they're fast as hell, they've got pretty good stats, and they have Frostbite, so they slow stuff down as well, which is kind of funny. Marauder Berserkers, waiting in the wings, looking to get in here. Beautiful Burning Head. Oh, baby, that's it. That's the money right there. The second rotation's not too good, but it does get some extra damage on these Skeleton Warriors here. Going up through the trees, nothing home, but just helping to roast down the chaff is really not bad at all. And the Black Knights really getting hammered here, man. I mean, Skin Wolves are just too effective against them. Throg is in here. The Mammoth is also pretty good at attacking the cavalry. The Blood Knights are the ones that are really contributing the damage in here, man. They are helping take apart this Feral Mammoth seams. These guys are uber effective against lightly armored large targets. And the Strigoi Ghoul King looking hale and healthy, absolutely bullying Throg and the poor Mammoth right now. Spirit Leech going down, usually not great to use on regenerating heroes, just because obviously they will heal it back up, but Throg is in a lot of trouble. This is the kind of opportunity where it is actually kind of worth using, because it's going to lower his HP a little bit more. He's not got the most leadership in the world. What I would do right now is Hog, pull the Strigoi Ghoul King out, charge him in one more time, and get that last decisive engagement against Throg, and I think you would very much kill him here. Landing on the Feral Mammoth, looking to finish it off. Not a bad choice. You do have quite a bit of passive healing with the Unholy Lodestone in here, which is helping out quite a bit. Another really good Burning Head going down. Lots of the chaff being roasted out. And the Marauder Berserker is doing some pretty big damage as well. They're going to chew through these skeletons before the Unholy Lodestone can, like, really heal them up with its very slow passive heals. Do not send the Strigoi Ghoul King after this Mammoth. Not worth it. Very good call by Legatus, Hogs rallying back a little bit. Needs to pull the cavalry out now. They've been committed into this fight for way too long. Fimir Great Weapons are in the fight here as well, and this is why Black Knights are just not super advisable. They don't value trade all that well. Blood Knights are very much the opposite. They may cost an arm and a leg, but man, oh man, are they good. With a couple heals, maybe a Van Hells, and stacking from the Unholy Lodestone. With the Perfect Vigor, look at their stats right now. I mean, 48 and 48 for a cavalry unit is kind of crazy. That's infantry stats, but on horseback, with all the mobility that you could possibly want from them. Oh, Javelins coming up. Big damage going down on the Blood Knights as they're engaged in combat here. Oh no, and they're going down. That's brutal for the Vampire Counts right now. They're bringing up the Sternsmen. The Dire Pack do not want to fight Marauder Berserkers, actually. This is a really sketchy engagement for Hogs. Hog was doing really well early, but the Chaff has been worn out by the Burning Heads. Just big value on that. 219 kills also. The Marauder Berserkers have been very solid. You know, you don't actually want to bring a lot of Chaff infantry against the Vampires. Especially the Vampire Counts. You just want really high DPS units that can kill the Chaff and leave the expensive stuff of the Vampire Counts totally exposed. So, you know, like the Chariots were a good component to that. The Berserkers really helped out, and they've actually almost paid for themselves on a couple of these units, even though they really haven't truly paid for themselves stupendously well. Just having killed all of the numbers there, and allowing the Fimir Great Weapons and Throg to survive, most importantly, as well as the Beast of Tashnar to get in here and isolate the Strigoi Ghoul King in the mid-game here. Vampire Counts way behind on value, very much behind the curve on the game now. Dire Pack are just running after this. This Feral Mammoth is not worth worrying about. I mean, it's got no HP, basically. And something that you should really check. If you see units routing, and they're low, and you're not sure if they're going to rally, click on them. If you see damage sustained being substantially higher than their base value of leadership, they will not rally. It is not going to happen. The reason for that is just, like, obviously, it's a huge, substantial debuff to their leadership. It's not going to be stabilized by any of, like, the flanks secured, or, like, even if your opponent comes back here with, like, a leadership buffing effect, it's not really going to be useful on a unit. It's only got 700 HP left, right? The Dire Pack have been spending so long chasing it. They do find the caster over here. He is on horseback too, so they're finally killing this Burning Head caster. Very sneaky, hiding him in the woods for Legatus. You know, just keeping him back there and utilizing the magic really well has kind of swung the game for Norsca here. The Vampire Counts do have a second wave coming in, but they just don't have any quality available. They're not going to be able to kill the Ice Trolls. The Berserkers are going to get in here and just continue to stuff all these units up. This is why you don't just... Okay, so this is a thing that I see people do all the time with the Vampire Counts that you never ever want to do. Do not summon a million zombies and a million skeletons out of the same spawn point. They're really slow, and it takes a long time to separate them out. You want them to be advancing in... not like just a big blob, right? Like, the blobs are what has been getting punished by the caster, who got so much value with Burning Head, right? What you want to do with the Vampire Counts, you want your formation pretty tightly packed, but you want them to just be in their staggered lines as long as possible. And you want the Unholy Lodestones in between those cracks, right? So that they're stacking on multiple units, but not giving good targets for your opponent to really use magic effectively. Because magic is what punishes the Vampire Counts. Whether that's spell casting, or that's like magic damage units, abilities that can like throw down big AoEs like Ember Storm from the Arcane Phoenixes for the High Elves, stuff like that is really what plays havoc with the Vampire Counts, because it kills models, and then the Unholy Lodestone Corpse Carts can't heal all of the damage up that they've taken. You want to minimize as much damage from spell casting as possible. That way, you're just like slowly wearing out your opponent's high-quality infantry, which will do a lot of damage to your chaff, but then you need your Crypt Horrors up in the front line to like actually do some work. And then Blood Knights to, like, protect the flanks and really, like, hammer down your opponent's, like, dangerous big units like Norscan Ice Trolls, or to, like, get into the back line and kill the Marauder Hunter Javelins, snipe Throg as he's looking vulnerable, because now there's been a lot of effort put into killing Throg, and he's just regened a lot of that damage back. The Strigoi Ghoul King's a great character, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's easily going to get you like 3,000 value in a game. That's not really going to matter, though, if the damage that he's like pouring into targets is functionally useless. Vis-a-vis that Lord just healing themselves up. Really good use of the Wintertooth Crown here, by the way. Imbues Unbreakable and a nice boost to melee defense. Fimir Great Weapons, the Warriors. Just rocking up in here with their big old mauls, I guess. I don't even know what to call them. That looks like a maul to me. They're protecting the Troll King here. They got pretty decent value, about 1,000. Is this a matchup where I think they're at their best? Probably not, but they do have Armor Sundering, which is pretty good. So against like Graveguard and Konigstein Stalkers and some of the other units, maybe like Blood Knights as well, they can lower the armor values, and then the Marauder Hunters can kind of hurl in over the top of them and do some pretty good damage that way. You don't really need the Mist Stalkers in this matchup, I guess. You don't really need more Chaff Clear. You do need something that can fight back against the expensive Vampire Cannon units. The Blood Knights probably had about as bad of a set of engagements as they possibly could when they were out on the field the first time. They still got their value back. That tells you how strong that unit is. Good micro on Blood Knights will easily get you like 3,000 value. And in a matchup like this, they can hard carry a game. It's just a little bit of a shame the scenario that they ended up in earlier on. They're going after the Javelins. Should be able to do good damage to them. And I gotta give it up to Hogs for not throwing in the towel here, but it's pretty much done. You know, sometimes you really have just lost the game, you know. But it's worth scrapping in just to see if you can drag value back and maybe find a way back into the matches. The points being anchored by Marauder Champions is really scary for the Vampire counts. Really, the only good answer you have to these guys is a Mortis Engine or your Black Coaches. But the Black Coach is kind of weak against Norsca because of all their anti-large monsters. So probably just want the Mortis Engine to be the one doing all of the life leeching on all of these expensive units, but kind of hard to do in a late game scenario when your opponent has Marauder Hunter Javelins out who have gotten some really good value, and now they're chipping down the Strigoi Ghoul King. They may not have a ton of AP, but it's respectable, and they do get a boost thanks to their bonus versus large. How much value will they end up with? Probably 2,500 value if they fire off another 2 volleys here. I could see them getting up there pretty quickly. Damn, just one more volley and they pretty much got there. Norscan Ice Trolls rotating over to answer the big boy, the Fimir Warriors. I keep calling them Balefanes. That's the hero caster. Fimir Great Weapons. Moving across, getting after the Strigoi Ghoul King. Some Skin Wolves getting in here and starting the crumbling on the Ghoul King. He's heal capped. Not going to be able to save himself. Down he's going to go. Vampire counts running out of steam completely here. Very unfortunate. I would just leave the multiple Black Knights at home. Against Norsca especially. They're good in other matchups. They're kind of good against the Skaven, where their anti-infantry is really good for clearing out clan rats. Maybe they could work in the late game. You can keep them in reserve. I would just start with the Blood Knight in the opening. And then I would prioritize bringing your, probably the Vargeist out. Vargeist hit really hard. They're very good at getting flank charges off. They could hound down the Ice Wolf Chariots. They could look for the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. Bring the Dire Pack out to help them out, and they should be able to operate pretty independently at that point. The Stearnsmen, I would leave in the back pocket until the very late game and then bring them forward where they can just anchor alone on one objective. Nothing's going to kill them in the late game when they're safe from magic. It would take the combined efforts of like a Fimir Great Weapon Warrior and Chariot to like really break them down without taking a whole bunch of damage in reserve. Marauder Berserkers get absolutely annihilated by the Stearnsmen. It is not even a close fight, man. Stearnsmen are just way too heavily armored. They got regeneration. They got really good stats for an undead unit as well. Their melee defense is in the 50s. Where are they at? Oh, 45. Still pretty solid. That's good enough to survive Marauder Berserkers. It's just the fact that Marauder Berserkers don't have that much armor. That means the Stearnsmen really beat up on them. If they get their Berserk up before they get into the Stearnsmen, then maybe they have a little bit of a better fight. Their melee defense is just really low, man. And while they do have 52 weapon strength, most of that's tied up in the base amount. Which the Stearnsmen with, what, 90 armor, they're not going to be too concerned by. I have no idea how to pronounce this name. This is the name that I was thinking might be Welsh. I'm not 100% sure, though. If anybody does know, please let me know. I love the origins of names and learning all about them. I'm a history major, so it's just one of those things that always captures my attention. Yeah, we did see this game earlier. It was a very one-sided affair for Slaanesh. Did we watch? We did, in fact, watch this one. This is the one where Piston got a little lucky against the Tomb Kings. But, you know, sometimes that's good enough. I gave Piston some advice after the end of that game on what he could, like, touch up on micro-wise and build-wise. Kind of throw in there to grind away into the Tomb Kings, who are a pretty hard faction to master. Tomb Kings are very much not a beginner faction. You do need a little bit of experience under your belt to kind of work around having bad cap weight. As a beginner, you should focus on just like good all-rounders, you know. Slaanesh is a really good beginner faction, believe it or not. Arguably, probably one of the best just by being such an incredibly powerful faction. They would probably give you a pretty skewed idea of how the game works because of their mechanics, though. They can get away with a lot of stuff that other factions just can't. Khorne, Slaanesh, Lizardmen. Lizardmen are a beginner faction. I do firmly believe that. They've got, like, all the magic lures. They've got some pretty easy to execute builds. And you can get, like, a good feel for both, like, melee fights as well as microwing missiles. And keeping your forces together to play, like, combined arms really comfortably. What are the other, like, true beginner factions? Kislev's not bad. Kislev's a little bit harder for newer people. Dowier's solid. Dowier are pretty good beginner factions just because they're so stalwart. And they take a lot of time to learn how to counter. And who else would be good for beginners? Honestly, I would say Warriors of Chaos, just because they've got some really strong lords. They've got pretty good units. Their faction variety is pretty insane. The only place you can go is up with Warriors of Chaos, in my opinion. Their win rate fluctuates a lot, and they're kind of in the pits right now, but that's not really any fault of the Warriors of Chaos. They just kind of fall out of style every now and then with, like, the really high-level players. And then they just fall behind on win rates. Don't take the total tavern win totals as gospel. They're not, like, 100% accurate. You know? The only factions where I would say that the win rates are, like, super accurate as to how strong they are is really just the top and maybe the bottom 3. You know? Like, Dark Elves are a little bit better than 44%. I think they've got better matchups than people give them credit for. Like, these at the bottom are pretty abysmal. But everything else and above is either, like, a semi-even or favored matchup for them. Right? They just require a lot of micros, so they're not very beginner friendly. They do happen to be one of the fave factions for newer people, though. You know, Warriors of Chaos are not a 44% win rate faction. They've got some bad matchups, yeah. Every faction does. Dowie, there's no way Dowie are that bad for them. I refuse to believe that. Impossible. I think people are probably playing into the Dowie wrong. I don't know, man. That seems a little bit off to me. But they're pretty decent. You can come in there, you got a lot of variety. You got a pretty straightforward idea of what you want to do. That would be my recommendations to start at. Alright, we'll get into a match here. Lazuka versus Lemur. On Haunted Vale here. Wait, is this from... Yeah, this is from this tournament, okay. Bolt Thrower, Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer Torpedoes, very good. They'll be able to kill some of the Chaos Dwarf Warriors just by shooting into them because of that good explosive damage. Even though they don't get the benefit of the anti-large as they're firing, it can work out pretty nicely for them. The Death Shrieks are going to be a real pain for Lazuka. We've seen double Death Shriek dunk on the dwarves earlier. And I think that was actually Lemur also in that game. But I did mention it in that first match of the day. Death Shrieker rocket launchers, their actual anti-infantry shots are pretty easy to dodge, actually. They have such a crazy hang time that when they fire off, it's super noticeable. I mean, it's like a giant signal in the sky saying, please get out of the way. All you have to do when those rockets go up in the air is just move the unit that they're moving towards, and they will miss horrendously. Absolutely brutal damage on that miner. The other shot just landed in the middle of nowhere, probably because this unit of miners was being aimed at, and then they got an order to move right as the rocket shot. So the rocket fired where it thought they were going to be. That's kind of how you're dodging artillery, is like the artillery crews are shooting at where they've been told the enemy is, and you may or may not actually be there anymore. The demolition rocket is a little harder to dodge, though. The anti-large rocket on the Death Shrieker tracks and actually follows units. It's not very good against infantry. It would be really good against the Skyhammer Squadron, though. So that's where I would be trying to focus my fire now. Lazuka rocking up in here, just surviving most of the shots so far. Pretty good damage going down. But the Skyhammers, yeah, they're just beelining straight into the backfield, man. Going right for the kill opportunities. Look at this cheekiness. You're keeping them by the trees. Lemur's keeping these things by the trees, by the way, so that some of the shots that might be coming into the Death Shriekers actually make contact with the tree itself. Oh, wow, but the Bolt Thrower's pretty accurate fire, ranging these guys pretty nicely. I mentioned it in that last game that Bolt Throwers would be a pretty good counter to him. You can see how quickly they're chipping away at the HP on this thing. And Bolt Throwers have a good arc of fire. They can shoot in here, actually arc their shots over this shot blocker, which Lemur's trying to get behind now. Bombing run coming down. Doesn't do a lot of damage to Death Shrieks. And the Skyhammer does get pummeled pretty badly by the blunderbusses here. Pretty close to making this Death Shriek inoperable, though. Death Shriek's opening back up. Iron Demon does take a lot of damage from the Iron Drakes. Trollhammer Torpedoes doing a very good job of focusing on the right kind of target. Really hammering away at this unit. Big damage going down on it. Getting pretty low. Probably going to go down shortly here. Would be my guess. Dwarf Warriors getting pounded by the Deathstreak rockets. But you can see the Bolt Thrower. Like I said, man, very good unit. Just perfectly lofting those shots over the top of the rock and making contact with this. And Miners actually get on top of the Deathstreak here. Taking it down. It gets one last volley in. It's maybe in the other one, maybe. Oh, wow. It shot itself. No way. It actually hit the tree and did some friendly fire damage to itself. That's pretty amazing. I've never actually seen it do that before. But Dowies are doing alright. I mean, they've got points for now, but the Dowie do have a pretty firm hold on the 1 and the 2. It's really just the number 3 objective that they're doing well on. Good Flamestorm. Astrogoth beating down on the Dwarf Lord, but Astrogoth's really expensive in comparison. And he's getting shot up by the Iron Drakes right now. They're having a little bit of a hard time hitting him. But they've already gotten pretty good value, so any extra value that they're getting here is just kind of like gravy. If they killed Astrogoth here with their shots, I think the Dow would easily be able to take this victory. Miners do get run off. The Deathstreak is on its last legs here. Another shot coming in here. Where's it going? Oh my god, it might friendly fire, actually. Oh no. Disaster. Big damage on the Chaos Dwarf Warriors up in the middle point here. It's one of the risks of artillery. When you're firing into your own fights, where your own infantry are present, that happens a lot more than people tend to notice. So good artillery micro is definitely something that you got to be pretty careful with. Hold on, I'm answering a question somebody sent me. Cool. Alright, Iron Strike Trollhammer torpedoes being hounded a little bit, pulling back. Dwarf Warriors, or Chaos Dwarf Warriors, trying to take the middle point. They actually rout before they're able to get it, though. Ouch. A little bit of movement up onto the number 1, but the Dowie are rallying up here. Lazuka should not try and press the number 3. Should really just focus on getting the rest of his forces out up to the number 1 and the number 2 here. Just to make sure to hold on to them.
No, the enemy has slain our lord.
The Dwarf Lord dies. Probably a worthy sacrifice, though, because it has brought Astrogoth out into the open where he's just getting macerated by the Trollhammer torpedoes and the Thunderers right now. The Iron Drakes, you can see how much damage they're doing to this Chaos Dowie Warrior. I mean, some good flanking shots. Longbeard, great weapons moving in. Going to be able to get into combat against these Chaos Dwarf Warriors and maybe finish them off. One Deathstreak still going. It's not gotten a lot of value, though. Only 330. The Iron Demon moving back out on the field. Again, not a great performance. Honestly, the infantry for the Chaos Dwarves have been pretty capable. And they've gotten quite a bit of value, actually. Way better than the Dowie frontline. Dowie infantry units are just so bad at killing stuff. If the Dowie just got like a global 5 melee attack buff, it wouldn't break the bag. It wouldn't really break the bank in terms of their like performance as a faction. It would just really help make the Dowie a little bit less reliant on gigantic like gun lines, you know? Because that's where the Dowie tend to really do well. They just can't recontest objectives if they lose their gun line, and that sucks. Both for the Dowie player and for the people that play against the Dwarves. Because it typically means that you just know what the Dwarves are going to be pigeonholed into having to bring to begin with. They could use a little bit more versatility in their roster just by some very minor tweaks, I think. Slayers chill on the point. Shotgun comes in. blasts a few of them out of the way. One of the guys does unfortunately go down, biting the dust, and your Slayer Oath being forgiven as you get your head cleaved in by, you know, shotgun pellets. Really not great for the morale, I imagine. Not that Slayers care all that much being unbreakable, but you would much rather see your buddy bite the dust by actually killing something big and scary like the Iron Demon. Oof. This Iron Demon, you know, they are unbreakable, so it's really not been doing all that well, though. Lazuka's focus fire with the Iron Drakes has been so noteworthy. It's been amazing. Which makes it all the more surprising that he didn't bring them in the final. Minor spoiler for anybody who may not have seen it and is, like, jumping into the stream right now. Lazuka did get into the finals, but ended up losing into the Skaven, and I think the Ironbreakers would have been one of the missing pieces for fighting into the Skaven in the finals matchup. Bolt Thrower moving up. Solid value, 1,200. I mean, Bolt Throwers only cost 800 gold. Actually less. I think they're 750. They're really cheap, and they uptrade amazingly because of the large number of, like, models in the actual unit. Like, 8 bolt throwers, way better than 4 cannons oftentimes. Game is getting a little stuttery here. I don't know what that's about. Probably need to restart it. Iron Drakes being compromised by the Kadai Fireborn, but the Kadai are just so lonely out here. There's like one unit Kadai and then some Chaos Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons. Some more Chaos Dwarf Warriors coming out now from Lemur. But Lazuka's got a pretty nice value lead, holding the objectives really well, just not really leaving the Chaos Dwarves. Many opportunities to get up into the back line. And one of the Death Streaks dying early really sucks, and this other one has just not been able to make up the difference. It's barely on its way to paying for itself. They're quite costly at 1,300. Gonna be firing into the fight here. Let's see what kind of contact it makes. It's definitely gonna friendly fire a little bit, I think. Actually, pretty perfectly lobbed in here. Decent damage to the Dwarf Warriors. But yeah, here, Kadai just going down like a sack of potatoes. They just can't push alone. Kadai Fireborn are a great unit. They need a little bit of chaff support, though, to really perform. Otherwise, they're a little bit squishy for a monstrous unit. They've got like a decent amount of HP. But it's just shy of the 8,000s mark, and they do have pretty bad leadership at base. So when they're, what is it? Hellbound? No, it's Burning Bright. When Burning Bright wears off and they get below 25% HP, oftentimes they will 100% crumble out immediately because of that 60 leadership. If they're fighting with Chaff and they have some Lords and other units nearby that encourage them, then they can scrap a little bit longer, and they'll just perform that much better because they're not taking so much damage in melee. They can usually persevere alright against ranged fire, as long as it's not something like an anti-large AP unit. Iron Demon rolling up, man. Third time's the charm, right? How many times are you going to bring this out and it get absolutely flattened by the Iron Drakes, dude? One of them's just completely out of ammo, though. Got 1,900 value, which is pretty incredible. I love these things. Can't see anything in the actual tube, though. What are you looking at? What kind of gauges do these guys have? They got a steam valve. They got some cool little knobs. This guy's got some cool wheels to turn. I have no idea what the hell this thing is. Whatever it is, it looks important, right? They're doing their job. They're doing great. It'd be cool to have, like, a third dwarf, like, shoveling coal into the furnace there. I guess that's what this is supposed to be. It's kind of small, though. This is kind of bad design, quite honestly. Unless this guy is... I mean, this guy's clearly the driver, I would guess. Maybe he's supposed to be the one who's shoveling every now and then. I have so many questions about the intricacies of how those things work. Maybe it's best left unsolved. Might be getting a little bit too, might be getting a little too into it. But yeah, Dwarf Warriors not doing a damn thing. Not super surprising. They're just not very well suited for melee combat. They can hold the line, but they just get beat out by their much more angry and aggressive cousins here. Chaos Dwarf Warriors have gotten some of the buffs that I would like to see the regular Dowie get. They got more melee attack and melee defense, and I think they got more HP as well. They were a little bit squishy previously. And Chaos Dwarves have gotten a lot better as a result in the standings. They have been a bottom dweller for a while, but now they're closer to the top than the bottom, which is pretty nice. Instead of hovering around like a 49-50%, they're up around 53. So they're a lot more meta than they were. They've got some really good matchups where they honestly kind of dominate some of the higher level factions in the game, and do beat up on some of the bottom dwellers as well. Chaos Dwarfs have a losing matchup versus the Dowie right now. There's no way. I think it's pretty even. I mean, I guess it's 41%, Dowie are 14. Dowie have won 20 games, Chaos Dwarves have won 14. It's not like a foreboding matchup. I'm just a little surprised to see that. Lizardmen beating the Chaos Dwarves, not very surprising. Where are the Beastmen at? Oh yeah, Beastmen, the worst matchup for the Chaos Dwarves. Not surprising at all. Beastmen are very good against factions with armored infantry, and who are a little slow and rely on powerful mobility, because Beastmen just so aggressive, dude. Beastmen are probably my best faction. Khorne's right behind that. I started out as a Khorne main, though, which is why I recommend them for new players. I think they're a great place to start, because you get a really good grasp on hammer and anvil tactics, and how to play just unga-bunga aggression. I mean, you can kind of work backwards from there to, you know, like, incorporate magic once you branch out to other factions. Greenskin's actually jumping up in the win rate a lot lately, which is nice to see. You know, people have been really dishing on them, but I think maybe it's just the fact that people have been practicing them more. Because Greenskins, when Omens came out, had some really disgustingly OP units that ended up getting nerfed. And then people just fell off of them because they were like, oh, Mangler Squig's bad now, I don't want to play them, sorry. And then they just got forgotten about. People have been dunking on them for a while now, but they didn't really get that many buffs in the recent patch. I think people are just picking them up and having a little bit more of a critical examination of them as a whole. They don't really have a lot of bad matchups. They've got a lot of even ones. So, you know, it's very much like a skill expression faction. They're not really beginner friendly for that reason, and they're pretty low leadership across the board. But they do have some really cool stuff that they can do, you know? They're like a really good fluff faction. I feel like of all of the factions in the game, Greenskins, Skaven, Warriors of Chaos, I would say, are probably the most, like, lore faithful. From what I understand of them, I'm no lore expert or anything. It's not really that important to me to begin with, but they just feel thematically consistent, is what I'm really trying to get at. And that's a really fun thing. They got cool units. They got stuff like the Flingers. They've got some cool lords now. You know, it's not just Wurzag all day like it used to be when Warhammer 3 came out. We got Immortal Empires finally. All you saw was Wurzag, literally the only competitive lord. Now they got the War Boss with the Rampages and the Loons and Tormentor's Sword. He's pretty good. You can roll with Grom in a lot of matchups. Goblin Great Shaman on the Spider can work even. That one's a little more situational, but has some purposes. Savage Orc Great Shaman with the Mumbo Jumbo chant. And the good lore magic can be really nice. Grimgore, you can use him sometimes. Azag. Azag's probably one of the weaker legendary lords. Skarsnik's probably the worst actual lord for the Greenskins right now. But I mean, he's like reasonably tanky at the very least. He's got a lot of HP. And you can cut down most of his abilities and make him a lot cheaper. He really just needs the fermented fungi. Doesn't really need the prodder or anything else. Trixie Traps is just not good enough. If this had 55 meters on the effect range, it would be really good. But as it stands, just not worth it. 1350 for Rampages is pretty awesome. He's a good anti-large combat character as well. He can be surprisingly tough to lock down and kill. I just wouldn't really recommend him. Because he doesn't do quite as well at rampaging stuff as the war boss. And he does get a little bit outshined by the other really powerful foot character. Yeah, anyways. I think I'll do one more, and then I'm gonna get off. I'm getting pretty hungry. I need to go eat and rest. So let's try and be discerning about what we want to watch here. I don't know if people really want to see a mirror match right now. Counts versus Lizards is kind of fun. High Elves into Dowie. Could. Although actually, let's get two people we haven't seen today. I haven't covered any of Cuban or Rika's matches today. So I think this will be a good one to end on, just to give them some time in the sun. And, you know, talk about the Lizardmen, who we haven't seen at all yet. Lizards are a really fun faction. They've got some really powerful units. Like I said, pretty beginner-friendly. Lots of cap weight. That comes in pretty cheap with Skinks. Durable infantry with the Saurus. Saurus are, you know, they've been left behind a little bit in the power curve. They're not quite as dominating as they used to be, but I think that's fine. Quite frankly. Saurus do really well with support, and I think that's where they were always intended to be used, was in like a strong frontliner that can operate fine on their own and beat chaff just horrifically, and can value trade just by killing tons of chaff units, but with support can definitely double into fighting higher tier infantry in their own right. A lot of Aspiring Champions coming out. Aspiring Champions will be able to beat a Saurus unit pretty easily. They just got way better stats and a lot more armor. Their weapon strength is pretty good. As long as they don't get totally surrounded, it'll be fine for them. Burning Head will also be pretty good against the Saurai. You know, they've only got 60 armor. It's pretty decent. The issue is just, it falls off pretty hard if your opponent is using like really good Lords of Magic with like Burning Head type of spells and hyper-focusing these guys with some decently statted missile units. Stuff that fires pretty quickly, also has pretty good weapon strength. They can do pretty good against those kind of targets. Archaon gets in, attacks the Ancient Salamander, gets a pretty good blow in here. Has it pressed back pretty nicely so far. Saurus Spear is just coming to take the point. Gonna get up here, hold on to it. Umbral Tide opening up, and Archaon looking to just dive right into these guys. Going hell for leather right into him. Akold moving up on the number 2. Rev Crystal getting up into the Aspiring Champions. Some Chaos Warriors coming out. Hellstriders as well. 2 of them actually moving out onto the field to lock horns with the Saurus front line. Should go pretty well. Really good focus fire target onto the Bastiladon. Rev Crystals can't heal themselves, but there is a Slan Mage Priest. This guy can heal it with Regrowth or Earthblood. Probably should start dropping some Earthbloods right now, actually, for the Saurai. Because they're taking quite a bit of damage and starting to drop models. Quite a few models, in fact, on one of them. Javelins moving in, looking to get some good engagements. Pocketpot Cohort intercept the Hellstriders as they get into the Umbral Tide, and the Umbral Tide actually holding pretty nicely here. Oh, wow, and Hellstriders breaking before they can really get a lot of damage off. And the Umbral Tide looking very healthy as a result. Only 2 models lost, and the Pocketpot Cohort maybe going to even continue their rampage here. Surrounding Archaon and maybe chipping off a bunch of his HP would be pretty nice right about now. Beautiful banishment goes down on the Chaos Warriors. Massive damage on those guys. What's the Rev Crystal up to? Has dropped one of its heals. The nice thing about the Rev Crystal is that it heals 10%. You get 7 uses of it. And it resurrects dead combatants. So combining with the healing from Life Magic, honestly pretty nice, because Life Magic doesn't resurrect models. It can only heal what's there. But you can actually layer the Rev Crystal heal onto targets that you're trying to prioritize. And you can bring models back to life as you max out their HP, which is really cool. It may not be like the most amazing thing in the world, but it is kind of a cool little synergy. The Cohort have gotten hammered down here pretty badly. I wonder what happened to them. Oh, Searing Doom from Archaon. Oh, no, he doesn't have it. Just Spirit Leaves. It's so bizarre. I don't know what did so much damage to those guys. Maybe just the Hellstriders. Doesn't really seem like they're doing anything all that impressive. Source Warriors getting overrun here. Umbral Tide looking to try and find some opportunities to get their shots online. There's just not a lot of large targets available for them to fire at. Marauder Horsemen do kind of wander into the kill zone, though, and they do get smacked up pretty badly here. Ancient Salamander continuing to chip away at a lot of the units here. And the Saurus front line has been punished pretty badly. Legion of Chaqua hanging in. This Saurus Warrior just really hasn't got a lot of value, man. Really brutal stuff. And the Cohort of Sotek have also not done well grinding into Acold and the Aspirant Champions here. Acold is just tough as nails. He's so hard to kill. It's really not worth engaging on objectives where he's present. Mostly because it's just going to take ages to break him down. Ripperdactyl's looking to get after the Hell Cannon. Hell Cannon's not gotten a lot of value. It's really close. It just feels like Rika is somehow continuing to just fall behind, despite not being down that much in value. And having gotten a lot of healing off, you would imagine that it would look a little bit better with more units out on the field, but maybe that Hell Cannon, it's only got 11 kills. I'm just confused. Honestly, I have no idea how the Warriors of Chaos are like so close in this game. It really doesn't feel like they should be. I feel like the Lizards should be in a little bit better of a position. Maybe it's just because their units that they're bringing out are really expensive. It's mostly been like the Pocketpot Cohort, Colossodon Hunters. There's some Ripperdactyls back here. Them killing this Hell Cannon's really nice. And I would bring out a Skink or something. Just rush up and take the number 3 objective. It's totally undefended right now. Opting for a Kroxigor. Sure. They could work. It's not like they're a bad unit. It's just that Kroxigors tend to do really poorly without any support from Chaff Infantry. They're kind of slow and ponderous. Their melee attack and melee defense is pretty weak. Hellstriders can actually do some pretty good damage to them as a result. They just need a lot of time to grind out value, and I'm a little worried about if they're going to be able to find that time and opportunity. Acold is just chasing this poor Slan off into the distance, dude, and he has to drop a regrowth on himself to stay alive. Which isn't the end of the world, but generally speaking, you don't want to use your magic on characters that don't contribute much in melee combat. You really want to get it onto, you know, stuff like your Legion, your Bastiladon, who can do a little bit better in melee combat than Slan, just because this guy's got AP. Cohort of Sotek, Umbral Tide, your Cohorts, your Colossodon Hunters are the prime target for the regrowths and the Earthbloods. They've been used a little bit too far out, man. That just with not enough support to stop Hellstriders from really chipping them down. Throwing Axe is also getting some pretty good value. They didn't kill Archeon, who is still online. And late game situations like this almost always favor the factions that actually hold points. Lizards can cap points pretty easily with their Skink Swarms. The issue is that they're just down, and the Warriors of Chaos do still have a pretty good presence on the number 2 here. A lot of aspiring champions, dropping some heals here. Croxys, Slan, and the Cohort hanging out together might be able to have a pretty good time here. The Hellcannon got recrewed. No way, dude. Oh, just enough of the Chaos Dwarves survived back here. I thought that when the Ripperdactyls disengaged, that it was looking a little bit more favorable for them. And you're just focusing so much on Akold. Stop fighting Akold, please. Just focus on killing the rest of the army. Akold just... it has perfect vigor. He can fight back even against large targets like this pretty effectively. And his passive heal is just really strong. It doesn't imbue any like weakness on him. If he gets his barrier back up and then he heals, it's just going to get more and more difficult to break him down. Ancient Salamander's also been kind of hard to protect, just because you didn't bring a lot of skinks. The ones that you do have available have been kind of isolated, not really been able to contribute a lot of value. You have Throwing Axes isolating the Slan Mage Priest. The Kroxigors break at a really inopportune moment and are running now. Not sure what caused them to do this. I mean, they rally with 45 leadership almost immediately. Oh, I think the Cold-Blooded was a little slow in coming in. They may have been rear charged and had the leadership debuffs from the Hellcannon. That would probably be why they broke.
You have killed an enemy lord.
And yeah, the Slan phases out of existence, and it's kind of perfect. Look at that. Tree sitting on the throne very comfortably. That's a very cozy chair for a tree to sit in, I think. Ripperdactyl's getting into combat, attacking the horsemen, but they don't have any cap weight. Umbral Tide's being dragged down by some pretty tattered Hellstriders, but it's not really any way to save them. Hellstriders are ITP, so they don't care about the terror-causing Ancient Salamander here. And they do take these guys offline, which is a big loss. This Ancient Salamander's kind of been a huge waste, honestly. It's a fun unit, it can definitely work, but this isn't really the style of build where Ancient Salamanders do their best. Instead of bringing the Ancient Salamander, I would recommend maybe looking into bringing, either bringing another Salamander hunting pack, or just bringing a Coldwind Spear Rider in the opening. And then you don't have to spend 1,300 on the Pok-Pok cohort right out the gate. And you can bring out maybe some more infantry. Something along those lines would have been really nice for the Lizardmen this particular game. Really good collapse here onto those Forsaken. You see the Saurus were on one side. Ripperdactyls got the rear charge. Ripperdactyls cannot take straight up fights. They are a flanking unit exclusively, and you have to be very careful on how you flank with them. Because they just get folded up because they're low HP, low model count, and awful armor and melee defense, man. They are an aggressive unit through and through, and they have to be supported just like this by using infantry underneath them to really like prevent them from taking insane amounts of damage by units like charging into combat. They should get back up in the air now that the Forsaken have engaged and get a rear charge here. Do it quickly. While your opponents like Hell... Or actually, the Pok-Pok cohort come in. Kill the Hellstriders. Lizards actually did get the points back. I'm kind of surprised, man. What is this? What is going on right now? This Ripperdactyl's got its value back. The Kroxigors did rally. The Saurus are holding the point here. It's not triple cap territory either for Random Cuban. Oh, Random Cuban's losing momentum here. And where did Archeon go? Oh, Archeon must have died somewhere. How did I miss that, dude? That's crazy. He must have died right after the Slan went down. Oh, Archeon fled off the field, so he took a bunch of damage and then something chased him off, I guess. That's really nice. Ancient Salamander rallies, and look at the Umbral Tide. 5 models. They're coming back in here. squaring up with their enemies. The Pock cohort being hounded down. Don't run away from Hellstriders. It is absolutely pointless. You are not going to be able to get away from them. This mistake happens way too much. It is just really sad to watch. Like, they're a 100 speed unit with poison. There's no way this 50 speed Pock cohort is getting away. Just stay here and fight. Just take your lumps. I mean, your unit is a little bit better in combat anyways. They got more armor. When Hellstriders come out, you just need to attack them oftentimes. There's like no point in trying to micro away from them. They're almost always gonna catch you. It's better to just like make sure that you bring your units out into positions where you know you can at least bring something forward to kind of support them. Lizards didn't get that #1 objective, and this #3 is just so undefended, dude. Like, you just need to send the cohort of Sotek over there to cap it. I know your opponent's like really trying to muscle in here on the #2, but leave the Saurus here, go cap the totally undefended objective, and then worry about getting the #1, because your opponent's brought a bunch of stuff out, and you're just trickling skinks out for them to just get totally annihilated. Hellstriders are really good on the charge. They've got fear. Your lord is dead. Skinks have 55 base leadership. They're not going to be able to solo push this. It's not going to work out, and Acold is still here, man. 2,200 value on the bad boy. Doing his little head chopping routine. He's super lethal. He's got evil, like, Jedi vibes going on. Flying in here, taking out 3 Saurus with 1 swing is real nice, man. Looking to scrap at the other guys. These Saurus Spears have done pretty nicely for themselves. You can see why Saurus are such a nice unit to have. The early game, they didn't do too well, but, you know, now that they're not getting hit by Burning Head and constantly, like, fighting aspiring champions, they're fighting something a little bit less powerful than that. They've been grinding out value very well against the Forsaken. Forsaken are a good unit, but they're more of a hit-and-run type of piece. They don't do too hot just grinding into Saurus, in my experience. They've got good weapon strength, but so does Sorai. I mean, they got 52, and they got better AP values than Forsaken, in fact. Which means that the Saurus in a long grind will be able to just pummel the Forsaken on their terrible melee defense. So some Chaos Warriors might actually work pretty nicely in this matchup, now that I'm thinking about it. Typically you bring the Forsaken just because they're quicker at getting up to points than Chaos Warriors, but Chaos Warriors can be a good anchor in some matchups. They do need to be careful about AP, but, you know, they can function pretty nicely. Points winding down, the Lizards just took too long to get this objective. It was undefended like all game. What you want to do, you bring a unit out just to force your opponent to summon something in. Hopefully they summon something slow on this side. So like what you do, you get a skink cohort who are really quick, threaten a cap. Your opponent brings a marauder out who is fairly quick but also a good bit slower than a skink. You get up to the point, you take advantage of the fact that you got a little bit of time to maybe try and cap the point. If your opponent flinches and moves elsewhere, you get the point. If you don't get it, and your opponent's Marauders get up into combat and are trying to attack your Skinks, just retreat off the point and go somewhere else, where they can then assist with another cap. And you're just forcing your opponent to commit resources where you're not actually intending to fight. It's like some Sun Tzu stuff, you know? Fight where your enemy is weakest, and you are strongest type of deal. You know, divert their resources, harass their back lines, never give them any peace. Always make them be stressing their micro. Look at the Hellstriders, dude. 2,900 on this one is just nasty business. Hellstriders need some kind of an adjustment. I don't know what exactly it is. They're way too good in domination mode. I think it's time to start limiting them again. 2 Hellstriders, sorry. They're just too cost-effective when you can just spam them out. They dominate way too many matchups currently. But anyways, that's going to be our last game for today. I am absolutely exhausted. I'm going to crash out, hang out with friends, and eat food. So, y'all should do that as well. I appreciate y'all coming in and checking it out. Monday and Tuesday, I'll have more replays going. I've got a boatload. Some of these, though, are not from the new player tournament. I'll do the new player tournament stuff first. But then I'm going to show off some of the intermediate tournament replays, and then maybe some of my own, like, High Elf stuff, because I'm playing a lot of High Elves. It took me a while to figure them out, but I've actually got some pretty nasty builds now. And I actually feel like I can scrap with a lot of the other factions in the game, in fact. I don't know what I was cooking with this build. Pretty sure I won this one. I don't think I needed half of the units, though. If I'm not mistaken, this is a pretty quick game. Anyways, yeah, we'll get to it one day. But for now, take care, guys. Peace out. I'll see y'all in the next one.